Hello, wonderful people of the internet. Shadow Mishia, Anakim Luke, and anyone else who might be lurking in chat. Hey, thanks for being here. So, quick update on what we did yesterday and what we're gonna do today. So, if you look in the upper left-hand corner here, you're gonna see an end body simulation. We did this yesterday. It is essentially just a bunch of stars, green stars, that are all bouncing around in a box. They're all affected by each other's gravity and just kind of bumping into each other. That's what we're seeing here. We have both a 3D visualization and also a, one second. One second. There we go. I forgot to put it on loop. And a 2D visualization, which you can see right there. We're going to be working on that for the rest of today. But before getting to that, I actually want to take just a little bit of time, probably about 30 minutes, to go through another Algorithm Archive PR, just to get the ball rolling on that and kind of start moving that forward as well. So the first maybe 30 minutes to an hour will be spent on Algorithm Archive stuff, and then every hour from that point on, so the other 5 hours of stream will probably be spent doing galaxy simulations and stuff. So that's the plan for today's stream. It is going to be longer today than normal, so 6-hour stream. That is longer than I normally do streaming, but I'm pretty confident I can at least keep my motivation levels up, you know, like get my excitement levels up and stuff like that during the entire stream. Yesterday went pretty well. The day before that was kind of rough. The day before that was even more rough, but I think the longer I'm doing these streams, the more I'm getting used to just putting my work life or work schedule onto Twitch. And figuring out what works best on Twitch and off of Twitch and stuff like that. Now, I'm not going to say this too much during stream. I'm just going to mention it here at the start. I am trying to make Twitch be not like the primary platform that I make content for, because it's always going to be, you know, split between, you know, YouTube and Twitch and the Algorithm Archive and all this kind of stuff. But I'm really trying to make Twitch something that people will watch and they're really going to enjoy. And so, you know, I did this a while ago, but if you haven't before, please feel free to check, you know, below where there is like a Google form that you can fill out to talk about like, hey, how's the stream going? Do you like this? Do you not like this? I do actually look at it like once or twice a month. Sometimes there's nothing new. Sometimes there's a lot of stuff new. And also, of course, if there's anything that you're like, hey, whoa, you know, this guy said something I really disagree with, like just let me know in chat. Like I'm genuinely trying to make the research that we're doing here engaging and entertaining and all that kind of stuff. And so this is the goal for the Twitch stream, so that it is also a place that people can go and just, you know, chat and talk about physics and you know, computer science and this kind of stuff. So we'll see. I once did a simple gravity simulation in 2D. It's so fun to play around with and make orbits and such. Yeah, so if I'm being completely honest, the point of our gravity simulation here is to do a 4-dimensional gravity or a 4-dimensional galaxy, right? Look, that's kind of a catchy like thing to talk about, like, yeah, 4D galaxy, whoa, amazing. But if I'm honest, I don't care too much about the physics here. Like, I mean, orbital dynamics or whatever is something that I covered as an undergraduate and also, again, as a graduate student. And it's just kind of like, sure, okay, there's interesting bits about it, but also, like, the story's been told so many times before in so many better ways than I can tell. I think I'm really interested here in speeding up the N-body simulators and making them way faster. That's the research focus. And the big hook is again going to be the 4D Galaxy Simulator. Okay, so let's hop on to github.com, take a look at the latest PRs, and then we're going to go and start working on galaxies after that. So I think I can go here. And then, sure, Algorithm Archive, pull request is there. And there should be, the pull request I want to look at right now is the one for the Metropolis algorithm, which should be right here. I'm going to see what the latest updates were, and I'm just going to start working on them one step at a time. What do we have? Addressing your comments, particularly I find the difficult calculating Q, an example. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, okay, let me explain what this chapter is. Let me explain what the Algorithm Archive is, in case people haven't seen it already. So the Arcane Algorithm Archive is an online textbook that I'm working on with the community. It's essentially a way for us to put a bunch of algorithms in one place and really teach those algorithms as intuitively and clearly as possible. The point is clearly explaining the algorithm in, you know, an engaging way. I'm not going to say entertaining, but because sometimes it's not entertaining, but engaging and concise and stuff like that. That's what we're focusing on. So for example, if we go to the chapter on I don't know, the Euclidean algorithm, let's say. Here we have the Euclidean algorithm available in a bunch of different languages, and a chapter about how the Euclidean algorithm works and stuff like that. And that's kind of the goal of the algorithm archive. Right now, I'm reviewing a new chapter for the Metropolis algorithm, which comes with two different things. One, a chapter on probability density functions, and two, a chapter on the Metropolis algorithm itself. So since a few days ago, we actually looked at the probability density chapter, I think we're going to look at that one more time, just to make sure that chapter is completely done. And that's what we're going to focus on for, this particular stream. And then after that, we're going to take a second and, take a break. And then we're going to go on to the galaxies and stuff. I don't have 40 glasses. Does one pair of 3D glasses and one pair of regular glasses suffice? I don't know, man. I really don't. I was thinking about maybe doing another 4D visual. Yeah, maybe we should, of a random distribution of points in 4D with different projections onto 3D. It'd just be a super quick, 2-minute video just being like, okay, look, this is what the Tesseract actually is. I know, the Tesseract is a bounding box, similar to how you have, a box in 2D. Like, if you go over here, we see we have a 2D box, and then over here we have a 3D box. The Tesseract is similarly a 4D box. That's all it is. So I was thinking about just showing a random distribution of points in 4D and being like, hey, literally this is what we're looking at. I don't think I don't know if it's actually useful for people or not. I don't know. But I think having a better way to describe how the axes and stuff work in 4D might be useful. I don't know. Let's think about it in just a second. For now, what I'm going to do is take a look at the new chapter. So here we have this. Let me pull down the latest changes and go from there. CD Projekt's algorithm archive. And again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. I'm not a physicist. Where does a 4D galaxy simulation differ from a 3D one? The only difference is that a 4-dimensional galaxy has a fourth dimension, which is W. However, there are some additional things you have to consider with that. For example, the default gravitational law is 1 over r squared, GMM over r squared or something. But in 4D, you have to integrate over another dimension, which means it's probably going to be GMM over 6r cubed or something like this. Yeah, something like that. So there's going to be, the overall law is going to be 1 over r cubed instead of 1 over r squared, probably. However, we might also use the 1 over r squared potential because, 1 over r squared force law, because we might not get stable orbits with 1 over r cubed. There's a bunch of things like that we have to consider. I'm going to be doing a lot of 3D simulations, and I'm focusing mainly on 3D simulations for the next probably month because I want to see if we can get any type of rotation from a random distribution of points or something that non-trivially, I don't want to spin all the particles. I don't want to start them in a spinning state. I want to see what happens if we have the galaxy evolve for a significant amount of time and see if that will eventually form a spiral. It's a slight difference, it's just something I'm interested in because I think it's kind of not, how do I put it? It's not entirely fair to start everything off in a spiral, because if everything's already starting in a spiral, then we don't really see how nature would have created 2D disks and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling a bit here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the chapter. So we're going to get branch, git pull here. What do we have here? Command line instructions, and then we're going to do this guy. Perfect. Paste it there. Okay, so again, today we're going to look at the probability density function chapter, and I'm hoping that it's basically done. I think it is, but we're going to take a look at it. Okay, let's go ahead and build it. CD Projekt's algorithm archive, and then npm run serve. Again, guys, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. I just mentioned this a few minutes ago, but I am genuinely trying to make Twitch I always go back and forth about YouTube, but I never really go back and forth about Twitch. I always want Twitch to be a part of the research that we're doing. Whether YouTube continues to be a place in which I create content or not is neither here nor there, but Twitch is always a place that I genuinely like making content for. And I think now that, the software and game development channel, the software and game development category exists, and the animal and wildlife category exists, I think that we can really take the science and tech category as it exists right now and use it as like a safe haven for like researchers who want to do research on Twitch. And I'm really trying to make it so, hey, people who want to do open research have a home to do open research, and I want that to be on Twitch, potentially on YouTube as well. But like, I feel like they finally do have a home, and I want to I don't know. I want that to be a big thing that people can watch on Twitch if they want to do. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let me go over here and let me open up my local host. And, ooh, hello there. You're lagging a little bit. Okay, sorry. I had to check to see if every once in a while when my screen lags like that, my camera also lags. So I had to check to make sure that wasn't happening. All right, let's go to localhost. And we're going to take a look at the probability density function chapter. Probability distributions. Okay, so this is a little bit of a long chapter. But I think it's probably fine. It's not super long. We can get through it right now. Let me go ahead and make the text a little bit bigger. There we go. And we're just going to read through it. Again, this is going to take probably the rest of the hour. So we'll start doing the 4D galaxy simulations at about 3 o'clock p.m. my time, which is about 45 minutes. So if you guys aren't particularly interested in the algorithm archive stuff, look, I totally understand. I would love it if you'd hang around, but if you want to come back in 45 minutes when we're doing something else, I totally understand that as well. Okay, what's a probability distribution? Probability distributions are mathematical functions that give the probabilities of a range or set of outcomes. These outcomes can be the result of an experiment or procedure, such as tossing a coin or rolling die. Rolling dice. Dice is plural. I always forget if dice or die is plural. Dice is plural. They can also be the result of a physical measurement, such as measuring the temperature of an object, counting how many electrons are spin up, etc. Broadly speaking, we can classify probability distributions into two categories: discrete probability distributions and continuous probability distributions. Nice. Discrete probability distributions. It's intuitive for us to understand what a discrete probability distribution is. For example, we understand the outcomes of a coin toss very well. And also that of a dice roll. For a single coin toss, we know that the probability of getting heads, h, is half, or p of h is equal to 1/2. Similarly, the probability of getting tails, t, I think that has to be in LaTeX. One second, let me go up here. We're going to go to files changed. Probability distribution should be down here. T, here we are. Let's go with that. Grab that, do this, and do this. Perfect. Start a view comment. Okay. Assuming that we can neglect the possibility of a coin landing on its edge, that pretty much covers it. Sure. Formally, we can write the probability distribution for such a coin toss as the following. P of n is equal to 1/2. What does a semicolon mean here? Where n is within h or t. Sure. In which country are you? You have the same time zone like me in Germany? Yeah, so I'm currently in Barcelona, Spain. I'm going to be here for the next 2 years. It's actually, I don't mean to ramble too much, but like, a lot of you guys know that I did my PhD at the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology, and then I went to MIT for a year. And then I spent a year basically working with 3 Blue, 1 Brown and doing several things like that. But yeah, like, this is the first time in like 2 or 3 years where I have time to like plan ahead for more than a month. Like, I've been so incredibly just literally every day was something new that I wasn't expecting the day before. Like, for about 6 to 8 months, it was constantly like, oh, now I have to do 6 hours of paperwork here. Now I have to do 2 hours of paperwork here. Now I have to do this. Now I have to do that. It was constantly like that for the first half of 2021, such that I had no time to plan or do anything. But now that I'm in Barcelona and I know I'm going to be here for 2 years, I'm really doing what I can to just take advantage of that. I know this is kind of like, I don't know if anybody cares, but like the way I see it is like, now that I can plan ahead, I have the entirety of next year planned. I know exactly what's going to happen every month. I have a project that I intend to put out. Now, I don't know if that's actually going to happen. Chances are I'm probably going to fail around January. But the way I see it is like, this is the first time in a long time I'm able to plan. And as someone who's like mental well-being, like is dependent on like having a plan and executing said plan, I'm just incredibly happy to be somewhere that I can actually work, you know? And I know that, like, I'm not saying that Spain's like a perfect country or anything. I'm just saying that no matter where that would be, I'm finally in a state in my life where I can, you know, just do stuff again. And it's been a long time. It's been like 3-4 years since that's happened. So if you note like a tonal shift, in my streams, like, you know, that I'm a bit more excited and I'm a bit more like, you know, just ready to tackle problems. It's because I actually have time to tackle problems now. I'm sorry, that was like a complete unnecessary ramble session, but like, I'm just trying to say that like my mental state is dramatically better than it was in the US, and it has nothing to do with the US. It has nothing to do with Europe. It has nothing to do with any of that. It just has to do with the fact that I'm free now. I have nothing that's holding me down, and I can just focus on things that actually matter to me, you know? Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's just keep going. So here, n denotes the outcome, and we use the set notation. N is within h of t, which means that n belongs to a set containing h and t. From the above equation, we can now assume that any other outcome for n, such as landing on an edge, is incredibly unlikely, impossible, or simply not allowed. E.g., just toss a coin again if it does land on its edge. What does EG stand for? I should know that. 1 second. Maybe, I don't, what does EG stand for? It should be E.G? What does EG mean? It's going to bring me, what does egg mean? E.G. For example. Okay. Is it E.G? Let's see, maybe, for example, instead of E.G, all right, let's add a review comment and keep going. I think that this chapter is basically ready to go, and I'm pretty excited for that. Exempli gratia. Gratia? Gratia. Wait, where's gratia from? There's also IE. What does IE mean? What is the difference? So example, that must be, so okay, that must mean a type of example. IE stands for what? Inexplicable example? I don't know. Obviously it's Latin. All right, what do we have here? For a probability distribution, it's important to take note of the set of possibilities or the domain of the distribution. Here, h of t is a domain of p of n, telling us that n can only be either h or t. If we use a different system, the outcome n could mean other things. It could also be a number. I think we do need for example there. What do we have here? I think we can remove this line. Add review comment, and then in here, wait, no. Actually, I screwed up. Cancel, delete. Yes. I wanted to do from the equation above. Wait. I missed something. Id est. It's that is. Oh, okay, that is. Sure. I wanted to remove this right here. So that's before the p of n is equal to 1/6. So that is. Where is that? For a probability distribution. Oh, no, this is the line right here. Let's go here, suggestion, and remove that line. Add comment. Okay, now, what's the next one? Is that right? No, what? No, that wasn't the line I wanted to remove. Wait, what line did I want to remove? Hey, Cobalt, how are you? For probability distribution, it's important to take note of the set of possibilities of the domain of the distribution. Here, h of t is a domain of p. And oh, okay, sure. Let's leave that as a separate paragraph then. Fine. That's fine. Okay, but what I do think needs to be changed is down here. If we use a different system, the outcome of n could mean different things. For example, it could be a number. Doing good, working bit. Happy to hear that. if we use a different system, the outcome of n could be different things. The outcome n could mean different things. For example, it could be a number. Okay, let's add the review comment. Okay, for example, it could be a number. For example, it could be a number, such as with a die roll, which has the probability. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, let's go ahead and edit this. Hey, MRS, how are you? There we go. Update comment down here. We're going to change this guy so that it is, for example, it could be a number such as the outcome of a die roll, which has a probability. Such as, for example, it could be a number like the outcome of a die roll, which has a probability distribution. There we go. Add review comment. Let's keep going. Okay, so we have that. Sure. Okay, which is saying that the probability, for example, the outcome of die roll has a probability distribution here. We need a period, I think, here. So let's go ahead and do this and add a period. Add review comment, and then in here, we just arrived back home. Oh, happy to hear that. Yeah. How are things? I'm doing okay. Happy to, I mean, I'm slowly but surely getting along. I don't know if you saw, but yesterday we were able to create our n-body simulation. So here's our very straightforward n-body simulator. Again, no tricks, no frills. It's literally just particles bouncing around. It should go over to 2D in just a second. Here, so here's the 2D results as well. So we got it working. There's a lot left to do, but we're slowly getting there, one step at a time. Okay, so this is grammatically incorrect, and I'm trying to fix that. So let's fix that now. So that needs to be a period, and then change this so it says this is saying, it's saying that the probability of n being a whole number between 1 and 6 is 1 out of 6, and we assume the probability of getting any other n is 0. Add review comment. All right, this is a discrete probability function because n is an integer and thus only takes discrete values. Sure. Okay, both of the above examples are rather boring because the value of p of n is the same for all n. An example of a discrete probability function where the probability actually depends on n is when n is the sum of numbers on a roll of 2 dice. In this case, p of n is different for each n, as some possibilities like n equals 2 can happen in only one possible way, whereas n equals 4 can happen 3 possible ways. Sure. The rolling 2 dice, the example of rolling 2 dice is a great case study for how we can construct a probability distribution, since the probability varies and is not immediately obvious how it varies. So let's go ahead and construct it. All right, we got to fix this. Is the example of rolling 2 dice. So the example. All right, add review comment. Slowly but surely getting there. By the way, KF, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I missed that a few minutes ago. Let's see. So now we know the domain of possibilities, i.e. n is within 2 and 12. Next. Let's first define the domain of our target p of n. We know that the lowest sum of the 2 dice is 2, a 1 on both sides, so n is greater than or equal to 2 for sure. Similarly, the maximum is the sum of 2 6s. Here is the sum of 2 6s. Add review comment. Or 12, so n is less than or equal to 12. Now here is one thing, like, this 2 is different than that 2, and this 12 is different than that 12. I'm not sure what to do about that, except for maybe put them in, except for maybe put all the numbers in LaTeX, but it's probably fine, who cares? So now we know the domain of possibilities, i.e. n is within 2 to 12. Next, we take a very common approach. For each outcome n, we count up the number of different ways it can occur. Let's call this number the frequency of n, f of n. We already mentioned that there is only one way to get n equals 2, by getting a pair of 1s. By our definition of the function f, this means that f of 2 is equal to 1. For n equals 3, we see that there are 2 possible ways. of getting this outcome. The first die shows a 1 and the second a 2. Or the first die shows a 2 and the second a 1. Thus, f of 3 is equal to 2. If you continue doing this for all of n, you may see a pattern. Once you have all the f of n, we can visualize it by plotting f of n as shown below. Let me see. I think there was a space or something that we need to deal with. Now, for some reason, this comma is on the next line, but I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Okay, here's a frequency distribution of the double dice roll. We can see from the plot that the most common outcome for the sum of two dice is n equals 7, and the further away from n equals 7 you get, the less likely the outcome. Good to know for a prospective gambler. Sure, yeah. Okay, so normalization. The f of n plotted above is technically not the probability p of n, because we know that the sum of all probabilities should be 1, which clearly isn't the case for f of n. But we can get the probability by dividing f of n by the total number of possibilities, n. For two dice, that is n is equal to 6 times 6 equals 36, but we could also express it as the sum of all frequencies there. Which would also equal 36 in this case. I think there needs to be a comma there, right? I think so. Normalization, I'm just gonna add a comma here. Okay, which also equals 36 in this case. Okay, so by dividing f of n by the sum of f of n, we get our target probability distribution p of n. This process is called normalization and is crucial for determining almost any probability distribution. So in general, if we have the function f of n, we can get the probability as the following, right? Now, okay, here's the thing. Normalization is sometimes different when you're doing physics. Like there's a specific analytical calculation for normalization, which is done differently in quantum mechanics. And at some point, I was just using this type of normalization when I needed the other type of normalization. And like, man, I got scolded pretty hard for that. But I was like, man, this is like a standard definition for normalization, man. Like, don't give me that. There needs to be a period at the end there. Here. There. Add review comment. Okay. Note that f of n does not necessarily have to be the frequency of n. It could be any function which is proportional to p of n. That's the wrong dash. This needs to be a double dash. How dare they? Oh my gosh. Oh, I can't believe I'm caring about m and n dashes now. Okay. Note that f of n does not necessarily have to be the frequency of n. It could be any function which is proportional to p of n, and the above definition of p of n would still hold. It's easy to check that the sum is now equal to 1 since the following. All right, let's modify this one. Add review comment. This one needs a period. All right, keep going. Once we have the probability function p of n, we can calculate all sorts of probabilities. For example, let's say that we want to find the probability that n will be between two integers a and b inclusively, also including a and b. For brevity, we will use the notation p is less than a is less than n is less than b to denote this probability and calculate it. And we simply have to sum up all the probabilities for each value of n in that range, i.e. the following. That also needs a period. But overall, this is shaping up. I'm pretty happy with it. Let's go here, add a period there, add review comment. Okay, probability density functions. So, right, for those of you who might have just come in, we will be getting to the 4D galaxy simulation in about, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or so. What I'm doing right now is going through a new chapter that was submitted to the algorithm archive, i.e. the Metropolis algorithm. We've been working on it, back and forth for the past week or two. I guess it's been 2 weeks now. And hopefully it'll be in the algorithm archive soon. The fact is, just getting new chapters in the algorithm archive takes time because, I've been spending like an hour a day on this chapter for the past few days, so it takes me like probably 5 to 10 hours just to do the editing of the chapter. And then, and go there. So what are the notational problems here? Because you're right, I'm also kind of inconsistent with notation, and this might be a general issue that we need to bring up. But yeah, so for the most part, this chapter is mostly done. We're going to finish up the probability density stuff today. Hopefully, we'll get it mostly figured out. And then we can go into the Metropolis algorithm and stuff tomorrow. Talhamu Kurulu, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. All right, let's get through the probability density function section. And I think that's it. 212 basically means nothing in most notational systems. Oh, does it? See, I've seen that notation before. So what would you recommend for that? Would you recommend like curly brackets and ... or definitely mention that? Like definitely be like, yo, I don't know if I necessarily agree with this notation. Because if it's not common and you haven't seen it, it's probably worth changing as well. But I feel like I have seen it before. Maybe it's like physics. You've seen it before in physics or something. Maybe that's why I'm used to it. Anyway, probability density functions. What if instead of a discrete value, either that or 212? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair as well. So what if instead of a discrete variable n, we had a continuous variable x, like temperature or weight? In that case, it doesn't make sense to ask what the probability of x being exactly a particular number. It doesn't make sense to ask what the probability is of x being exactly a particular number. There are infinite possible real numbers after all, so the probability of x being exactly any one of them is essentially 0. All right, use the wrong dash again. This one here, change it to this dash. I think that works in Markdown. Maybe it doesn't, but either way, like it's the wrong dash. So we have to figure out how to put the right dash in there. I'll double check with, maybe I have to do remarkable. Do I have this available? I don't. Ooh, that was some lag. Let me do, what's it called? Hack MD? Sure. Can I just want a simple markdown editor. That's all I wanted. All right, screw it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my algorithm archive build that I have right here, and I'm going to make a change. So we're going to do here, and we're going to cd into contents, probability, sure. Probability distributions, ls here, vi distributions.md, and I'm just going to put a dash and then a double dash right up there at the top. That did not do what I wanted it to do. I just wanted to make sure that Markdown could see the difference between the two of these. Hey. Hey. What's up? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, no. How are we going to fix the dashes? All right. How to use the appropriate dash types markdown. Oh, that's super unfortunate. No. No, just stop it. Basic syntax markdown guide. All right, how do we do, I think I want an M dash instead of an N dash. All right, so let's Google that. M dash markdown G. There we go, that's what I want. This character, Unicode character, use HTML entity. So we probably want to use an M dash. This is probably what we want. Oh, that's super unfortunate. All right. Let's see if that works. Here, yank, paste. All right, let's see what that did. That's correct. I think it should be that one, right? Oh man. Welcome to Leos Labs. We promise 4D galaxies and end up just talking about the difference between an M dash and an N dash. There's like an M dash, and then there's an N dash, and then there's a minus sign. I think they're all different. I think probably what I actually want is an N dash, not an M dash, because I think that was too long. Let's check that one. Yeah, that's the one I want. Right there, N dash. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna modify. I hate that I'm being so persnickety about this, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, okay, let's just get it right. All right, so this actually needs to change. Edit to be N dash. Here we are, grab this guy, paste it there. All right, update comment. There's one other time when I only changed a dash, which was there. Oh, edit, and here. Ah, no, you kidding me? There we go. Paste it here. Update comment. I think there might have been another dash in here that needs updating as well, but we'll do that next round. Oh man, we're getting there one step at a time. Okay, where are we here? Oh, we can just delete these lines. All right, go down to the bottom and slowly get through the chapter. Let's see. So, but it does make sense to ask what the probability is that x will be between a certain range of values. For example, one might say that there is a 50% chance that the temperature tomorrow at noon will be between 5 and 15, or a 5% chance that it will be between 16 and 16.5. But how do we put all that information for every possible range in a single function? The answer is to use a probability density function. Wow. What does that mean? Well, suppose x is a continuous quantity, and we have a probability density function p of x, which looks like the following. Sure. Now, if we are interested in the probability of the range of values that lie between x0 and x0 plus dx, sure. All we have to do is calculate the area of the green sliver above, this is the defining feature of a probability density function. The probability of a range of values is the area of the rectangle under the probability density curve, which is within that range. Why is this quoted? I feel like the fact that this is in a quote makes it actually less visible. It might be better if it's just bolded. I'm just going to mention that. I feel like the quote here makes it less visible. Makes it less visible and also makes it feel like it is coming from another source. Maybe bold it instead. All right, add review comment there. Okay, so if dx is infinitesimally small, then the area of the green sliver becomes p of x dx, and hence, sure, okay. So strictly speaking, p of x itself is not a probability, but rather the probability is the quantity p of x dx, or any area under the curve. That's why we call p of x the probability density at x, while the actual probability is only defined for ranges of x. Isn't this going in circles though? To explain probability density, you define another function that's called the probability density, like how you haven't explained how you got the function. Wait, what do you mean exactly? I feel like, okay, so you're right. It didn't explain how you might find this probability. It just kind of hand waved it and said, we would expect to have this probability density distribution. In the same way that you could do measurements here. This is a continuation of the discrete value. So I mean, you're right. It doesn't actually mention how we generate that, and that might be something that we need to talk about. So thus, to obtain the probability of x lying within a range, we simply integrate. Every time I look at these equations, I miss the punctuation. All right, let's go here. Let's go here, add the punctuation, add review comment. All right, so down here, thus to obtain the probability x lying within the range, we simply integrate p of x between the range, i.e. here, add a period. Okay, this is analogous to finding the probability of a range of discrete values from the previous section. Now, and the fact that all the possibilities must sum to 1 translates to the following. 1 second, change this so it's just capital T. And change this so it's a period. Okay, where D is the domain of P of X, i.e. the entire range of possibilities for the value of X for which P of X is defined. I'm going to get to the comment that you mentioned in just a second, Kappa. Actually, no, this is probably a good time to do it. Should this chapter also talk about how to find probability density functions? I feel like this chapter is going to be used in other algorithms that already use PDFs, PDF, probability density functions. So I feel like the generation of those is not necessarily what this chapter should be about. It should be about like explaining, hey, in general, this is kind of what it is. If you see one, this is what you need to, use it for. But I don't know, I'm up for debate on that one. So normalization of a density function, just like in the discrete case, we often first calculate some density or frequency function f of x, which is not p of x, but proportional to it. We can get the probability density function by normalizing it in a similar way, except that we integrate instead of sum. All right, let's add another period. What is this one? Yeah, there. Here, put a period there. Add review comment. Okay, so for example, consider the following Gaussian function, popularly used as a normal distribution. Why did he... that's not a Gaussian function, is it, either? Gaussian always has a different normalization. I mean, look, it's a Gaussian-like function, and I'm happy to call it Gaussian-like, but that's definitely not Gaussian. I mean, unless I'm wrong, but the Gaussian function always has additional normalization. Like, it's obviously just x squared over, exp raised to the negative x squared, obviously. But these other parameters are absolutely essential to calling it a Gaussian, right? Like, I mean, sure, you can normalize all these to 1, but that's a special case. Let me go here and be like, why was this? Let's see, you're right that this is the heart of the Gaussian, but I don't know if it's right to call it a normal distribution function with a standard deviation. Okay, I'm just gonna have to say I'm still not happy with this. All right, let's go here. Let's see. Let's consider the following Gaussian-like function. And I'm just gonna mention, I mean, here, so add the review comment. And then here, this needs to be, I think, a comma. Yeah, it needs to be a comma. Okay. Let's just do a suggestion, add a comma. Add review comment. Ah, it's a standard Gaussian? Maybe. But is it standard Gaussian? Okay, so I might be wrong here. Like, I mean, I probably am wrong here. But the standard Gaussian... I mean, look, I will always hand wave it away and say, this is a Gaussian, right? Right. On the other hand, Steven Stigler defines the standard normal. Like, even that has a pi in it. I don't know. I'm 50-50 on that one. Look, obviously anyone that looks at it will recognize it's Gaussian. Like, clearly, anyone looks at it, they're like, that's Gaussian. Like, no one's going to say anything. But, like, if you're reading this for the first time, it's kind of like, the Gaussian integral is the integral. The Gaussian integral is the integral of f. Maybe I'll delete this. I mean, look, if you call it the normal distribution, I think it's definitely wrong to call it a normal distribution. It's fine. This is a Gaussian function. I'm happy with that. It's fine. I'm being too picky. It's fine. Which is defined for all real numbers x. We first integrate it or do a quick Google search, as it's rather tricky, to get the following. It's definitely not the normal. Right, so like if you look at it, it's definitely a Gaussian function. I will agree with that. It's normalized weird, but it's fine. So maybe like unbolding it. Maybe unbolding it is what we need to do. Maybe leaving, it's fine. Leaving it's fine. Which is defined for all real numbers x. We first integrate it or do a quick Google search, as it's rather tricky, to get this guy. Should that be a period or a comma? It should be You? Where'd it go? What's going on? Oh, how did I get back here? Okay, whatever. This is going to be a period there. And so we have, now we have here, change the suggestion. There, change this so there's a period. All right. Perfect. In general, normalization can allow us to create a probability distribution out of almost any function, f of x. There are really only two rules that f of x must satisfy to be a candidate for the probability density distribution. Why is that one bolded? Am I dumb? Yeah, why is this x bolded? And none of the other x's are bolded. Why are we bolding x now? 1 second. All right, keep going. Let's see. The integral of f of x over any subset D has to be non-negative, and the following integral must be finite. Edit. Let's go here, and then we need to modify this so it's there. All right, add review comment. Okay, I think outside of that, I think we're good. Like, these are all just very minor changes. I'm happy with it. So I'm going to say for the probability density section, thanks again is what I'll say. Submit review. Okay, good as gold. I don't know what to say. Okay, so that is what we're going to do for the algorithm archive today. We spent, I don't know, it's 52 minutes into the stream. So about the first hour we spent on algorithm archive stuff. I think that's fair. There's a bunch of very small things to change here. Can you commit them all in batch? I think you can, can't you? I think if you just do files changed, did I screw up review changes? There should be a way to commit all of the changes in batch so that we don't get commit suggestion. Can I, because I just realized every time that I do this, no, add suggestions to batch. I'm also going to mention that because we get a lot of notifications every time. And so I'm just going to say, if you're doing a lot of these together, wait, has he been doing that before? Because I remember I get a lot of notifications from Shidipto over the night, and I don't remember if I don't really look at them too closely, but I think they're all just, let me check. All right, keep going, up. Here we are. Update, contents, title, simplify intro, minor formatting, fix spelling. Oh, okay, right. So yeah, sure. Good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a, sorry about that. Okay, so now I think we can move on to the 4D Galaxy part of today's stream. So let me go over here, change the title to be 4D Galaxies. 4D Galaxy simulations. Woo, let's go. Yeah, super exciting, amazing. Clicking the done button. All right, how about we do a quick prediction. Okay, so I'm gonna actually maybe do a prediction to see like how far we get today. Like, I'm gonna try to use some Twitch tools. I don't know, I've been kind of, let's talk about what we need to do, and then let's think about what we can do in the next hour or so, like the next 5 hours, essentially. I'm going to be here until 8 o'clock p.m., so we got plenty of time to get a lot of stuff done. I'm pretty excited, actually. I don't know, like, what the deal is, but, like, you know, I mentioned this. I mentioned this a few days ago. Like, when it comes to streaming, right? Like, I have a very, like, off and on thing with streaming. So like 4 years ago when I started streaming, like it was one of those things where I was like, I loved getting up in the morning and doing stream. Like every day I was super excited for it. And I was just excited to just do stuff, you know? And then, I don't know, the algorithm archive happened. And I think adding the algorithm archive, first of all, was super great for the community. It allowed everyone to get together and act on one thing. But what happened was it made it so the YouTube content slowed down because now I had to make visualizations for each chapter. And it made it so the Twitch content slowed down because it meant that now we're like taking a lot of time with every algorithm and all this kind of stuff. And because of that, we never got to do like just big simulations anymore. So like 4 years ago, we were spending a lot of time doing like so many different things. We did finite difference time domain simulations of light going through like impossible lenses and stuff like that. That never happened on YouTube. That never showed up anywhere else. We did a whole bunch of things that just were Twitch specific, you know? And I don't know, something about doing the end body simulation again yesterday just like reminded me like what it was like 4 years ago when I was doing these just cool simulations again, just because they were cool and that was why we were doing them, you know? And now with this idea of like creating an open research company and like genuinely like doing groundbreaking stuff and pushing the boundary, but with this community here, I just got really into it again. I don't really know how else to say it. I know right now you see like a super simple end body simulation, one that takes like an afternoon to make. I know it takes an afternoon because it took me basically an afternoon to make it. But we'll get there. Like slowly but surely, we're going to build this into something that I think is going to be really amazing. And I think just something about that like got me really excited to do streaming again. It's been a long time since I've had a feeling of just being like, you know, like last night. Yeah, it's like, you know, you hardly sleep at night because you're like, oh, but what if we do this? And what about this? How about that? You know, like this type of stuff. It's been such a long time since I've had that experience, you know? And I think it's partially because I started reading papers again. And that's incredibly just exciting for me, reading papers and seeing what other people are doing, you know, at the boundary of human knowledge, all this kind of stuff. But the other part is that, I don't know, we're just doing stuff again. And for some reason, it just feels like it's been ages since we've been doing stuff, like doing cool stuff on stream. And so I'm happy to get back to doing this kind of stuff. So let's talk about what we're doing today. What you're looking at right now is a n-dimensional galaxy simulation. Now, when I say galaxy simulation, keep in mind, it's not really a galaxy. So right now, each of these dots is like a star. For example, all feeling the gravitational force of other stars around them. So each star feels like a 1/r² force pulling it to all the other stars in the simulation, which is why you see this glob form. Now, yesterday we learned that we have to add some softening to the forces to make it so it actually forms the appropriate glob. There's a bunch of little things that we have to do to make it actually work. But right now, our simulation can only run to like 100, maybe 1,000 particles. It can't really do that much. And so today, there's a bunch of different avenues that we can go about. We could try to increase the number of particles. We can try to parallelize it so it works on the GPU. We can try to do our first 4D simulation by projecting it down to, by taking a 4D sim and projecting it down to 3D. And then we have this nice visual of 1D, 2D, and 3D. And so I guess my question is, what is most interesting to you guys? And for that, I'm actually going to create a poll. Let me go ahead and create a new poll here. And the poll will be, what sounds the most interesting to do first? Okay, so the first one that we can do is going to be, I don't know, let's do 4D n-body. With projection down to 3D. Projection to 3D. Okay, that's one thing we could do today. Another thing we can do today is work on parallelization. Essentially increasing the number of increasing particle number. Okay, the next thing we can work on, parallelization is what I'm going to say. So then we're going to say, let's see, we have parallelization. The other thing is visualization. Which is going to take essentially histogramming again, because we're basically going to want to like generate an image directly. Let's see, what else do we have here? We could also do the gridding techniques, which would be like octrees and stuff like that. I guess I'll just do other. Let's see, settings, I don't know. channel points per vote. I could ask for people. All right, I'm going to create a 2-minute poll here. We're going to start the poll. And while that is running, I'm going to take a quick break. So I'll be right back. And then we'll hop back in, explain where the project is, see what people are most interested in. So please, if you haven't already, go ahead and vote on that poll. And I'll be right back. Okay, so did we get any votes or not? We didn't have too many people here, so let's see. It looks like we only got, what is this? It's only, oh, it's 4 votes, of which 2 said paralyzation. I don't know if that's representative of what people actually want to do. So let's talk about what actually needs to be done for the paralyzation then. Okay, so in some sense, the paralyzation does make sense to tackle first, as the paralyzation should allow for us to do more particles, right? But there's a huge caveat here. How exactly do we paralyze an n-body simulation? Good question. Let's go into Zernal PP and let's talk about it. Let's move over here, over there. What I might also do, let me do a prediction here. So let's think about what needs to happen, and then we'll do a prediction, because I'm trying to think of ways that people could like use channel points and stuff like that. So maybe we do a prediction saying, we could have done it on the results of the poll. Let's see, manage goals, manage prediction. So the other thing too is I have been, let's see, start prediction. So how about we do a prediction that is going to be something like, oh wait, how do I fix this? Do I just go here? Oh wait, what? Previous prediction? Oh, submission period, what? Cancel. How do you do predictions on Twitch? 1 second, manage predictions. All right, start a prediction. And what? Oh, name the prediction. I see what's happening. I got it now. Okay, so I guess my prediction will be, will we finish this today? But what in particular can we do here? So let's talk about how we do the paralyzation. So n-body simulations. All right. So who here knows what an n-body simulation is? Please raise your hand. Okay, great. So no one knows what an n-body simulation is. So here's what we got. Imagine that we have a bunch of particles in space, like you saw in the visualization that we just had, right? We'll just say 4 for now. An n-body simulation is when each of these particles is influenced, well, is when all these particles are moving independently, right? So in our case, we have this particle feeling the force from all of these other particles here. And this particle here is feeling the force of all of these particles in here, right? And this one's feeling the force of all of these particles in here. And this guy is feeling the force of all those particles, right? So every single particle in the simulation is feeling all of the other particles in the simulation, which means we have an n squared operation. Every single point looks through all other points in the simulation to basically to figure out what its acceleration is at any given point in time. Now, we have the acceleration being found correctly, but this leads us to a very interesting question, right? How exactly do we do the parallelization in this case? And I don't think it's exactly obvious how to do it for an n-body simulation, but it should be more obvious than doing an octree, so let's start with the n-body simulator. Okay, so what exactly is happening? At every step, we have a single particle looking through all other particles in the grid and adding those accelerations together. Now, the big problem here, so okay, let's write that down. So what are we doing? We are, one, looking at all particles in the grid, or in the simulation. All right, and two, we are summing all accelerations together. Okay, this is number one here, and this is number two here. Between 1 and 2, quick question, which one do you think is actually more complicated? Looking at all the particles in the grid, or summing all the accelerations together? The answer, if you'd believe it, is 2. It's actually very difficult to do 2. Parallel reduction, which is exactly what this is a complicated problem. In fact, it was so complicated that yesterday, when we were talking about like doing basic calculations, I kind of cringed at the idea of even using a sum function. So in order to do the parallelization here, we need to consider 2 different things. One, we need to think about how exactly we're going to launch everything with kernel abstractions. That's number 1. But 2, the most important thing that we need to consider is how do we do this parallel sum? And do we need to roll our own summation functions? Summation functions. Let's pretend I can type. That's kind of where my mind is at right now. I'm not really sure. So I think the launching of this won't be too bad. We can create a naive implementation where we don't even really worry about the sum, and we just kind of parallelize over all the n particles, and then we have them just look through all the other particles. Like, we can do this in a super naive way and get some reasonable speed up. And so to get 1 done, I think we can get that done in the next hour or 2. But to get 2 done, I don't know if we can get that done today or not. So this is kind of where I'm at today. I think doing the parallelization here is a good idea. I'm pretty happy that we voted for that, even though there were only 4 votes. But that's okay. So I'm going to start a prediction here. How much time do I reasonably feel it would take to actually get the kernel abstractions implemented? So the prediction will be we will finish kernel abstractions parallelization by 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock is what I'll say, which is in exactly 1 hour. So outcome 1 is going to be yes, we do. Yes. Outcome 2 is no, we do not. The submission, I'm going to give everyone 30 minutes for this one. So you have until half hour to do this. Let's go ahead and start the prediction. Confirm prediction. The streamer or a mod will need to confirm the outcome within 24 hours. Okay, got it. Okay. I actually don't know how these predictions work. It's the first time I've done one of them before. So yeah, let's just see. Essentially what I'm trying to do is just like, I don't know, like make Twitch a bit more like user-friendly or whatever. I don't know, not user-friendly, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Like maybe just more engaging and stuff. So, someone said yes already. Oh no. Let's see how this goes. Control C. All right, so we're going to CD into projects Galilee.jl. Over here, we're going to CD into projects Galilee. All right, let's get this going. By the way, Anonymous Cheer, thank you so much for the bits there. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so what we're going to do next is ls here, and we're going to CD into source. CD into source. Okay, let's go into first Galilee.jl. And as you can see here, we're already loading in CUDA, kernel abstractions, and everything else that we need. So how exactly is the n-body simulation working? Right now, we've got a bunch of different functions that are being called from a bunch of different places. So we've got particles.jl, which is defining our overall struct. Then we have mesh.jl, which is currently doing nothing, but will be doing stuff when we work on the octree visualizations and stuff. We have initialization, which is just creating all of the particles. And then we have io.jl. So what, in my opinion, if we can get any of this, if we can get the n-body simulation up there working, I know I said we can finish parallelization, but let me modify this prediction here to like kind of lower the bar a little bit. Can I, terms and condition, dismiss it? Okay, I'm going to modify this. So if we can get kernel abstractions kind of at all working at any of these layers, I'm gonna say it's kind of done. We have the parallelization working. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm not sure the best way to do this. So go into vi initialize zation.jl. So we have initialize right here, which just returns particles. But this already brings up a very interesting question as to how do we launch this function? How do we initialize the particles as either GPU or CPU vectors? And the other question is, we have this struct particle. Can we just transfer this struct particle into a CUDA device? We ran into a rather we ran into a problem, you see, in that our struct particle might not be transferable to a GPU. So I'm going to try that right now and see what happens if we can take our structure that is a particle or a set of particles and move that onto a GPU. I don't think we can, but we'll try it. So we're going to do Julia, Control D, Julia -- project. All right. And now we're going to do, let's see, why did you just do LS? Okay. So next what we're going to do is go into using revise and then using Galilee. Let me lower the volume on my end. Okay. Once this is loaded, we're just going to initialize things. So I think I can just do initialization, or maybe P is set is equal to initialize 10. Is that going to work? No, it's not going to work because it should be Galilee.initialize. .initialize. Okay, so now we have a set of particles. That should be the number of particles that we're working with here. So 1,000, that should give us 1,000 different particles. So if I do p set positions, we should have, yes, 1,000 by 2 matrix for a 2-dimensional set of positions. So I should also be able to run this with dims equals 4, for example, and this should work. Yeah, perfect. So now if I do p-set.positions, we have a 4-dimensional array here. Okay, so the naive implementation here would be to basically transfer particles onto a CUDA device. So I don't think I can just do CU array of p-set. I don't think that's going to work. Yeah. Using CUDA. But what I think I can do, yeah, obviously that's not going to work. But what I can do is I can make each sub-array, a CU array, because I already worked that in. So let's do, I think what I want to do is read in an array type, and that's how we're going to work on it. So let's go ahead and do that. B4141, hey, how are you? So let's go into, I guess what I'm going to do is Control D over here. I'm going to run Julia -- project over here. Using revise. And then we're going to do using Galilee. Over here, we're going to clear, and let's go into VI initialization. And I'm going to read in the dims, and then I'm also going to read in an optional argument, which is going to be array type. Is going to be equal to array. Let me move this down to the next line, just because I feel like it. Okay, so this means that we could create, ooh, that's going to be annoying, isn't it? Let's see, what do we have here? It's going to be rand of particle number dims. Let me change particle number just to be n instead of particle number. I know it's not exactly the nicest way to do it, but that's how I'm going to do it. So we're going to do s particle number and change this to n cg. Okay, try it again. 1 second. Particle number ncg. All right, there we go. I said no to all of them. I should have said yes. All right, try one more time. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Okay, so this s particle number NCG. Yes. There we go. So that should fix all that. Now what I want to do is array type of rand here. And we're going to do that for the other two as well. So array type. And this means that we can read in a separate array type depending on whether we want to launch this on the CPU or GPU. Okay, now what this means, and this isn't particularly great, but what this means is every time we launch something with a particle, we actually need a separate kernel that will call the position, acceleration, and velocity vectors independently of the particle struct. This isn't ideal, but I think it'll work okay. So first, let's make sure the initialization is working. So we're going to say pset is going to be galley.initialize for a 4-dimensional vector. And then we're going to do using CUDA, and we're going to do the same thing again for a cuArray just to make sure it's working. Right. Why didn't that work? Using revise. Using Galilee. And remember, guys, we do have a prediction as to whether we can finish this in the next hour. So if you want to, feel free to use the prediction UI that says we'll finish the parallelization in an hour. Most people are saying no at this stage, which I guess is fair. What is this? It's 40K channel points on no. And we have 5K channel points on yes. Oh, no. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, this failed miserably. It's looking like the no's are going to have it. Oh no, more than one semicolon. Oh, that's because I'm stupid. Oh, I just can't believe. Sometimes my stupidity astounds me. Has anybody here seen Top Gear, or what's it called now? It's not Top Gear, it's Grand Tour. There's this guy on there called Jeremy Clarkson. And he always says like stuff like, oh, my genius astounds me. Like, I'm an anti-Jeremy Clarkson. I'm like the opposite of that. Like, my stupidity just constantly astounds me. Like, it's like, I don't think I've ever met anyone to make as stupid errors as I have. Okay, so that works. So now what I'm going to do is using CUDA. Some countries are only allowed to spend 0 points on a prediction. Oh, wait, is that true? Wait, why are you... How... Is that because it's gambling? Is that the thing? So let's do array type is going to be equal to cuArray, and this should in principle work. Yeah, okay, so if I do pset.positions here, we should get, yeah, all right, there we go, our 1000 by 4 dimensional cuArray. Okay, take a second. Okay, so should I not do that anymore? Like, what countries are not allowed to do that? Is that going to be like the European Union countries? Does that mean I can predict, can't I? Sorry, I was trying to be like, oh, here's something fun we can do. And now I'm like, oh, this is illegal in some countries. You know? It went from, oh, this is kind of fun. Let's see if we can get it done in the next hour, to, oh no, now I'm a hard criminal who's like, you know, asking children to like gamble their wealth away. Emrys is like, no, the EU definitely allows gambling. Like, that's why I'm here. Okay, so we have 2 more files to update here. LS here. We've got particles, which we just updated. Now we have simulate, and we've got initialization.jl to work with. So I think, not initialization, sorry. We have forces and simulate to JL. I think simulate's gonna be easy. Okay, so we basically just have one big function, which is just run. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to read in another array type. Oh gosh, I hate this so much. I really need to fix this somehow. Is equal to array, just to start. And for this, we're going to read in array type. I really need to fix this somehow. Array type is going to be equal to array type. And now let's go here. Ooh, that is something I need to fix though. I need to fix the copy here. For now it's fine, but it's okay. Okay, so I think what we want now is to change all the launches here. So here we've defined the structure. We've created it on the array type that we want to create it on. And now we're going to do particles, copy pset.positions, pset.velocities, pset.accelerations. I think honestly all we have to do now is change the forces file. I think we can do it. I think Muslim countries don't allow gambling, though, as well as some other countries, but I'm not sure. State has monopoly on gambling on some Nordic countries. Viewers in Denmark, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Philippines, Poland, Quebec, Singapore, Sweden, Korea, Turkey, as well as viewers from Australia, Brazil for certain stream genres are able to participate via spectator mode only due to legal restrictions in their area. I see. Okay, well, should we not do channel predictions then, just in case? I mean, I don't want people to feel left out, you know? By the way, 01 Alex, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. This might be one of the few rare cases. Where, like, we could get something done on time. Like, I feel like we can do a very basic, like, paralyzation scheme in the next 45 minutes. Like, I think we can take a breath of fresh air, and, like, I think we're gonna do it. I'm optimistic. Forces.jl. Great. Okay. So how are we gonna do this? Essentially what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use a piece of code called kernel abstractions. What this is gonna allow me to do is write a single piece of code that will allow for parallelization on the CPU and GPU. Now, we're gonna do a super stupid parallelization scheme. Like, the most ridiculously dumb parallelization scheme that you've ever seen, just to get the kernel abstraction stuff working, and then we'll try to update it from there. So with that in mind, I think we can probably do this. So I live in Quebec, and we are excluded from so many contests because of our provincial law on lottery and gambling. Believing we can do something on time is the first red flag that'll take all day. I know. All right, let's just keep going then. Again, guys, you have another, 15, 20 minutes or so to make your prediction as to whether we'll actually get this done on time. But again, remember, I'm hopefully optimistic, so I suspect we're going to see more people vote that we're not going to get this done on time. All right, so we find the accelerations. We have gravity, we have n-body, we have relay. These are all the functions that we need to update. So this is the actual relay function right here. However, we call it on 2 particle sets. So I think we're going to optimize the relay call first, and then we're going to optimize the acceleration call next. So function relay, exclamation mark, on particle set 1, particle set 2, and then we're going to do dt calc velocity equals true. So we say relay here is going to be equal to pset1.positions, pset2.positions, pset1.accelerations, pset2.accelerations. So then we're just calling the relay function in here, which means we can just configure it here, and then we should just have a separate velocity calculation here. All right? Because I think we can just go down here and just do, yeah, I literally think we can just do this. At kernel, function relay, and then we have the temp position is equal to copy of POZ1. I don't think that's going to go over very well, but we can modify that. Yeah, I don't think we can just create the copy, but everything else should work fine here. So let's go ahead and do at index, idx, I guess TID is going to be equal to at index, global, linear. Sure, okay. And then in principle, we should be able to do, we're going to have to fix this line. I know we're going to have to fix this line with the temp positions and all that kind of stuff. But we should be able to do this of TID is going to be equal to position 1 of TID times 2 minus position 2 of TID. I misspelled TID, that's okay. And then acceleration 1 times DT times DT. I think that's it. And then we do position 2 of TID is going to be equal to the temporary position. Then we do acceleration of TID is going to be equal to acceleration 1 of TID. So that can be done independently. I don't think we need to do any of TID here. So I think all that we have to do is actually read the temp position into the function call itself. This isn't, again, we're doing a super simple parallelization scheme here. I'm not worrying about I'm not worrying about anything right now. So we're just going to read the temp positions in here. So it's pset1.positions, pset2.positions, pset1.accelerations, and pset2.accelerations. So in here, I'm also going to read in copy of pset1.positions and then DT there. Let's go in here and we're going to do temp position. Again, this is dumb. We're going to fix that later, but this means we can remove this line, and effectively that's a kernel. That looks fine to me. So that means that this guy up here is now going to be our kernel launch. I'm going to have to look up the syntax again because it's been a while, but I think this kernel launch should work. We just have to do the array types and stuff like that. So, okay, let's go over here and delete this guy. And then we're going to go here, quit there, over here, Control C. Now let's CD projects, Simuleos, and we're going to go into GPU. All right, let's go here, CD projects, Simuleos, and GPU. Oh gosh, this is not going to work. I'm hopefully optimistic, but at the same time, like it's been 5 minutes and now I'm worried. All right, let's see, what do we do here? We're going to go into vi vec add kernel abstractions.jl, and let me look at the kernel launch. So here we have a kernel launch down here. It essentially defines a kernel, and then it launches the kernel down there with an ND range is equal to C. Should be fine. So I think we just have to basically copy this syntax and run it over here. There we go. Okay, so the kernel here is going to be probably Verlet. And then here it's also going to be Verlet. What? Verlet. Kernel probably is what I want. Otherwise we get kind of funky with naming conventions. Down here we're going to modify it so it says Verlet kernel. All right. Then what we're going to do is we're going to create the kernel, and then we just have to launch the kernel with the appropriate set of parameters. So I think we can just do kernel here and pset positions. All that should work. And then the last thing we need to do is run with the ND range. It's going to be equal to probably just length of, well, no, we'll do size. Pset one.positions. All right, there we go. DD there. And that should effectively be a working version of Relay with exception of the calc velocity. So let's go ahead and create a kernel for calculating velocity. And then presumably, I think we can have the Relay functionality working. Like it should run, is what I'm saying, which is going to be amazing if it does. So let's do @kernel function calc velocity kernel. I forgot. I think we have to wait. Yeah, we wait at another stage, I think. What stage did we wait on? We wait on the call, right? Yeah, there on the event that's returned from the end of the configuration kernel. Yeah, okay, perfect. So calc velocity kernel, and here what do we actually need to read in? So we need to read in some sort of temporary velocity, and then we also need to read in, a temporary velocity and then the two different velocities and positions. So we need to read in positions, position 1, position 2, velocity 1, velocity 2, and temp velocity, and then a DT as well. So it looks like it's pretty much the same as the above kernel. Position 1, position 2, velocity 1, velocity 2, temp velocity, and then DT. And here we're going to do TID is going to be at index. I'm really trying to get those yeses to like at index of global, linear, and then we just put this directly in. So it should be velocity. I probably should. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We want velocity 1 to be equal to that. So we want vel 1 of TID is going to be equal to. Where is it? It's going to be position 1 of TID, position, probably should be position 2 of TID, minus position 1 of TID, and then divided by DT, I believe. position 1, position 2, minus, I think I just had those backwards. So now we're going to do velocity 2 of TID is going to be equal to temp velocity of TID. And I think that's it. I'm going to remove the return nothing from here because it's implicitly defined. And now we just have to do the same launch in here. So if A is an array, so this has to be pset1, pset1.particles is an array. We do the CPU. I can change the number of threads, but it doesn't really matter too much. In fact, I should probably read that in as an optional argument here. So let's just go ahead and do that. So we're going to do num threads is equal to 256. And then we do num cores is equal to 4, I guess. Add a comma down there because we missed it. So here we're going to do num cores and num threads. And num threads. All right. So we're basically going to grab the same function call. Scotty Fox, hey, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Feel free to talk about your stream, but also, you don't have to if you don't want to. I hope you're having a great time. I know I always hate it when people call me out after raiding somebody. But yeah, so today we're working on a galaxy simulation. You can see our progress in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, feel free to talk about how your stream was, how everything's been going. But essentially what we're doing now is adding in parallelization to the code that you see up there. It's going to be super simple. We're literally on day 3 of this. So we got the n-body simulator working with all of the particles kind of coming together. And then we do... and then we're just doing the parallelization, slowly but surely putting this on the GPU. And then we're going to start optimizing it from there. So we're going to be doing a lot of like aux tree stuff and all this kind of stuff. I run particle physics simulations, very relative. Oh, actually quite cool. Yeah. So I know nothing about particle physics simulations. I assume you don't do n-body stuff. I assume there's stuff like, I know there's probably like Monte Carlo techniques and stuff like that, but yeah, feel free to talk about like what you actually do. My knowledge of particle physics is super small. Num threads is not the same as num threads. Thank you. That is me being dumb and changing notation because I'm worried. So the reason I'm worried is because I put a prediction up, and you guys can still vote on the prediction about whether we can finish a basic naive version of parallelism in the next hour. I don't know if we can, which is why I'm a little bit worried about it. But I'm like slowly but surely, like I think we get something working. So if you guys want to vote on that prediction, saying that we'll finish parallelization again. Get the core of the parallelization infrastructure in by 4 o'clock p.m., which is in about 30 minutes. Feel free to vote now. Actually, n-body collisions is in my work. Oh, that's actually quite cool. So for what we're doing now, we're going to be focusing on again, we're just getting started with this. My background is in various areas of computational physics. I've got a PhD in different types of, predominantly my PhD was doing spectral methods and stuff like this. I did Barnes Hut a long time ago. This is me kind of refreshing my mind on how Barnes Hut works and stuff like that, adding some parallelization to it, this kind of thing. So that's kind of what we're up to. Security Live, Scotty Fox, thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. Again, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, just feel free to let me know. I'll totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. And yeah, I'm happy to see other people doing like, I assume you're doing particle physics on stream, so I'm really happy to see other people doing like kind of research-esque stuff, I'm in a PhD program yet for biomech engineering. Oh, interesting. Why are you doing particle physics work? Yank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just paste it down here. All right, let's just go ahead and grab this. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, perfect. So we need to define what the temp velocity is, which is going to be defined here. There. So we define the temp velocity, and then I think everything else can just be called almost directly as it was, except this needs to be changed to the calc velocity kernel. And this also needs to change to the calc velocity kernel. Now, the question is, where do we put the weight? I'm not sure. That's okay. We'll worry about it next. So we do positions, and this needs to be changed to velocities. Here, this needs to be changed to velocities as well. And this needs to be changed to velocities. All right, velocities. Let's go here. Velocities. Okay, so in principle, that'll all run. So I'm gonna write this. We have our Q-array version of the particle set ready to go. So in principle, I can just run Verlet. So let's do it. So let's go into vi simulate.jl. We have the run function. Let me go ahead and create pset2. You do fluid dynamics, parallelize fluid dynamics. Wait. I'm a PhD program yet for biomech engineering as a hobby. Oh, fluid dynamics parallels my field. I see. I know a lot of people who were like super into, back when I was doing the PhD, I also did a lot of fluid mechanics. Although admittedly, my own stuff was more superfluid work than like actual fluid work. Is that gonna work? Okay, wonderful, it worked. So now we should be able to call just Verlet. Let's see what happens. VI forces. Okay, my nerves are a bit... Okay, give me a second. A little bit nervous about this. So we should be able to do wait on Verlet on pset on pset2. Then we want to do dt, which is going to be, it doesn't matter, 0.1. Calc velocities to num threads. Okay, go. Dang. Ah. I was like so excited. I'm like, it's gonna work. And then, okay, it broke, but that's fine. That's fine. Life is about dealing with, broken things, broken code, broken people. I think I know what the problem is. It is that there's no field particles. That's because this is a positions, and this should also be positions in here. Wait, what do we have here? Fluid dynamics parallels, fluids and dynamics is why I changed majors to computer science. That's probably fair. Please run. Just don't break. Come on. Come on. You're running a single time step. That's all you're doing, one time step. Why are you taking so long? All right. Oh, it ran. Oh, it ran. Cool. Okay. So I'm pretty sure we have something running. That's all that matters. As far as the computer science stuff is concerned, I think fluid dynamics is the difference between like computer science and computational science. They are vastly different. Like it's so incredibly different. And I think a lot of people don't recognize how different they are. And fluid dynamics is like the core challenge. Like if you do fluid dynamic simulations, you're probably doing computational science. If you hate that, you're probably a computer scientist, right? And that's kind of like, that's not really like it's like a rule of thumb type of thing. Okay, have a great holiday. I'll see you soon. Yeah, have a wonderful Thanksgiving, everyone in the US, if you guys happen to be from the US. You have just a few more minutes to vote on the prediction as to whether we'll finish a basic naive version of parallelization by the top of the hour. I'm telling you, we'll get there. Like, I think we're almost done. We have one more thing to parallelize, and we're done. I'm pretty excited. I think we're going to get there. Hey, Warrior Giggles, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, okay. As that nerd Giz, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So, question, what are we doing? If you look in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see a really, really stupid, rudimentary version of an n-body simulation. This is literally a bunch of stars that happen to be green because they're green shifted. Yeah. Anyway, so you have a bunch of stars, and they're all feeling each other's mutual gravity and like kind of coming together and stuff like that. So what we're doing right now is we're taking this simulation that we have and we're parallelizing it. That is making it so it can run on massively parallel systems like GPUs and stuff like that, and also just, vectorizing it on the CPU as well. This is kind of what we're doing right now, and hopefully it'll be done by the end of the hour. We will see. We have about 30 minutes left until the end of the hour to get that done. And then once that's done, I'll do a better introduction. But I'm kind of like, I don't know why, but I set a prediction. I was like, can we do this in an hour? And I'm like, yes, we can. Oh, let's go. And now I'm like, I'm kind of worried that we're not going to make it. I'm like, oh no, what happens if we don't make it? But it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? I mean, we kind of knew we weren't going to make it. But now I'm like, but we can. There's like that little kernel of hope. Anyway, XX the Matix, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Cyanide for dinner, thanks for following, really appreciate it. Hope you guys all having a wonderful day. Also, yes, for those in the US, please, I hope you're having a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. So the last thing we need to parallelize is the find acceleration. Now, as I said before, this particular kernel is not going to be optimized. No matter what we do, it's just not going to be optimized. So the way it works right now is we're going to be calling the function nBody. nBody is going to basically say for I is equal to 1 to the size of positions 1. Sorry. We do find accelerations here, which then calls our simulation type here, which then calls all this other stuff down here. So, Monopoly Money Launderer. Great name. Thanks for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm not sure at what level we want the kernel launch to be on, but I think it's going to be in the find accelerations function. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to say, yeah, it has to be at that level. So that means these two guys should both be at kernels. And here is where the little something could break. Because we're going to have to launch this kernel inside of that kernel. And I'm not convinced it's going to inline properly. Like, I know, I'm like, oh, ye of little faith, but I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely have little faith. This is, like, literally kernel abstractions broke on me yesterday when I was trying to convert, like, the value of 1 onto an integer. Like, it was already an integer, and it was already, it failed. Like, oh my gosh, that was a week of my life wasted. Okay, so here we're going to do basically the same thing we did down here, dispatching it on whether A is an array or not an array. So just run this guy. Here. This also means that we probably want to read in the number of threads and number of cores as well here. So let's do this. Num threads. I think I put threads first. Yeah, I always put threads first. Is going to be equal to 256. And then num cores is going to be equal to 4. We can do more, but that's okay. Gotta go. But I know you're doing something super cool. We'll watch up on the VOD. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you around next time. But yeah, have a great afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time, and I'll see you around next time. I'm really trying to make this like 2 to 8 o'clock block be my normal stream times from now on. So I've been streaming for about an hour and 45 minutes now. I'm anticipating still continuing streaming for another 4 hours. I'm hoping. We'll see. I'm hoping, but we'll see. But yeah, it just depends on how my stream stamina goes. Because I'm really trying to build that stream stamina. Some of the stream, if I get tired, I might take a break from doing simulations. We might move on to something else. I might play a game or something on stream, but I'm really, really trying to make it so we can just just keep going, like for a full 6-hour block every day, so that we get that stream, like we get a normal stream time again. It's been a long time since I had a normal stream time. So if pset.positions is an array, perfect, we run the simulation type here. So now this nBody is going to be a kernel. It's going to be a kernel. So we're going to parallelize it like so. TID is going to be equal to at index global linear. All right. So we're going to remove this for loop in here. Now, here's where things get really, you guys aren't going to like this very much. And honestly, I understand. I totally understand. But the way in which I'm doing the parallelization here is I'm going to make it so every single thread in our simulation will look at every other particle. Now, that's not great on a GPU. We'll talk about why that's not great on a GPU. We'll talk about why we need a parallel summation here in just a second. But again, I'm really trying to get that prediction done. I really want to get this done. If I can get this kernel working, then we have the bulk of the relay, we have the bulk of the nBody simulation working, and we can do a large number of particle simulation in literally now. We could do it. And I'm excited to do it. So let's just hop into it. So temp acceleration. Essentially, anytime I see how is this going to work? So TID is going to be at index global linear. So I actually want this to go through. We have a dot plus equals. Oh no. Right, because we've got the sum in there. Oh, everything's going to break. Oh, we are so close. We're so close to getting this working. Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope. We'll get it done. Okay. I'm not sure any of these broadcasting operations are going to work. But I think we can do the following. I think we We have 4j is equal to size of positions. I think we can do the following. I think we can do length of positions here instead of size of positions. And I think we can do temp acceleration is going to be plus equals 2. We're going to have to read in the temp acceleration, but we'll do that. This guy, and it should be j. Force law is in here. Where's force law? Force law is gravity in there, which is something we're reading in. Whew, that's not going to be good. It's not going to be good at all. And it's the sum of these guys put together. And so I think if I just... I'm just going to break. But maybe not. Let's just run it. What's going to happen? Can we do broadcasting in a CUDA kernel? That's my question, and I don't know if we can. Okay, let's see what happens. So we have at index here, global linear. I think this is going to have to be size of pset positions 2. Here. And now anytime we have an I in here, we're going to want to do TID. And then this is also going to be a TID. Let's see if this runs. No way it's going to run. Right? Okay. So we find accelerations, which is just going to read in the particle set. So let's try running Galilee dot find accelerations of particle set. And we wait on that. No, yeah, I figured it wouldn't work. Oh, wait, but maybe this is just a logistical error. Missing comma and argument list, where is it? It's on line forces.jl. Well, that doesn't help me at all, does it? All right, let's go here, Control C. Oh no, okay, everything's broken. That's okay. That's fine. All right, well, I hope everyone's having a wonderful day, because apparently everything's broken. Let me get some water. Oh, I was so rushing. I was rushing to get this done. I thought we could get it done in an hour. Everything's awful. It's fine. Like, I genuinely can't even leave Julia. That's how bad I am. I tried Control C'ing, and like, it's just broken. I can't even force quit it. What should I do? Come on. Come on. Production isn't on fire. Okay, now Control D. Run Julia. Now using revise. Oop, misspelled revise. Using Galilee. This should break, but it should at least tell me where it broke. Okay, good. So it's a syntactical error, which is fine. Those are easy to fix. And it's on line forces.jl3 here. And that is because I forgot a comma there. That was it. Okay, let's try it again. Hopefully it loads up. Production is in fire, as usual. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Hey, RSF, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. Galilee.jl line 12. This is going to be on line kernel abstractions now. Base.jl. Are you going to tell me what's wrong? Forces.jl line 13. Okay, that doesn't help me either. It doesn't even give me an error. Failed to precompile Galilee, that's fine. Load error, return statement's not permitted in the kernel. Oh, that's because this is now a kernel. But can I just have it an inline function? Because maybe it should automatically inline functions, right? So in principle, this should work. I mean, this is one of those things, like in C++, I'd know how to do this, but in Julia, I don't know if it's possible. Okay, it ran. So let's go ahead and create our particle set. Here we are, using Akure, using CUDA. Okay, so now we're going to do pset is equal to this. Okay, so we have a 4-dimensional simulation. Okay. Now we just have to run wait, find accelerations of the problem set, no method mentioning n body, Couarray float 64 to int 64. The closest candidates are kernel abstractions.device. Wait, what's going on here? Relay kernel. Oh, that's because this should be just end body. The kernel here, and the kernel here should both be the sim type. And the sim type as well here. Oh. Right that. Try it again. I don't think this is going to work because I think we have to read in the temp acceleration. Sim type not defined. That's because it should be sim type here. Perfect. And let me go ahead and modify this a bit. So we have the problem set.accelerations, but it should be problem accelerations, and we should also have pset.positions. And I think I also want to put in a copy of pset.accelerations. I believe. Let's go ahead and add a comma and bring this down to the next line. Move this, change that, and then over here we're going to make it so this guy, the temp acceleration is already... Wait, the temp acceleration should be the size of positions... Oh, it should just be zeros. Yeah. So it should be array type... this is going to be annoying. So we have to read an array type now. Array type of zeros, of size, of p set dot positions. Sure, I think that works. And we have to move this down to the next line because it's just a little bit too big. And I'm also just going to move this down to the next line to, I don't know, have some fun. Because what's life but indexing? What? I don't know what I was even trying to say there. So temp acceleration is being read in now, so we can put this over here to temp acceleration. Force law is going to be down there. Oh, the temp acceleration should be here. 1 second. And this should be changed to that. Perfect. And now we have to read in the array type as well. Sure. Here. Oh, but we have the array type. The array type should be type of... how do we... The language is Julia. So let me do array type is equal to array. I don't like that, but it is what it is. All right, we're going to have to read that in. All right, let's write and quit. Let's go into vi simulate.jl and make it so when we do the find acceleration here, we read in the array type as well. This is really ugly. Array type. Array type. Oh, it's super ugly because we have to keep... How? How did I do that? I literally just... It's array type, and then why did I do like snake case all of a sudden? Now let's go here, there, this. We got a lot of stuff to fix, but I think if I run that, no method matching end body, coup float 64. Why are we even running that? It shouldn't be running. It should be end body. Where is sim type being run? Voice.jl sim type. Sim type. Here we have that. Oh, that's because it should be kernel. I knew it. Cannot partition kernel. You created a dynamically sized kernel, but forgot to provide runtime parameters for the kernel. Either provide them statically or no dynamically. ND range. Oh, I forgot to call that ND range. Okay, so we have the array type here of zeros, and then this guy should be ND range. Is going to be equal to that. I think that should do it. Just making sure. Yeah. Try it one more time. Look, if this runs, it's going to be a miracle. It's going to be super inefficient, but it might run. And then we'll talk about how to make it efficient later. But if this runs, then the prediction ended up being true. Dang it, it didn't run. All right. Passing using non-bits type argument. Which argument's non-bits type? We have acceleration, positions, temp acceleration, force law. That's it. So we can't read in a function pointer then, which is a pain. That's definitely a pain. We want to be able to read in a function pointer. I knew that was going to be an issue too. I genuinely knew that was going to be an issue. So we can't read in a function pointer to gravity. So if we can't read in a function pointer, what do we do? Okay, well, we can't do the function pointer. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to directly inline that. So I'm just going to change this. I'm going to comment this out for now. We have temp acceleration is equal to this. So instead of running force law here, we're actually just going to directly put that function in here. So we should just be able to do this guy here. And then essentially what we're going to do if J is size of positions 2, if J is not equal to I, okay, we're going to do the following. And then we don't return this, we do temp acceleration. Dot plus equals this guy. And then we should end that in here. I'm going to comment this out over here. I knew it wouldn't work. I know we have 10 minutes. I don't know if we can get this done in 10 minutes. Passing using non-bits type argument. What do you mean? We don't... It's all bits type now. I made sure. Unless... Oh, because we're using the wrong end body. Okay, that's because we need to go up here. Okay, I see the problem. Let's go here. Let me just do Control D. We're going to open up Julia again using revise. If I can type revise in correctly. I'm going to introduce exactly what we're doing in about 8 minutes now. We have a prediction saying that we can get this done in an hour, and I'm so close to getting it done. Galilee here. And so if we can just get the rough outline done in the next 8 minutes, if we can get the rough outline done in the next 8 minutes, then the rest of it is polishing for another hour, and then we have to do a parallel summation for the next 2 hours. That's basically the entire stream. Using CUDA. Now we're going to do pset.initialize. So this should give us a CUDA array. Now what we want to do is wait on this guy, and I need to make sure that we read in array type is equal to CU array. It's going to break. I know it's going to break. I don't even know why I have my hopes up. Oh man, come on. But so what we found out in this kind of blitz to get everything parallelized is that there's a lot of stuff in this code that's just not going to work if we want to make it extensible. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so what's the issue now? This is argument 7 to your kernel function is of type matrix float 64, which is not is bits. Argument 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 arguments. What argument are you talking about, bud? Find accelerations. Sure. CUDA device. What's going on? CUDA. I don't even understand what this error is telling me. But it's saying that one of these arguments is not is bits type, which would have to be this guy, right? 0 is the size of pset1.position. Is of type matrix float 64. But what is of type matrix float 64? I don't think we have anything of type matrix float 64. Let me try just running this with nothing in it. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. That. Comment this out. Okay, so we're going to run this. I'm sure it's still going to break, but it's doing some pre-compiling steps. No. Oh, I feel so bad. Anyone that predicted that I had, like, I was going to be able to do this is just, they're just wrong. I feel so bad. GPU compilation of GPU n body, passing and using non-bits type argument. GPU n body. So the issue is this guy. But it's just reading in 3 arguments, the accelerations, the positions, and a temp acceleration. the TID is equal to this. Argument 7 for your kernel. What if I don't actually launch my kernel? What if I just do this? Pset. No, wait. No method matching, wait, kernel abstractions, CUDA device. Oh, okay. GPU end body. Oh, no. Well, okay, everything's broken then. I'm not exactly sure how to fix it. Oh, no. Okay. We have the accelerations, we have the positions, and then we have the array type here. What happens if I just comment this out and I do yank paste? So we read in the positions twice. No method matching wait for CUDA kernels at CUDA event. What? No method matching wait for CUDA kernels.CUDA event, array type is equal to CU array. Oh, are you kidding me? It's the optional argument that's getting me. It's the optional argument that's getting me. Okay, well then let's just remove that then. Okay, well that ran. That also ran. All right. Okay. It ran. Which means the infrastructure's done. Okay. Which means we're good to go. Okay. I think the prediction, even though abundantly clear, everyone thought we weren't gonna, we had 4 people. I think the prediction was actually that we got this. Okay, I'll ask people, but we do have a kernel working for everything. We have the entire infrastructure for the parallelization working. Now we said, will we finish parallelization by 4 o'clock? And I reckon we have a parallelized version of this working. It's 4 o'clock p.m. So I reckon the prediction was true. We did have this at 4 o'clock p.m. So I think it's a yes. I genuinely think it's a yes. I think that we have it working. I mean, I'm up for debate on that one. I'll let you guys debate it for the next minute or two, but we have the kernels currently working. Let me try running this one more time. So I'm going to run the entire simulate function. Let's go here. Let's go into simulate.jl. We find accelerations. So all I have to do now is I have to put a weight around this guy. Wait. You guys are right. There might be one more hitch here. So wait here, there. And let me just comment this guy's out. So let's do, it might not work. You're right, it probably doesn't work. But let me just run this and see if it does. So now we're gonna wait on find accelerations of pset. Okay, we'll let that guy go. So we're gonna do Control D, Julia, using revise, using Galilee. Okay, so we should just be able to run this for particle number, DT, and iterations. So we should be able to run Galilee.run and see what happens. So it should be Galilee.run. Sure. Give it a second to do pre-compilation. It looks like it's running. I mean, it looks like it's running. I don't know, guys. It looks like it's running. Admittedly, you know, this guy might be broken, so we want to do array here, and then array here. It's taking a while because it's going through the entire compilation infrastructure, compilation pipeline, but okay, it's taking much longer, like way longer than yesterday's run, but you know, that's progress. Making your code run 10 times slower is progress. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe it's caught on something. See, now I'm genuinely worried that it's caught on something. It's not like there's a while loop or anything to be caught on though. Okay, if this runs, then the answer is yes, and the prediction was that we did finish parallelization by 4 o'clock. If it doesn't run, then the answer is no, we did not finish parallelization by 4 o'clock. So we're just sitting here and waiting. Anyway, it is 4 o'clock now. So I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. I was kind of ignoring some questions in chat for the past hour or so, because I was really focused on trying to get the parallelization and stuff in. So I guess for those of you who may have just come in and may not be fully understanding exactly what we're doing, we're doing what the stream title says. We're creating a 4-dimensional galaxy simulation. So if you look over here in the upper left-hand corner, I'll just make it bigger, you'll see that we have what is a 3-dimensional galaxy of all these particles kind of coming together. Now, when I say galaxy here, a galaxy isn't exactly the right word for this, right? So a galaxy has a lot more than just like stars colliding and all that kind of stuff, right? It's got dark matter, it just has a bunch of different things, right? And so, what's going on here? Predicted no, predicted yes. It's got a bunch of different things going on, right? But this is kind of the heart of an n-body galaxy simulation. The idea is that you have a bunch of particles coming together. They're all experiencing the forces of all the other particles in the simulation, and they're all moving accordingly, right? So what we're doing is we're actually trying to get this simulation to run quickly, and not only run quickly, but eventually, hopefully, do basic simulations, like how if you take a 3D simulation, it will eventually form a 2D disk, which is why you create like spiral galaxies, why the Milky Way, for example, is in a spiral and stuff. And so our question with the 4D galaxies is, well, if you have a 4D galaxy, what happens in that case? Does it also form a 2D disk? Does it form 2 2D disks because there's 2 different directions of rotation? I don't know. These are questions that we want to ask. And in doing so, we're hoping to answer a lot of other questions along the way, dealing with like efficient gridding techniques, all this kind of stuff. Because my background is primarily in like parallelization. It's not. I do know a lot of physics because technically my PhD is in physics, but my area of expertise is primarily in computational science, i.e. like GPU computing and stuff like that. So this is the kind of stuff that I'm hoping to bring to the table so that we can make this simulation faster. That's kind of what we're working on. Adelphos, thank you so much for following a few minutes ago. Let's see if the simulation finished, because I'm somewhat afraid that it broke. It broke. Okay, so I guess unfortunately, I mean, that's just a typo though. Forces line 32. Now try running it one more time. One more time. But if this breaks, it's over. Unfortunately, we did not do the parallelization by 4 o'clock. I'm giving myself that one character, because technically we didn't even start the challenge at exactly 3 o'clock p.m. So we'll see. Typo was not in by 4. Correct. The typo was not in by 4. Okay, fine. By that logic, then no, we did not finish parallelization by 4 o'clock. So unfortunately, as much as I hate this, the no's have the prediction, and it looks like we did not get parallelization in. I mean, look, we got the infrastructure in. We got super far, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to say no. Choose outcome. Unfortunately, the outcome's no. Sorry to say that. Late prediction. And I was like, are you sure no is the correct outcome? Once you choose the outcome, viewers who have chosen the correct outcome will be awarded 46,561 channel points. You'll not be able to reverse your choice, and we'll end the prediction. Hey, Supercuber. Oh, no. Okay, we'll complete the prediction. Why did you guys put 46,000 channel points on this? Oh, no. I feel really bad. Oh, no. Oh, people have lost their entire, Leo's Labs fortune on that one, prediction. Oh, I feel so bad. But it was versus 40K, so I guess the nose had it in the end. All right, let me get some water. Okay, this is taking way too long to run, and I'm actually not entirely sure why it's taking so long to run. So I'm gonna flesh out the pain points here. as to what was happening with the 3D, with the parallelization. Journal, new page before. So let's talk about parallelization pain points. The first one's going to be extensibility. Namely that we cannot read in function pointers. Oh, actually, there's two things here. Not only you made 3 points out of it. Wonderful. So, we cannot read in function, cannot read function pointers into kernels. That's one. The other thing, though, is we cannot allow, or optional arguments are not allowed. 1 second. Are not allowed on kernel launch. Okay, so now let's talk about 2. The actual parallelization. I think relay works. So I think relay is easy. Was easy. Finding the accelerations was not. Okay, and this is where we might need to talk about parallel summation. Okay, so this is kind of the rough outline of things that we found out in the last hour, of things that we need to work on. I think the relay integration was actually surprisingly easy. I think the launches actually weren't so difficult. I think we managed to get those to work out. But there's a bunch of like little things that we have to do to just kind of like, I don't know, get the full parallelization done. Like, this is still broken, right? You'd expect the CPU to at least work, but it doesn't. And I think a lot of this is a compilation pipeline, just taking a lot of time. So it says position 2 is not defined. That's because we have accelerations and positions. Right. How does this work? We read in position 1 and position 2. So before we had positions of J. I see. It's positions of J colon, and then it's going to be positions, or is it the other way around? Position 2 minus position 1. So positions of J colon, and then this one should be positions of TID. To be fair, I understand why that wasn't going to work. Of TID I, and then let's go ahead and move this down to the next line, I guess. Can I do that? I don't know how to do that in Julia. Do I do it this way? I remember it being like not what I wanted, so I think it's this way. And then remove that line, and then we do positions of J and colon. All right, let's try it one more time. Let it do all the compilation. It's taking a super long time to do compilation, so we're going to have to do some benchmarking and stuff like that as well once we get this running. But yeah, there's no way anyone could reasonably say that we have the parallelization working at 4, unfortunately. It's probably going to take another hour working on this to get it working. By the way, Donald Fefe, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So I think my hope, so it's 4 o'clock. I've got another 4 hours of streaming. So I'm hoping in the next hour or 2, we can get kind of the naive version of parallelization working. And then once we have the naive version of parallelization working, we can get the more advanced things dealing with probably some parallel summation in there. And I'll explain where we want to put that in. I'm not sure. I naively feel like a sum. I need to check to see how sums are actually implemented in kernel abstractions. I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure if there's like parallel summation already implemented in the CUDA.jl. I would imagine there is at this stage. So I want to just take a look at the source code, see what happens when you run sum. A few years ago, obviously it didn't do things correctly, but now I don't know, maybe it does. So let's see what happens. Long compilation is a C++. Honestly, Julia's compilation is nightmarish. It's one of those things that, like, look, I appreciate that. I appreciate the Julia compilation pipeline. I really do. But when it comes to GPU work, it takes a while. Like, it's not pretty. And this particular thing, I wrote it in such a weird, abstract way that, like, frankly, I understand why it's taking so long to compile. But what I want to do is I want to get one run that's actually working, and then I want to just benchmark that and see how it's going. Okay, but yeah, I should have another 4 hours in streams. in stream today. Oh, it's still broken. Are you kidding me? So let's see, what do we have here? The issue here is I is not defined. Where was I? I is down there. Why is there even an I there? It should be a colon. All right, let it precompile one more time. But yeah, so I've got another 4 hours of streaming today. Like, if you couldn't tell, like, I think since yesterday, like, something clicked in terms of streaming. I've been, like, way more, like, just excited and like, I don't know, like, there was a time, like, months, maybe even years of streaming where I don't know, it felt like I was tired for some reason, like, just constantly tired streaming. And I've mentioned that before, like, my stream stamina is, like, quite low. But it's kind of like, you know, like when you start working out again after like not working out for a long time, and the first week you go back to going to the gym, it's just garbage. You know, it just feels awful. Like, you know, everything is broken. You feel like, you know, walking is just such a chore after doing leg day. It's so hard. But then after that, it kind of like builds itself back up, and you start feeling like, oh, actually, you know, this is kind of good. You kind of feel it. Feel like you're back in action. That's kind of how I feel like. That's how I feel like now. I feel like I'm past that first week. You know. Position 2 minus position, you are correct. Well, let's go and fix that one as well. Thank you. Position 2 is going to be TID. Just making sure I got that right. And then positions of J colon there. So we know this is going to break, but I can't cancel it in the middle of compilation. Otherwise it just like, it gets really angry at me. So we're just going to have to wait a bit. I don't know if you guys, so long time ago, like back in the dark ages of Simuleo streaming, like this was my stream. I was just chatting with you guys while while I was waiting on compilation, or I was waiting on runtime, or I was waiting on something. You know, this is typical Simuleo's stream. So, but again, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. It was awful. What was awful? The getting back into streaming. I don't think, to be fair, like I might be making a bigger deal of it than I was. Like, so here's the thing. The other day, I was listening to this guy. For some reason, I don't know why, I don't play Guild Wars 2, but I listened to this one person who plays a lot of Guild Wars 2. And they play, they're called Wooden Potatoes. I don't know why I listen to this guy, but for some reason, he's like one of the only YouTubers that I've watched like all the videos of. I don't know what the deal is, but for some reason, just when I'm like sitting down and eating lunch, I need like 10 minutes to just chill. And it's like, his videos are exactly 10 minutes long when you watch them at 2 times speed. And so I end up just watching a Wooden Potatoes video. And he was mentioning how he's getting back into live streaming and how he's doing, 8 hours of streaming a day. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. How do you have the stamina to do an 8-hour stream every day? And then he said something like how, 8 hours of streaming is like, it's 8 hours, sure, but like, it's not like it's hard to do. I'm like, what do you mean it's not hard to do? Like, streaming is like constantly talking. You're constantly like, interacting with chat. Like, people are constantly heckling you, not all the time, but you know what I mean? Like, and at least in my case, doing programming and also like talking to people, it's like, I don't know, it's quite hard to do. Maybe it's different with gaming. Maybe it's a little bit easier with gaming than it is with programming, but it's just like, I don't know. I was like, are you kidding me? You're telling me it's easy to do like an 8-hour stream every day? I feel like that's not true. Like, categorically untrue, But no matter the case, like, it is very clear that he's doing pretty well in terms of the stream. Like, he's got an average viewer count of, I think, 400 nowadays. And I think he's got like almost 800 subs or something. So like, yeah, he's doing well. I think he's, so it's like, fine. I mean, clearly whatever, the long streams are working for him. All right, let's see what broke this time. This time it broke at array could not be broadcast to match destination. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen, which is fine. Array could not be I thought the broadcasting would be an issue. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a minimum working example for kernel abstractions, just to check some stuff. So let's go into Simuleos and let me try seeing if I can do a simple broadcasting operation in kernel abstractions, because I think that's going to break. I think for streaming while programming, it's all the different chat opinions that would do me in. Yeah, I mean, that happens all the time, right? Like, for example, the simulation yesterday, like, there were a lot of people, specifically physics-oriented people who came into chat, and they were like, oh, I think John A, I think you were there yesterday, and you mentioned that, we should do an energy calculation. I think it was you. It might have been someone else, but someone mentioned we should do an energy calculation, and someone mentioned we should do this and that, and they're all completely right. The problem is there are so many different directions that you can go in for debugging, and it's like, I was like, let's just figure out, make sure the systems are working, and then we make sure the physics is working second, right? Maybe it wasn't Yane, maybe I'm thinking of someone else, but someone mentioned that. And like there were like multiple different ways in which you can do debugging, and you kind of just have to pick one and go with it, As far as like the different opinions are concerned, like genuinely speaking, having a wealth of opinions appear on screen at a time, at any given moment in time, is quite helpful, because it means that you can kind of pick and choose. If you are kind of lost a bit, you can like check someone else. Or check someone else's like idea, or work on something else or something. It gives you it's like a little bit better than rubber duck debugging. It's like you're not talking to a rubber duck. You're talking to people who actually know what they're talking about a little bit. And it's quite useful. I think it's actually really useful. Okay, so I'm gonna go into, I don't know, my old histogramming. Let's just go here. Vi. I'll just do tests.jl. We're going to go here. Actually, screw it. Let's go here. CP back into histograms, and then we're going to do minimum working example 7, I guess. And we're going to do test.jl. All right, let's go to vi test.jl. Test kuna uniform. Perfect. Okay. So what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm going to see if I can do broadcasting operations. That's what I'm going to see. So we're going to have an input, which is going to be a 2-dimensional input, and we're going to go along one size of this, so it should be 2 here. And what I want to do is we're going to have an input and output. So input and output, and they should be of the same size. Misspelled output, that's okay. And now I'm just going to try to put all of one input into another one. So we're going to do input of TID colon, output of TID colon, it's going to be equal to input here. Something like this is what I'm looking to do. A very simple broadcasting operation. I probably want a dot equals instead. And now we should just be able to run it on input and output. Perfect. So we have our function test. Let's just go over here and check it out. So Julia, over here, let's go ahead and write it. There we're going to do include test.jl. Just simple test to see if it works. So again, we're just checking to see if we can actually do the broadcasting operations. This is kind of, there were a lot of things that I was hesitating on yesterday. When I was writing the finding of the kernel defined the accelerations, and this was one of them. I think if I'm honest, there's actually an easy solution here that I think should avoid us doing broadcasting operations, but I need to think about it for a second. Okay, so we have this. So let's go ahead and do. Let me go ahead and do using CUDA. Let's do it on the CPU first. A is going to be equal to ones of, and let's do, I don't know, 3, 10, or 10, 3, whatever. So this should be, sure. And now we're going to do B is going to be equal to zeros of 10, 3. So they're both of the same size. 1 second. Perfect. And then what I want to do is just basically run ftest on input and output, which is going to be A and B. Ftest not defined. That's because it has an exclamation mark. Okay. But I mean, yeah, as far as the streaming conversation is concerned, okay, it seemed to work. Let's do wait here. Let's take a look at B. Oh. Well, it, the event finished, but the kernel didn't seem to execute. Let me take a look at A. A is this. So it should have set. What? The input, output, ND range, size of input. So we're going, let me do size of A2. 3. Oh, maybe I did it. I see what happened. This should be 1. So now if we wait for the event, we have to include it again. It should work. I see what happened. So now we need to wait here. And now if I take a look at B, it's all ones. Perfect. Okay, so the broadcasting operation worked just fine. That means that the error that we got with the kernel over here was not with just basic broadcasting. Basic broadcasting should work. It is with specifically broadcasting dimensions, which is great. It just means I did something stupid. And I'm not sure exactly what it was that I did that was stupid, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Where's it? Does it give me a line number that's broken? It says simulate.jl line 21. It probably doesn't give me where in the kernel it's broken. I don't think so, but it must be in the end body kernel, right? That's the only way. So must be something like this line or something that's broken. Let me comment out these 3 lines and make sure that everything else works. So we're going to comment these guys out. Oh, hello. That guy. Okay, so let's try it one more time. Man, the compilation here is just... It's just killing me. It takes so long just to compile it every time. We're gonna have to fix that somehow. I'm just impressed is what I am. It literally takes, I'm gonna time the compilation next time and we're gonna see how long it takes because it seems to be taking like 3 minutes, you know? Anyway, let me get some water. And again, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. Totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. I'm also happy to, since we're kind of waiting on the compilation and things to run and everything, I'm also happy to chat about like anything, like how your life has been, all that kind of stuff. Speaking of compilation performance, how is the performance of Julia in general? Heard it to be kind of slow. I don't know, Julia is just as fast. Benchmark-wise, Julia is on par with Fortran in some things, on par with C and other things. Here, let me just show you. Let's go here. Julia benchmarks. These benchmarks might be a bit old, but here are some Julia micro benchmarks. Let me just go here to view the image. Well, maybe I'll just make it bigger. That didn't work. Can I zoom in? Did that work? Kind of, sort of. You might be able to see it on stream. Yeah, I can kind of see it on my side screen. Okay, so essentially here is a bunch of different benchmarks. C is 10 to the 0, so C is 1. And here we see Julia. It's kind of like, it's a spread of different values, but it's ultimately, faster than C in the user function Mandelbrot, but it's roughly as fast as C and everything else. So this is like maybe roughly within a factor of 2, the performance of C. So it's at slowest 2 times slower than C is what they aimed for. Julia JIT is a bit closer. Rust is a bit closer. And then you have Go, Fortran, JavaScript, all this other stuff. And so MATLAB over here is only fast at like a few things, really slow at pretty much everything else and stuff like that. So specifically for GPU performance, it is just as fast as C or C++ because you're using the same CUDA pointers underneath. Julia is one of the 3 languages that were able to break the, I think, petaflop. What is it? There were 3 languages. They were able to break the petaflop barrier or something like that with supercomputing. It was like Fortran, C, and Julia. They were the 3 languages that were able to do just raw computation faster than any other language. So outside of the compilation, which admittedly does take a long time, the actual runtime performance of Julia is quite quick. Now, the caveat there is no way to compile into a binary. Well, there is, but it doesn't always work. So compiling into a binary in Julia doesn't work. So that's why you see I always have the REPL up over here, and I always run it from the REPL. That's, in my opinion, one of the biggest downsides of Julia, the fact that you can't just compile it. You have to run it, and the pre-compilation has to happen while you're actually doing each run. It's just a pain. There's some things about it that are quite nice, but all things considered for your HPC ecosystem, it's kind of a bit rough. So the only reason Julia is considered slow is because you have the pre-compilation is usually bundled in with the runtime, so that's why it's considered slow. Rust CUDA was recently released, but in on early stages. Oh, that's interesting. I don't expect that I'm ever going to be switching to Rust. I mean, a lot of people, specifically in this community, have mentioned that they love Rust, like just they genuinely love Rust. But for me, it just I don't know. It's like for me, Julia does everything I want it to do, and I'm happy with it. You know, it's like I don't. Rust didn't really catch on to the scientific community because the scientific community was largely going towards GPUs. Julia hopped on that trend quickly, and now they're doing pretty well. Rust didn't hop on the GPU trend as quickly, and because of that, it's just not quite in the list of languages that I see used very frequently for high performance computing. I'm not saying it's a bad language. It's probably, in fact, I would bet it is definitely better than C and C++. But it's just not on the list of languages that I have seen often. It's like Java. Like I never see Java. Like who uses Java? I don't understand. Or like JavaScript. I'm so completely out of these zones. It's like who uses these languages? And it's like clearly lots of people do. Anyone that interacts with the web will use JavaScript. Like Java is used a lot of times for Android apps and stuff like this. Like you see them all over the place. It's just that those areas are not areas that I develop for, and so they're not areas that I see very often. So those are not languages I see very often. And that's kind of, that's the truth of it, It's kind of like I see Fortran a lot, actually. Like Fortran is a very common language in my field. But anyone else who talks about Fortran, like they think you're joking. They're like, why would you even bring Fortran up in a conversation? That's the kind of world, like the difference in the world that we live in, I mean, look, Fortran is actually one of my favorite languages. I do really like it, but like way back in the early days of Stream, we had Fortran Fridays, where every Friday we would we just do some Fortran. I don't know why. I was just really into it. I was like, let's do it, Fortran Friday, let's go. But we, I don't know, we just stopped doing that after a while. Probably because I started getting into other languages and, started realizing that Fortran Friday was kind of a waste of time because, we wanted to get bigger projects done, like, invisible lenses and, all these different research projects and stuff. So I don't know. This is taking a lot longer to compile than I thought it would. Like literally, we've been sitting here for 5 minutes now waiting for this to compile. Like, holy cow. I mean, is it just the N body kernel that's taking? What is taking so long here? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to once this one finishes compilation, I'm going to go into the simulate function, which we have over here, and I'm just going to comment everything out with the exception of the find acceleration kernel. So we're not going to run the Verlet function because, again, we were fairly confident that the Verlet function was working. We're going to comment this out as well. So once this finishes compilation, we can go from there. Since we're still waiting on compilation, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have about life, liberty, the pursuit of open source software. I don't know, whatever you guys want. I'm happy to talk about it. Academia, about why postdocing is a good thing to do or not. I don't know, like any questions you have about publishing, this kind of stuff. I'm happy to answer any questions. Let me get some water. Since, again, we're still waiting on this to go. In general, if you guys have just come in here and you don't know exactly what we're doing, I might go ahead and introduce that. So if you look in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see a visualization of a bunch of stars hitting each other and essentially feeling each other's mutual gravity. And so we're basically going to extend this to 4D fairly soon and trying to see if we can do a simulation of like a 4-dimensional galaxy, essentially turning into a set of 2-dimensional disks, which is very common. So you'll see 3-dimensional galaxies create like 2D disk galaxies after waiting for long enough. And so we're going to try to do the same simulations in 4D. To do this, we want like an incredibly fast, efficient GPU accelerated galaxy simulator. So that's what we're working on right now, getting that acceleration part working. There's a lot of other little steps that we have to do, like visualization and like working on like how to make the grid structures work and all this kind of stuff. But right now we're just kind of taking one step at a time. This is like literally day 3. And we spent like maybe 4 hours on this total, 6 hours total if you include the 2 hours that we spent here. Maybe 7, but like less than 10 at this stage. By the end of today, we'll have worked 10 hours on this. Now, when I say worked 10 hours, I'm not mentioning all of the like hundreds of papers I've read so far. I'm just talking about the hundreds is maybe too many. Dozens is definitely true. It is over 50 papers, but it's not over 100 papers that I've at least looked at. I mean, I've read thoroughly maybe 30 of them. But I have only like browsed maybe 50 of them or so. Anyway, the point is, ignoring all that time that I spent in the research stage here, we've only spent about 10 hours doing the actual simulations here. I know maybe a lot of people don't, it's taking forever, literally taking forever to precompile, but, maybe a lot of people don't particularly like reading papers and stuff, but I genuinely love reading papers. It's something I really do enjoy every day. So I'm happy to do that kind of stuff. I really feel like, I don't know if this is true exactly, but there's this idea that the scientific method is like, question, hypothesis. What even is the scientific method? Like, can anyone name, like, is like question, hypothesis, test? What is it? What is a scientific method? Here I am with a PhD, and I genuinely don't know what the steps of the scientific method are off the top of my head. So it's observation and question, research topic area, hypothesis, test with an experiment, analyze data, and report and conclusions, right? So what my point was, is that like, if you're a scientist, if you're a researcher, like you don't follow the scientific method exactly. You're not sitting here and thinking, oh, I'm in the observation and question stage of my research. I mean, you might say that, but for me, like, I'm never really in the observation and question stage of my research. I'm pretty much always in the researching the topic area. Like, I always just really love literature review. And I feel like all of these other parts of the scientific method, finding a hypothesis, stating the question, testing the experiment, all this kind of stuff, it all just falls out of the literature. The more papers you read, you'll start to see these gaps where it's like, oh, actually, author X, Y, and Z did this, author ZWT did this, but no one actually covered the intersection between the two, or no one covered, this or that. And I feel like for me in particular, the way in which I find things that are interesting, I find things that I actually want to do, is by essentially reading papers and figuring out where those gaps are, like what people want to do, what is interesting scientifically to pursue. And then I just do the pursuit of that. Scientific method is equal to Monte Carlo decision making. What is Monte Carlo decision making exactly? I mean, I guess you said it's equal to the scientific method, but I don't fully understand how Monte Carlo is related to the scientific method here. Unless you're saying that scientists will just kind of do Monte Carlo decision making and then retroactively fit what they were doing to the scientific method, which I see done somewhat frequently as well. Okay, I'm gonna quit this. All right, please, I need to end my misery and just run it one more time. And this time I'm gonna time it because I literally think we were sitting there for 10 minutes. All right, we're gonna run Julia double dash project using revise. It might be, part of the problem could be that we were doing it on the GPU. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe because we were doing it on the GPU, we were running into VI Forza.jl. Let me do this purely on the CPU for now. Let's go over here. Let's create the problem set as equal to this. We're gonna make it so it's just 2-dimensional. Not that that really matters too much, but we're gonna make it 2-dimensional. We could do it 1-dimensional, but we're gonna do array type here, and I think it should just run. Please? Come on. Please? Okay, so we have our P set. So now I think I should just be able to do Galilee.run, grid extents dimensions equals 3. All right, let's see how long that goes. So we're looking at the simulate function here. I literally commented everything else out except for find acceleration. And that seemed way faster. Good. All right, what do we have here? Array could not be broadcast to match the dimension. Perfect. Okay, so we're just gonna knock this out, get it working on the CPU, and then we'll go back to the GPU after that. Again, we're just trying to get something running, and then we got a lot of polishing to do once it's running. Okay, are you going to give me what line is broken, or am I going to have to figure that out on my own? It says line 43. Acceleration of TID dot equals temp acceleration. Perfect. I think I need a TID here. Yeah, because we were writing it all to temp acceleration. And so I think I also need a at synchronize here. I think. Okay, so we're going to do galley.run one more time. Oh, it ran. Beautiful. Can't believe it ran. Okay, so let's go into simulate, and let's see if the CPU version is working. DD here, DD there. We're going to integrate it. Come on, babe. All right, it ran. So now I'm going to do remove these guys. Run it one more time. It should be 3D results, so I should be able to go into cd.dat/aux. Here, and I should just be able to run GNU plot. Is it working? Please, come on. I know you want to work. Just, come on. Come on. Okay, now we're going to do Mirage. And I have no way of knowing if this is not working. Yeah, they're not updating with time. But we do have an initial random distribution of points, at least. Okay, well, look. We have a single frame. It's just not working after that single frame. Dang. Okay, good. Okay, we've got a single frame of the visualization. Like, one frame is working. Verlet just might not be updating appropriately. All right, let me output the accelerations. I believe I did, actually. So let's go over here. Let me run with 10 particles for 10 time steps. Okay. Let me go ahead and remove these guys, run it again. And what I'm going to do is check to see if the accelerations are updating. So let's go into VI accelerations.dat. All the accelerations are 0. Perfect. All right, good. That's our problem. We have a bunch of particles that are just like completely not interested in what any of the other particles are doing. They're just like, yeah, dog, I'm fine. It's okay. I don't need to move. All right, great. Good. Let me go back into source, forces.jl. Make it a little bit more water. Yeah, super thirsty all the time. Constantly thirsty. Okay. So our accelerations are not changing, which is good, because that's what we need to... Oh, this is why. Right here, this is why. Found it. Bam. Perfect. Please run. No! Oh, no, I said please. All right, what do we have here? Dimension mismatch. It's going to be... Wait, dimension mismatch. Array cannot be broadcast to match in destination. That's fine. TODJ should be fine. R2. Temp acceleration dot equal to U divided by R2 plus 1. Which line is broken? I'm going to guess. Let me comment this guy out and this guy out. Okay, so that run. That also ran. This is the one that's broken. And that's because we probably want temp acceleration of TID, comma, here. Yeah, that's probably what we want. Run it again. Okay, let's remove some stuff. Run it one more time. Go over here. Take a look at the acceleration.dat. Well, we have some accelerations are right. Okay. Well, we have a bunch of zeros. A lot of the accelerations are not updating, but something's happening. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break. I'll be right back, and then I just need to fill up on water. I just kind of drank all that I had left. I'll be right back, and then we can keep working on this. Again, trying to get the parallelization here working. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. I had 7 lines changed. Let me go ahead and fix that now. Right, so let me go ahead. I know I've done this a few times, but let me reintroduce what we're working on just really quick, just to make sure that everyone's kind of following. So what we're doing right now is we're basically taking the simulation that we have up here and parallelizing it on the GPU. So this simulation that you see up there involves 2 different steps. One step is finding the acceleration on each individual particle. So what do I mean by this? Every single particle is moving in space, right? So each one of those particles has, is feeling a gravitational force from all the other particles in the simulation. So this one is feeling this one, and this one, and this one. They're all feeling each other, and they're all basically moving towards each other based on that gravitational pull, right? So finding the acceleration at every time step is one point. The next thing that they're doing is actually moving in time. So finding the accelerations is step 1, moving is step 2. I'm fairly certain that the parallelized version of moving all the particles together works just fine, but I think the finding of the acceleration step is broken, and this was verified by looking at this data file where we have the accelerations at every time step. And we see 2 rather concerning things. One is that, it starts at 0, that's fine. They all start at rest, that's not a big deal. But most of the particles are not being updated, right? So we see only the first few are being updated. And more than that, they're all the same number as we continue further down. So there is actually no change in acceleration. So what we need to do then is we need to basically figure out what's happening. So we'll fix the acceleration first, and then we're going to go back to fix everything else. I got to be honest, I was really expecting to be able to get a little bit more done than what we've gotten done. But I mean, that's just the nature of programming, right? Like, the more you dig into things, the more you realize, actually, there's more we should probably do here and there. And also, crap, I left my water bottle upstairs. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I cannot fix your life. I'm so sorry about that. I left my stuff upstairs. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. Yeah, really sorry about that. I went upstairs, filled up my water, and I was like, all right, ready to go back downstairs. And I left my water bottle just right there. I was like, all right. I don't know what was going through my head. It's just one of those moments where you're like, oh, I can't believe. I went upstairs specifically to do one thing, and I didn't even do that one thing. I don't know what was going on. Okay. So, yeah, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. If you're enjoying the stream content, also let me know. Again, I'm trying to make Twitch be like kind of a home for researchers of all different types. So, I do a lot of computational research, but I would love to see other people doing other types of research, like, biology, chemistry, whatever, here on Science and Tech. And, there's a reason I'm streaming on Science and Tech and not software and game development. And I don't know, like, I'm really trying to make the Science and Tech category on Twitch, like, mean something. I want it to be that, when people go to the Science and Tech category on Twitch, they find something that they're actually like, they'll watch and they're going to be like, yeah, I actually really liked that. So on that note, if you're liking stream, feel free to let me know. But if you're not liking stream and you're like, actually, I think some of this stuff could have been explained better, or like, maybe you could improve stream by doing this or that, also let me know there. I'm not necessarily going to do exactly what you say. And when you say it, I might do the same thing I always do, which is kind of sort of pick a fight unnecessarily. But it's super important to hear that feedback. And, I do feel like it's important to keep in mind, like I really do feel like I want, this stream to be, in some sense, the home of Leos Labs. I want it to be like, sure, we have the YouTube channel. We'll always have the YouTube channel. We'll always have the algorithm archive. But like, if you just want to come in, chat, hang out, like this is where you do it, here on the Twitch stream. And the only way to do that is to do, longer, more regular streams. And so that's why this time right now from 2 to 8 o'clock p.m., which is hopefully going to be my regular stream hours from now on, is, hopefully going to work for everyone. It's late enough. It's late for Europeans, but it's also morning time for people in the U.S. So, people when they're getting their daily coffee or whatever, or their morning coffee, they could just, stop by, say, hey, how you doing? This kind of stuff. Anyway, I really am trying to make it so the Twitch stream is like engaging and entertaining and also useful for a bunch of people, So this is my hope. And I realized, like today, for example, we're literally just doing parallelization, which is just, it is kind of in the weeds. It's a little bit hard to figure out what's going on. There's a lot of stuff that you have to keep in your head and think about and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, I feel like, it's a useful step. And I'm doing what I can to explain every step of the process as we go through it. Okay, so the fact that only 3 lines of each acceleration block were being updated, I think leads me to believe that if we were to change this to dims equals 4, and we're to take a look at the same file, we would see 4 lines updated. 4 lines updated, perfect. So that means that we basically have a problem with our indexing. Oh, I'm so sorry, I hit the microphone, that was probably very loud. And I'm sorry about that. So let me go into force.jl, and I think I actually know what the problem is here. I think the problem is how I'm launching the kernel here with the ND range. I think this should be 1. Let's go here, run a 3-dimensional simulation again. Let's actually remove the previous accelerations, run it again, quit here. Now we're going to go into accelerations.dat, and here we now see the accelerations, and it looks like even they are changing, very slightly, but they are changing. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, very slightly changing, which isn't exactly great, but they are changing, I think. So what I'll do next is quit this, and let me try running it for 1,000 time steps again, with 1,000 particles and 1,000 time steps. What was I running before? I think that'll work. Maybe that's too long. Okay, that seemed to run. So now I'm going to run the last GNU plot. And let's see what these particles look like when you put them together. Hopefully, it looked like the accelerations were changing. So hopefully we see moving particles. That's what I'm hoping to see. I'm not convinced we will see it. I think there's still going to be some stuff wrong with the code, but we'll see. See, this is like one of those, like when I talked to my boss back at OIST, or not my boss. He was actually pretty good about this kind of stuff. But when I talk to physicists about writing code, a lot of times they don't really understand the utility in like proper unit tests. And to be fair, I'm not doing a unit test. This is my argument. So right now, because we're not doing like proper unit tests, we're running into the situation where I don't actually know what's wrong. There could be a lot of different things that could have all broken, right? And so it's kind of hard to... What's going on now? Oh, here we have all the particles. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's not doing what I thought it would do, but that's okay. We have particles moving. Oh, it's because we have 1,000 particles this time. We're running with more particles. What? Amazing. Okay, let me remove the previous accelerations file. Let's run it one more time, and let's get that visualization going. I think this is working. I think it's working. Oh, which means we can now run it on the GPU. Okay, so we're gonna get this to run on the CPU. We're gonna get it run. We're gonna get the data files. GNU plot. Get the data files. That's why GNU plot was taking so long. I think we're actually running with 1,000 particles instead of 100 particles, so that's why it's taking so long. And then once we have that working, we can go from there. Wait, did they change the PogChamp emote? When did they change PogChamp? Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something really important. Like, why is it a snake? Oh, now I have to Google. Like, I feel like everyone, like, isn't PogChamp like a PogChamp emote 2 months ago? Why Twitch removed the emote after the US Capitol? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I think I know what happened. Oh no, this guy must have been... Wait. Selects a permanent replacement. Okay, wait. I think I know what happened. Okay, I'm not going to touch that topic. All right, let's do Mogrify, negate, and then we're going to turn them all into a video, and we're going to see what happens. Maybe longer. Yeah, I'm just surprised they turned it into a snake. Like, the snake is like the opposite of Pog. Like, that's not what I think about when I think about Pog. Although I don't really know what Pog is, so maybe I'm not thinking about it in the right way. Maybe I should always have thought about PogChamp as like a snake. I don't know. You know? 9 months ago. I'm sorry, Look, the problem is whenever I'm talking to you guys through this terminal box, right? And this terminal box doesn't have emotes, right? And so the problem is that the terminal box doesn't have emotes, so that, you know, I don't actually see, like, I'll see the snake sometimes, right? In other people's chat, but I didn't recognize that was PogChamp, right? I didn't know what that was. I thought it was like, oh, it's interesting that they're all putting the snakes. You know, I don't know what's going on. It wasn't until now that I saw PogChamp over here, and then I saw it over there that I recognized, oh, that's what that is. All right, that's fine. Let's go over here. Let's do create video.sh. Sure. All right, let's do mpv out dot. Oh, what did I? mpv test dot mp4. Oh, that was. Okay, there we go. I mean, I think the other one looked better, if I'm being honest, but why is it all going in the same direction? Huh. Weird. They had a PogChamp that would change each week. They decided on Komodo Hypers as PogChamp. Interesting. Well, okay. Good. It's good to know. Okay. Well, so we have this simulation working. I'm happy with that. So what I'm going to try to do next is make it run on the GPU. To do this, I'm going to have to modify the code a bit. Oh, it's going to be nasty. That's fine. Okay, so we're going to run this for, we'll do 256 particles. Run it one more time just to make sure it's running. And then we're going to have to modify the code a little bit here. So vi source, and then forces. Modify this so it is now reading in a coup array here. Okay. And now let's do galilei.run specifying array type is equal to coup array. Using CUDA. Make sure this is written. Try it again. Okay. This is going to take longer because of one particular step, which is the output. The output here is going to take a while because we've got to transfer the data from the GPU to the CPU and then out to file. So there's two rather long steps, which might explain why. Oh no, it's also just broken. It's also just broken, which is not great. Oh no, crap. Oh geez. Combine axes. Okay. So the sum is broken. All right, let me go back to the minimum working example and see if that's the issue. Let's go back over here. So we have this guy, and let's do. What we're gonna do is we're gonna create an output of TID is gonna be equal to. Let's just do sum of input TID here, there, and there. And now what I want to do is write this, go over here. And now we're going to do B is going to be equal to zeros of 10. Okay, now let's just try running wait, fdes AB. Error, perfect. And this should be the same error. Oh, I knew this was going to be an issue. Okay, check broadcast shape. Array cannot be broadcast to match destination. Check broadcast axes. Are these the same errors as before? Wolf and Moonstone, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let's see. Is this the same error as we have up here, or is that a different error? So this one is broadcast shape, tuple, combine axes, overdub axes, unsupported call through literal pointer. It doesn't help me. Unsupported call. Okay. Let me try. I could run this with fewer threads. Okay, but we know that this is broken right here. Let me double check to make sure it's not just like me outputting things incorrectly. 0. So the TID here goes through 1. Yeah, let's just comment that out. All right, let me try it one more time. Oh, okay, I see the problem. Include test here. That might have been the issue. Wait here. Okay, that worked. So now let's try this again. I just forgot to include there, wait there. Okay, that actually works. That works just fine. So this tells me that there's actually another issue with the kernel abstraction specific version on CUDA devices. Now, look, we had this problem before where we had like something working on the CPU but not working on the GPU. This is not new to us. This is like the 4th time kernel abstractions has had this issue. So we can do a number of things. We can try to create a minimum working example to figure out what the problem is again, and then start tackling it one step at a time. Or we can see if we can figure out what the problem is right now. So the fact that it runs on the CPU means that, so let's try to identify which line is broken first. My suspicion is it's in the definition of R2. But let me comment this out and comment this out. And then we're going to go over here and try running it one more time. Okay, we still got an error. So let me try commenting this out and commenting this out. And then try running it one more time. Okay, that still gave us an error, which says it's neither of those lines. So the only other line it could possibly be is this line. No? What's your problem? What's your problem, bud? Okay. How are you still broken? Everything's commented. Everything. I'm broken. Give me a second. I'm broken. Okay. Okay, but we had it working on the CPU. Good. Let's try commenting this entire block out. This has to run. How? How? I mean, I'm not even running the... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This entire kernel is just gonna be commented out. It's gonna do nothing. Literally nothing. I think this is also needed. Yes. Then we're gonna do DD here. And then we want to do comment everything out. Everything is now commented out. How are you, Santa Claus? That's me. James Santa Claus Schloss. All right, let's Control D. Julie double dash project using revise. I've got a feeling maybe the kernel just didn't update appropriately. Using Galilee. Let's try it again on the GPU. There's no way. There's no way this fails. How could it possibly fail? Like, the entire kernel is commented out. It's doing nothing. No computation. Okay. Okay. So, I'm gonna run a prediction. I'm gonna run a prediction here real quick. All right. Start a new prediction. This will succeed. All right. Let's see. How would I put this? I was gonna create a prediction and be like, this will succeed, blah blah blah. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just run it. Let's just run it. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna run it. Come on. Go. Using CUDA. Using CUDA. Go. All right. Give it a second to precompile. Obviously. Give it a second to precompile, please. Oh, man. But yeah, I have been enjoying streams so far. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. I'm hopefully going to be streaming for another 3 hours, stopping at 8 o'clock p.m. If you guys are enjoying stream, please let me know. Please let me know. Anything that you guys are feeling, anything you guys are like thinking about. Okay, maybe not anything you're thinking about, but like anything you think that could produce like productive conversation. So like not like, don't talk about like how, I don't know, like your toe is swollen or something. That'd be a little bit weird. But like, like other things, like, I don't know, today you learned C# for the first time and you realize that you never want to use C# again in your life or something. I don't know. Anyway, DD here, DD there, and now we're going to comment this for loop out. We're going to run it again. All right, let's go back over here, Control D, Julia, using CUDA, actually using revise, and then using CUDA and Galilee, and hopefully things will work. Using CUDA and Galilee. Perfect. Whew. Moment of truth. So we're trying to figure out what line's broken, and unfortunately the kernel abstractions error messages are just, they're bad. They're really bad. So it's like, it's really hard to figure out what line is broken. Run this. Go. 50-50 shot on whether this actually runs or not. Oh, man. So the other day, I called my family. I don't remember who all was there, but it was like my parents, my brother-in-law, my sister, a bunch of other people. And they mentioned that it looks like, because of the way that this is shaped, it looks like I'm sitting in a church pew, And so I was thinking about maybe like getting a picture of like maybe like the back of a church and like putting behind me so it looks like I'm just sitting in church while I'm doing all the programming or something. I kind of wanted to do it. Or put like a green screen behind me so it looks like I'm just like in a pew like randomly in space or something. I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. All right, so this broke. Which tells me the line is probably this line that's broken then. Interesting. How is that line broken? Accelerations of TIDs dot equal to temp acceleration of TID. All right, let me try Control D, Julia double dash project, using revise, using CUDA Galilee, run it one more time and see what happens. But yeah, I was thinking about it. I thought it'd be kind of fun, like just, coding in church kind of thing. That still failed? No, don't give me that now. How'd you fail? Oh, the compilation failed because I'm stupid. That's why. I found it. What'd you find? Whatever it is, give me a link to it, I guess. Finally, this bug laying around for the week. Oh, super good. That's like one of the best feelings I think in the world. Like finding a bug that you've been trying to figure out for a week. A few weeks ago we ran into that kernel abstractions bug where it was fundamentally incapable of like basically converting an integer into another integer, and like it took a long time to figure out, but like we figured it out and it was done. And I was just like, I was so happy. I was like, man, this is amazing. For the first time in my life, I did something, I mean, obviously I've done other things in my life, just not useful things. Okay, so this line is broken. This should break. This kernel should break. So I don't know how nobody notices it before since the results were random. Yeah, like you're talking about the kernel abstractions bug? Wait, how did that work? Oh, wait. Let me just do Control D, Julia, using revise, using CUDA Galilee, and we're going to run it one more time. One more time. All right, doing the pre-compilation step. And so I think the line that's broken is this line right here. I think. I don't fully understand how it's broken, but I think that's the one that's broken. Run. So this should break. Please. Please break. Just do it. Do it for me. That's all I'm asking. Which could mean that the issue was with the definition of the Q array? Maybe? Maybe the fact that the accelerations... Yeah, so this is broken. I'm not entirely sure how it's broken, though. Because this looks like the exact same test that we just did. So we're reading in temp accelerations, which is the size of the p-set depositions. 0 is the size of p-set depositions. So, do I have to just define it as a separate value? Let me do temp accelerations. It's going to be equal to zeros. So Q array of zeros of size of p set dot accelerations. I think that's right. Now I need one more parentheses. Oh, no, I think I had the right number of parentheses. Okay, so here we're just going to read in temp accelerations and hope that that works. Could be. No, that doesn't make any sense either. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Okay, we're going to do this. Control D. Julie double dash project using revise, using Galilee. And then hopefully it works. I don't know. Like, what? I have no idea. I'm just completely lost. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. Okay, we got that running. Come on, do your thing. But yeah, if you guys have anything you want to talk about, feel free to do so. We went from frantically trying to implement something in code to now just, hoping it works. Like the hour from 3 to 4, I was just like, revising all the code, trying to get it all to work with kernel abstractions. And now I'm like just running things at random and hoping they work. I know we have 3 hours left in stream, but my expectations at the end of today's stream was that, we could get everything fully parallelized. We have our implementation of parallel summation. Everything's working perfectly. And now I'm just hoping that we have like literally anything, like the naive implementations working by the end of the day. Like my expectations were just completely slashed. Based on one kernel abstractions bug. What are those like clickbaity titles? It's like doctors don't want you to know this one odd trick or something like that. For some reason that just popped into my mind. It's like, yeah, my day is completely ruined based on this one odd fact or something. Kernel abstraction is something well known in the Julia community. It's becoming well known. It's used for a lot of high performance computing stuff. So essentially the CUDA group, you won't believe number 7. Top 10 ways to ruin my day. Kernel abstractions is like 1 through 7. Anyway, so kernel abstractions is what they're using for example, the Klima project, which is a climate machine. It's a project I used to use, but it is, or I used to write, but it's basically it's supposedly a more robust way to write GPU code or heterogeneous code. It has a lot of good promises, and people are really working towards making it useful for like different types. Like basically, you write it for kernel abstractions, and you can very easily dispatch the code on AMD, CUDA, and also CPU devices. In my old days, we were using Pragma Omp. Oh man, I used to do that as well. Like my first ever research project, not first ever, but the first big research project I did was a molecular dynamics code, not too dissimilar to the one that you're seeing right now, of a dusty plasma simulation. And yeah, we definitely used OpenMP for the parallelization. It was like, it's such an easy thing to parallelize, I say, while failing to parallelize it for the past 4 or 5 hours. I'm not entirely certain I understand the problem here. So we have the kernel function endBody, which reads in accelerations, positions, and temp acceleration. So what I might try to do, I'm not sure I understand the problem here. So we have find accelerations, which takes in a particle set, and the rest of it should just be good to go. So maybe we just create a p-set, and we try running find accelerations on it. Oh, sorry for the yawn. Okay, so let me try creating a particle set. And then we're going to do wait on find accelerations. Galilei dot find accelerations of the p-set. This should similarly break, I hope. Otherwise, we're in a lot more trouble than I thought. I don't understand how this could run if the other one didn't run. I also don't understand why it's taking so long. Yeah, I genuinely don't understand why it's taking so long, but that's okay. Explosions. It's gonna break. Like, I know it's gonna break. I'm hoping it breaks, actually. This is like, you know, I do that thing all the time. Like, I'm sure other people do this as well. Like, if they see something's broken, they try to make sure it's also broken in other cases. Because as long as it's broken in multiple cases, you kind of feel like, oh, you know, I can get to the source of the error. Why is it taking so long, man? Holy cow, is it running? What is taking so long? Oh, it's of type array now. Is it? Why are you taking so long to run something of type array? Well, see, now now I don't understand. Maybe because we have 1,000 particles? Wait, what are you taking? And you can also impact, waiting for input. You can also impact another guy, so he'll fix it for you. Yeah, so as far as, the, kernel abstractions bugs and stuff are concerned, the big problem is that, like, to use kernel abstractions, like, frankly, there are not enough hands on deck to make the code base as robust as it could be. By that I mean, you know, the main developer, I know the main developers of the code base, and I know that, like, while I'm sitting here and I'm working on this, like, if I run into a problem, I know the main developer is, like, he's swamped, you know, he's got so many other things to work on. And so to some extent, that would be a reason not to work on kernel abstractions, right? Because, you know, I know that probably if I run into another bug, like the ones I have been running into, we're going to be out of luck. But on the other hand, I feel like it is really a good product, and I feel like maybe I could help and be one of those developers that, you know, helps the other guy out who's been trying to use kernel abstractions for so long. You know, I don't know. Anyway, this is taking way too long. I don't know why it's taking so long. Let me just go ahead and quit it. Dag nabbit. So we just had a talk yesterday, I think, in the Julia Lab. I was hanging out at their Julia Lab meeting. Yeah. So, and we were talking about, like, what happens when you control C out of a concurrent program. Let me start the day with a naive question. Would this implementation require CUDA and hence NVIDIA GPUs only? This implementation right now can be run on only the CPU. But the way I'm writing it right now, it can be run on CPU or GPU, specifically either CUDA or the CPU you have at home. So that's kind of why I'm writing it with kernel abstraction specifically. If I was writing it with CUDA specifically, it would already be done. And I could have just written separate versions for the CPU and GPU versions. Hey, Nick, how are you? I truly don't grasp why use it when there's something similar in Python. I don't think Numba does anything near the same thing. But maybe, I mean, I can look at it, but I don't think Numba's anywhere close. I always thought that Numba was like, I mean, maybe I don't understand how Numba works, but also I just don't really like Python as a language. It's just kind of annoying to use. But like, so here's my question, right? So with Numba, like, maybe this is what I don't understand about it. Like, what I want to do is I want to write a GPU kernel. That's what I want to write. And I want to be able to benchmark that with, you know, simple, you know, CUDA applications, right? And what I want to do is I want to be able to, like, you know, open this up in the profiler, and I want to make sure, like, for example, I could just use a Julia broadcasting infrastructure on cuArrays, and it would work just fine, right? But, like, I'm specifically doing this because I want to do things like, you know, I want to work with the parallel summations. I want to create faster histograms. I want to work on that level, right? And I feel like Numba doesn't allow for me to work on that level. Maybe it does, but, like, how do you do thread IDs and stuff like this? I'm sure it's probably fine. Like, I'm sure the whole thing is fine, but like, you know, right here, I don't understand how this even runs. Is like, I guess I just don't understand it. You know, thread IDX, it's probably fine. Like, okay, the truth is, the reason I'm doing this in Julia is because I like Julia. You know, that's the reason. I trust Julia to be fast. That's why. I don't trust Python to be fast. So I'm using Julia because I trust it. Sure, it might break, but I at least trust that the computation is going to be as fast as what I'm going to get out of C. And I don't trust Numba to be that fast. That's the reason. Like, that's the whole reason. I'm not saying that, obviously Numba is going to be fast enough for what we want. It's just that inherently, because it's Python, I get a bit sketched out. So that's why I'm using Julia here. There's no bigger logic to it than that. And also syntactically, I like Julia. I think it's a bit easier to read. So what do you do for a living? So right now, by the way, Coherent Dreams, thank you so much for following a few minutes ago. Right now, I have recently opened an open research company known as Laos Labs, which is what this stream is about. And I'm essentially trying to make this work. I mean, I've got I have my YouTube channel, Laos Labs, as well, which is doing pretty well. I mean, all things considered, I'm just trying to make it so research is open for everyone. I've got a consulting business as well that I basically work off of. But for the next year, like, this is kind of what I'm doing for a living. I just quit my big consulting gig a few weeks ago to focus primarily on this. And so far, I mean, it's been a few weeks, so obviously you don't see anything paying off. But my hope is that in the next few months, in the next few years or whatever, we do start to see it paying off. I mean, I'm generating enough revenue now to kind of say that I'm a poor PhD student again, which is fine. But obviously, I'm very far from where I want to be. The hope is that by the end of this year, I'm going to give 1 year to gamble on it. At the end of this year, we'll get, a bunch of papers out, which will at least help me get back into academia and move towards the direction that I want to go there. Or two, hopefully, the business will actually start working. There's a bunch of revenue streams that I'm pulling on right now, and I'm hoping that in the next few months we can kind of get everything to start working again. I don't know. That's what we have. Numba doesn't have fast write access to AST, which slows it down. I see. That's interesting. Are there rich researchers? I mean, look, here's the thing. You are way more likely to become rich off of being a YouTuber than you are to become rich off of being a researcher. Like, there are probably rich researchers and they probably exist in industry. But when you say rich, like talking about over $1 million a year rich, that's not going to happen as a researcher. Not likely. I mean, unless you get a Nobel Prize. And even then, you got to be you really got to work for it, But you will be well off. You're not going to be rich, but you'll be well off. Certainly upper middle class. And maybe even above that. I consider upper middle class to be over $100,000 a year. And you can get that you can get that as a researcher at the end of your career, or middle to end of your career. So, the average physics professor salary is about $100,000 a year, which I reckon is about upper middle class. So if you can become a physics professor, which is incredibly difficult to do, but if you can be a physics professor, then you'll be fine. You'll be set. And so that's kind of all you want, right? And I think that's all you really need. But the truth is, my goal with the whole research company, with all of this, is that, one, we can make research open, exciting, and engaging for everybody. But two, I'm genuinely trying to find a new research model outside of academia that just works, that allows people to, not focus so much on the publish-or-perish cycle, or the random bureaucracy that comes with academic institutions. Just allows for people to do the research they want to do with an open, engaged community and stuff like that. That's what we're really shooting for. And can we get there? I don't know, but I'm willing to gamble on it for a year. I've saved up enough money that I'll be fine if we take a year to work on that type of stuff. Anyway, I know I'm still rambling. Before that, just for the record, I did get my PhD in basically computational physics, working in GPU engineering for pseudospectral methods for superfluid simulations. So my background is primarily in that type of thing. I know that lots of people aren't comfortable speaking about money publicly, so I thank you for this. Yeah, so look, I mean, the truth is, I think the reason I think people are uncomfortable talking about money is the same reason I'm kind of uncomfortable talking about money. It feels like I'm begging. It's the same reason I feel bad for if I put a sub goal on my stream. It's I'm doing fine. As much as I would love to put a sub goal down there and be maybe encourage people to do it, I also know no, I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't feel comfortable asking people to subscribe at the end of my YouTube channel. I don't at the end of my YouTube videos. I don't feel comfortable asking people to subscribe here. It's just kind of I don't know. We'll figure it out. Like, I think the main source of income for me at this time next year will hopefully be grant funding, or something like that. I don't think the online revenue stream is going to be big enough that it's going to support like a research team, but my hope is that it's big enough to support exactly one person, and then that one person is me. And then what I can do is that I can then start applying for grants, and I can start using the leverage that we have as an open, big online audience to start doing bigger projects and start asking for funding in different areas and stuff like that. So that's why this year we need a couple publications for Leos Labs specifically, so people know it's like an actual thing. And then, we can go from there. Anyway, right now we're super far behind anything. We're not going to get anything published if we can't even parallelize an N-body simulation. So we're really far away from where we want to be. And I just spent a long time rambling about this, so I feel like it's not worth rambling much longer. Anyway, let's go back to the parallelization here. I'm just going to try running it again, and we're going to see what happens. So Julia double dash project I'm just going to do using CUDA and Galilee. We're going to create a P set, a point set, a particle set, and then we go from there. Again, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. It doesn't have to be exactly about what we're talking about here. If you want to talk about academia versus industry, if you want to talk about, whether you should get a PhD or not, these are all good questions to talk about as well. And part of the reason I'm here is so that I can, maybe not give advice, but I can at least ramble a bit about it and maybe help you think through some of the problems, that you might be having. Should you do a PhD? The answer is probably no. But there's a lot of good reasons to get a PhD as well. Let me get some water. Okay, I'm going to do something really quick. I'm going to go into VI, Control D, Source, Simulate, and I'm going to comment everything out except for the find acceleration bit again. So we're going to comment this out, and comment this out. And this is going to be commented out as well. So the only thing we're running here is the find acceleration. Let's go here, run it one more time using CUDA Galilee, and we're just going to run. And we're going to see where it breaks and try to fix it. I don't know, I'm getting kind of lost here. I don't understand why it would even break at where it's breaking. Yeah, I don't understand why it would even break. Okay, so let's do this. Well, I understand why that would break. Let's do, where's Galilee.run? This guy. I think this is going to break again. And now remember, it does work on the CPU. It's just broken on the GPU. So yeah, we'll give it a go. Now, as far as the other languages and stuff, I don't know. I mean, again, I've mentioned this before. I could definitely change language. I could definitely do this probably faster in C or C++ than I could in Julia at this stage. This has always been my criticism of kernel abstractions. It's as much as I want it to be this thing that's super useful and everyone can use it super quick, I keep running into these bugs, and I recognize that these bugs, once kernel abstractions becomes more developed, all of a sudden these bugs don't matter. It's another kernel abstractions bug to work through. It's the third kernel abstractions bug this month. So I had to take a week off a stream to fix one of them. Because it was just every day I was trying to figure out the same problem, and it was just impossible. But I'm not going to do that this time. We're going to figure it out. Does it work on single CPU or in parallel? It works on parallel GPU. It works on parallel CPU, and single core CPU. But it does not work in parallel GPU. Well, that worked, but that's because, so this line is broken. I'm not entirely sure how that line is broken. So what I might do is an @print really quick. So let's do @print. Oh, I don't know. @print what? Accelerations of TID that maybe? TID comma. And then we're going to do a new tab. And then we should do accelerations, temp acceleration of TID, 1 second, comma. Oh, come on, colon. There we go. And that should end with a new line, I believe. And let's try that. This is going to do a lot of prints, but that's okay. So let's do Control D, Julia double dash project, using CUDA Galilee, and let's give this guy a go. Hey, guess what? What's up? Are you happy? Your name is Fusion Happy. All right. Now we're going to do this, and it should just print a lot of stuff out. I hope. Give it a second to, I guess, precompile or something. I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something. I hope. Maybe it's not. QPrint does not support values of vector type float 64. Cool. Thanks for that. All right. I can't tell if this is an issue. I can't tell what the problem is. So let's do TID of, I don't know, one second. One here. Hey, Lolilol, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. Wait a minute. I did change the name to Leo's Labs. But, I mean, that was a while ago. All right, Control D, try running it one more time. Using CUDA, try running it again, and hopefully we'll get something printed out this time. Does 4D even exist outside mathematical theory? It really depends on your question here. Like, what do you mean, does it really exist outside of mathematical theory? Like, right, so, you know, you could say anything is four-dimensional, right? Like, you could be like, color. Color is four-dimensional. You have red, blue, green, and then alpha values. That's a four-dimensional object, right? And like, sure, you could argue that alpha is, you know, is maybe not a dimension or something, but like, you see it all the time. You see all these like four-dimensional things all the time, you know? It's one of those things that's like, the answer is yeah, it exists, but does it exist physically? The answer is probably no. Like, yeah, in fact, definitely no. I mean, you could consider Minkowski space, which uses like some sort of imaginary time as a fourth vector component to be a 4D space, which is totally fair. But like for a spatial dimension, the answer is probably no. So what you have to do is you have to take the 4D shape and project it down to 3D. So I got a shout out in the latest 3 blue and brown, which is neat. The latest 3 blue and brown. Wait, the latest 3 blue and brown. Did he put out a video recently? Let's go to 3 blue, 1 brown. Here. That one, right? Videos. Okay, I didn't realize that was the latest one. I thought he put out another video. He told me he was putting out another video. Okay, good. Yeah, so just to briefly talk about it. So over the summer, we did something called the Summer of Math Exposition. I put an insane amount of work into the Summer of Math Exposition. Like, just absolutely insane amount of work. I was working like over 100 hours a week for 2 to 3 weeks, and going from there. It was just absolutely insane. And, you know, the Summer Math Exposition, it finished. We had a lot of really good entries. I think people really enjoyed the process, even if they didn't win. I think it was still okay, because what happened was all of the YouTube videos, because of the way we did the peer review, and I think that was actually really smart, the way we did the peer review, it made it so all of the videos were linked together into some giant glob with YouTube. So if you watched one video, you'd actually be recommended other videos in the the Summer Math Exposition. So what ended up happening was that entire group of videos, you know, some of them were maybe missing out, but a lot of the videos in that same cluster were all recommended at the same time. And so I think, you know, maybe a lot of people don't recognize exactly what happened. They don't necessarily attribute that to the Summer of Math Exposition, but I think it really did help the scene out a lot. Like, by putting more people talking about math online in a way that's just connected to each other. And I think that's really important. Let's see here. Like, 2D doesn't exist, or 1D. I missed a couple things here. True, it's what you define as dimension, but like length and height and width. Like 2D doesn't exist, nor does 1D. Do we live in a technically 3D world, though? Yeah, so, I mean, I would make the argument that 2D and 1D do exist in the 3D world, but sure, 4D doesn't exist. But also, like, we're running into these questions as to, you know, so the problem is, and the reason I'm very sketchy about my answer here, is because, you know, I have a video on 4D shapes, right? And the video gets a lot of comments, similar to the comments that you're saying right now, as 4D doesn't exist, or the worst ones are when they're like, oh, the fourth dimension is God. I'm like, no, stop it. Like, just stop it. A lot of people seem to feel that the fourth dimension is this mystical thing that, like, only the biggest and brightest people could possibly understand, or something like this. And And this concept of does it actually exist physically, I think is doing a disservice to the actual topic, because the topic is used everywhere. It's used in so many areas of mathematics. Higher dimensionality is essential to understand. How like principle, like whatever, like you can create an n-dimensional space out of anything, right? And so by constricting ourselves to like physical dimensions, we're missing out on all of this rich understanding of like larger, higher dimensional geometric structures, which are actually useful in a bunch of different areas, right? So I think that's the reason I'm being super wishy-washy here, because I think a lot of people, they don't understand the utility in having a fourth dimension at all, or even visualizing a fourth dimension. And for me, I'm like, well, there's actually a lot of utility here. There's a lot of places in which people use this, and stuff like that. Here's a small idea. Could you grade the green for the dots to reflect the distance to the viewer, aka bright green for the closest stars and dark green for the furthest stars? Right, I could do that. So right now the visualization is like, we're literally using GNU plot. We're not doing anything fancy. Like we just started this 2 days ago. We're very, very far away from doing a good visual here. Speaking of that dude being pretty entertaining, yeah, so Grant and I have been working together. I genuinely recommend his content. I think that Grant creates the absolute best math content on YouTube, and I would 100% recommend that you take a look at it if you can. How about infinite dimensions? People have considered infinite dimensionality before as well. I mean, like when you start thinking about it mathematically, it makes a lot of sense. It's just when you start trying to like constrain it to physical reality that it stops making sense, right? And that's the core problem. Like higher dimensions are usually, they're a math topic, right? And so like, putting physics on it makes it weird, which I say, knowing full and well that my stream title right now is a 4D galaxy simulation, right? Is a cornerstone of quantum mechanics, right? Actually, yeah, that is true, right? Hilbert space and stuff. I say, I gotta be honest, a long time ago, 5 years ago, I learned about Hilbert space. Promptly forgot what that was. I now have a PhD in quantum mechanics. I actually still don't know if I understand what Hilbert space is. And every time I try to get an explanation, people like look at me like I should know what this is. And so I don't go any further. It's like, that meme where it shows like Chris Pratt and he's like, I don't know what X is, but at this point I'm too afraid to ask. Yeah, this is kind of like where I'm at with a lot of this kind of quantum mechanics stuff. It's like a lot of people are like, yeah, you should definitely know this thing. I'm like, yep, I definitely know that thing. And I definitely don't know that thing. When you do data science, n dimensions is simply adding more columns to the data sheet. Right, exactly. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm actually going to print out the size of these accelerations, because that was absolutely useless what I just did. Size of temp acceleration here with a colon there. Perfect. And let's do the same thing here. Inner product of vector spaces. So let's do size here and there. I think that makes sense, what you just said. The inner product for vector spaces. I think that's probably fair. Inner product vector space or something. Yeah. Anyway, my point is that like, I don't know, like I know a lot of things. Like if you ask me about numerical methods, in general, I'm like, oh yeah, you could do this or that. Like in general, I kind of know my way around numerical methods, right? Like sure, it might take me a while to do the implementation, but like I generally theoretically know like this should be faster than this. You can do this and that and all this kind of stuff because I read a lot of papers. Now implementation wise, again, I mean, you guys see it right now. I'm not the best. I'm not the fastest at implementing anything. So, there's a lot of things that I'm missing. Oh, are you kidding me? All right, let me try doing this of one and this of one and see if that actually prints out. But, I get there. I slowly but surely get there with the actual implementations. It takes time, but that's where I'm at. I'm better with theory than I am with implementation, and the theory I'm good at is more computational theory. A vector space that has an inner space such that the metric associated to the inner product makes the space complete. Inner product or outer, inner product, outer space, inner space. Okay. Yep. Wait, really? Can you explain something in extremely layman's terms? Why can't matter travel faster than the speed of light? The speed of speed is relative to objects traveling half the speed of light from each other will experience the speed of light relative to each other. So, this is one of those things, right? that I have no answer to. The speed of light is one of those amazing objects that is constant at all inertial reference frames. This means even if you're moving at, roughly the speed of light, you're still going to perceive light as 3.0 times 10 to the 8 meters per second squared. Now, this means that the actual, this goes into special relativity, how, you have time warp, time dilation, and length contraction, all this kind of stuff as to how to make that make sense. But, the current theory for special relativity assumes that the speed of light will always be the speed of light, no matter how fast you're moving, which is kind of crazy, and no one really has a good answer to. That I've heard. There probably is a really good answer to it. I just don't really know it. It might be in general relativity. And we go from there. Wait, maybe I misread the second sentence. Speed is relative, and two objects traveling half the speed of light from each other will experience the speed of light relative to each other. Oh, right. Yeah. I think Lol is right here. Okay, so this also didn't output anything, and now I'm confused as to why it's not outputting anything. Okay, what's the issue? Let me remove the print statement and see if this... I don't understand. We had something that ran, now it's broken. Julia _project, using CUDA Galilee. Let's see what we can get. The part that's false is the part that people will experience the speed of light relative to each other. The speed of light will always be 3.0 times 10 to the 8th. I think is what Lollylol is saying. All right, give me a second to get this running, and we can go from there. Also, guys, I see. You were questioning whether they see... Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So that runs. All right, let's do @print. Oh, how do I do this? Can I just do length of accelerations? Is that not going to work? Can I not do this thing? Is that the problem? But I meant speed. Oh, right. That's so... what you're asking right now is actually a very fundamental question to a lot of physics. A lot of people who learn special relativity and stuff. The first question, I would say the first difficult thing that students have to grapple with the current theory of special relativity is that exact question. And unfortunately, I don't really have a good way to explain it. I think other people do. They will travel at the speed of light, so I'm so tired. Right, I might have now I don't know what you're asking. Are you adding speeds? That's false. That's what Einstein threw to the bin. Right. Okay. Can I just do length here? Can I try this? And delete these. All right, let's try this. Control D. Julia, using CUDA. Since we've gotten into this conversation, I'm really just struggling to print anything at this stage. I'm very far from getting anything to work. But again, if we can get this running on the GPU by the end of the day, I'm happy. And we still have another 2 hours and 20 minutes left, quote unquote, in stream. So in principle, we can get this to run by the end of the day, right? We've got plenty of time. It's just a matter of going through, checking all the bases, and going one step at a time. Yeah, that still failed. Okay, I'm suspecting it has something to do with this colon operation, which really kind of sucks because I don't... I'm trying to see. So I know that this line is broken. So what I was trying to see is saying the broadcasting dimensions are different, but I don't understand how the broadcasting dimensions are different. So I was trying to figure out, can I just print out the broadcasting dimensions? And that's not working. So, yeah. All right, let me try this on the CPU then. Run this with a Q array here. See if that runs. It might not run either. That'd be super unfortunate if this doesn't run. Wait, we just had this running. No, just don't tell me this is broken. Oh, maybe it's broken because the GPU version was broken. Oh, that might be why sometimes it takes so long, because the GPU probably fails, and then all subsequent tasks in Julia will probably fail. Okay, that could be it. So now we're gonna do Control D, Julia, using CUDA, and let's try running this on the CPU. See what we can get. What's going on here? Temp acceleration is gonna be a Q array. Oh, that could have been the issue. Oh, I see. Change that back to an array. Control D, Julie double dash project using CUDA Galilee, and then we go from there. Let's see. I'm not going to explain the fundamentals of theory of relativity here. You'll have to read that by yourself. I'm just telling you your conception of the speeds relate to each other is false. Right. Unfortunately, I also can't really give you a good explanation here. It's not that, I mean, look, there are good explanations. I don't have them right on hand, right? Lexi ACC, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let's do Q-Ray here, right? This. And let's see what happens if we try this on the GPU. I've read multiple Einstein articles. So honestly, I've never actually read the Einstein articles. I feel like people have said that they're actually relatively readable, but I actually never checked them. So I don't know if that's the best source. I mean, basically, if you look up modern physics textbooks, that's probably a good way to look into it. You need to have a good intuitive feel for the gamma function. The gamma function. Oh, you mean the Lorentz factor. Like Lorentz contraction. What is that called? It's been so long since I looked at this. Traction. What is it called? Am I wrong about this? Length contraction, special relativity. What is it called? Gamma. Lorentz factor. Yeah. Okay, I'm not so bad. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. When you said gamma, I was like, what is gamma? For some reason, my mind was just like completely blank there. By the way, Dominique Siegfried, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay. Let's see how we go. Oh man. So today we're just debugging apparently, which is fine. It's totally fine. We knew we were gonna have a debugging day. Today's the debugging day. It's just a matter of kind of working through it. Morning, folks. Morning, Dr. Schloss. How are you, Screaming Chaotix? I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you on stream. Now, I feel like that's not true, and yet at the same time, I feel like it is true. Anyway, how are you doing? Like, a lot of times people will come in, and like, I don't know if I saw them last week, or if I saw them like 4 years ago, you know? And it's like, like, for example, if someone, there are some people who will come into stream sometimes, like Toger. Toger was someone who watched my stream when I just started. Like, we're talking 2015 watched my stream, super long time ago. If he came in here, I'd be like, yo, it's been years. Or like JSPP or Gathros or Gustorn or just all these people. There's so many people who who come in, and like, even if I just saw them yesterday, my mind would just go back to the first time I saw them in chat. It's like, man, you've been around for ages. You know, I'm happy to see you again, you know, type of thing. But yeah, how have you been? My apologies, life. You never have to apologize for not coming to stream, man. Like, of course, it's fine. Come when you can. And if you can't or don't feel like it, it's also fine. I mean, like, you have no obligation to be here, but I appreciate that you're here, you know? Then you haven't understood them. I'm sorry, because that's the very basics. I'd suggest you read an undergraduate textbook like the Berkeley courses or the Feynman lectures on the subject. These are probably the most readable introduction to the subject. I guess it's just the lore of life. So yeah, to be fair, right? I got to be honest in saying that my undergraduate experience for special relativity didn't give me a satisfying answer as to why the speed of light was the same speed for all inertial reference frames. It was kind of given as a fact for my classes, or maybe it wasn't given as a fact. Maybe they gave some justification, but it felt like a fact at the time that I had to accept. And then after accepting that, everything else kind of fell into place. I didn't like it back then, but it was kind of like, at the time I was so focused on just getting the tests done that I didn't really care too much about the fine details of it. Looking at it now, I mean, I probably would change things a bit. I'd probably look deeper into it if I was, looking at it now. But also, I don't know, like, I never really found it too engaging, I guess, as a subject. And so because I never really found it too engaging as a subject, I just didn't want to dig into it any deeper, Okay, so what we just found here with the last run is if I run a 5-dimensional simulation, everything works just fine, which is great on the CPU. This means that the line that's broken in our code is the line that's basically saying, let's take all of the accelerations and set them equal to our temporary accelerations, which is the value that we've been updating with time. So that works on the CPU, but running this on the GPU will fail. And my stupid question is, why does it fail on the GPU? That's my question. Let's do Control D here. Let's run Julia Double Dash Project using CUDA Galilee one more time and see what we get. Let's see. I'm just a complete see it to believe it, and previous tests to discover the theory was to fly a planet around the planet, which just sounds silly because of how many systematic errors are present in a test like that. Fly a plane around the planet. Yeah, so like, by the way, Sam W 2015, thanks so much for following, really appreciate it. Look, I mean, this goes back to some of the conversations we had yesterday. Yeah, also to be fair, like, as far as like the Feynman lectures and stuff, like I'm sure he described it in there, and like I'm kind of painting it as this thing that like I was interested in, and I definitely was interested in as an undergraduate, but now I don't know, my interest is so far from that type of stuff right now that I would rather read about like color quantization or something like that than I'd read about like special relativity. Now in the future, if we do like more cosmological simulations and we see like, you know, maybe some sort of weird conformal theories coming in, maybe that would be interesting. But right now I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm not willing to bite the bullet and learn more physics again. Time doesn't exist. It's a conspiracy to trick everyone into believing that the Earth is round. Oh, that's fair. Like actually, this guy right here, he knows. I don't know how, but he knows. Unfortunately, because you said that on this very Twitch stream, I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm actually head of the CIA and the FBI. I'm both. Unfortunately, you know, you're now in a lot of deep trouble. I'm not going to say what's going to happen, but you're in a lot of deep trouble now because of that statement right there. I don't know what I was trying to go with there. I'm so sorry. Wolfram Physics Project. It's the one for me. It's like the master key. I really don't know anything about Wolfram's Physics Project. I know he streams here on Twitch. He wrote some stuff, but the thing about Wolfram is he's a brilliant person, like absolutely brilliant. But you know, I just can't. I don't get it. I don't understand it, and so because I don't understand it, I'm like I don't want to dig deeper into it. You know, it's one of those things that I don't understand, but also I'm not fundamentally interested in. It's like all of this like fundamental large theories of the universe. It's like let's create like the theory of everything type of people. I'm really not interested in creating a theory of everything. I feel like even if you create a theory of everything, like maybe this is me not fundamentally understanding what that even means, but it's like. It's so broad. It's like, what are you gonna? It's like we know about atoms. Like, just screw it. Like, no one simulates things on the atomic level if you're looking at Newtonian forces. It's like, I don't know. I feel like you're still gonna have to deal with different scales and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. I get really like. I think part of me, like when I was younger, I genuinely hated science because there were all of these people who would constantly be telling me that science is amazing because of this and that. And they would sell it to me like a magic trick, you know? And I hate magic tricks because I love figuring out magic tricks. I love learning how they work, but I hate this state of being in awe and like not knowing what's happening. It's so just mind-numbingly boring. It's like if you show me like, I don't know, smoke and mirrors and seeing some person disappear, fine, okay. But like, it's just so boring. And science was taught in the same way, where it's like, look at this amazing stuff. And then they said that you could look into it because it's science. But like, man, all of this pop sci stuff just really rubs me the wrong way. It makes me feel like, it just makes me feel bad. Like, it makes me feel like, I just don't want to dig into it any deeper because like there isn't going to be anything there. It's going to be a trick or something like this. I don't know how to put this exactly in the right way, but when you start talking about theories of everything, you start talking about like, this, very big cosmological simulations. I realize I'm doing a 4D galaxy simulation, but it's just n-body. This is easy enough to understand. When you start talking about like, looking for the Higgs boson, you start talking about just things like this that are big things that are supposed to fundamentally change how you perceive the world. My eyes kind of glaze over. It's not interesting anymore. You're taking the fun out of it. You're taking the cool stuff out of it by looking at such a broad scale that now it's like, I don't know, it just feels too big. And it feels like it's sci-fi now. And I don't like sci-fi, you know? There was a really wishy-washy way of saying that the moment things start feeling like sci-fi, I'm out. That's kind of how it is. That's what I should have said. Because sci-fi is fiction. And once things are no longer testable, even if they're testable numerically, I'm fine with that. I feel like you're kind of moving past I have to suspend my disbelief too long. Wait, is that what I meant? I don't know what I meant. Anyway, let me go ahead and catch up on chat. Let's see. I'm back. This one. Oh, 5-minute lectures. Good. I know the lizard people. They'll help me. You know the lizard people. Oh no, Fred. You know Fred? Yeah, he's my underling in the FBI. Yeah, Fred the lizard person. Fred the lizard person. He's my best friend. I remember having read once that Einstein made a thought experiment while being a teenager and concluded from I missed something. And concluded from his thought experiment that either light speed was infinite or it was finite and constant. I don't remember the argument though. Okay, thanks. I couldn't find it in the table of contents. Fair enough, but it's literally so fundamental. The one premise that you update hypergraphs. His interviews with Lex Friedman are a good intro. Maybe. I know what you mean. Here, lots of pop sci out there is to sell books, I think. I'm not saying people don't support what they're writing, just that they push it a little too aggressively sometimes. The Wolfram Project is like a new way to rederive everything we already know. The one new result is in an upper speed limit on entanglement, not instantaneous. Wait, he's talking about like quantum speed limits? Wait. Quantum speed limits are directly simulatable. If he's doing quantum speed limit stuff, that's another thing entirely. And I didn't know his theory was talking about that. I thought that was a completely different topic. What's wrong with psi and psi? I don't think anything's wrong with psi and psi. Why? Is something wrong with them? I'm actually in the Flat Earth Discord, and the crazy theories they have come up with are insane. Some topics are actually interesting, like conspiracies or real world stuff. The only reason why I'm there. Sure. Okay. Yeah. This might be what we want. Yeah. By the way, thanks guys for the conversation here. I realize we're kind of stalling with the simulation and having conversations about things. It's useful so that we can, the thing is when you're in the middle of debugging, sometimes it's nice just to think about something else for a second and then go back to debugging. And that's kind of the state that we're in right now. Things are kind of broken. We'll fix it in a second. And this conversation is actually going really well. I do have one thing I wanted to say about the pop sci angle. I'm really doing a bad job of expressing my point here. So don't clip what I'm saying and say like, oh, this is his thought. This is exactly what he's saying. But like, I feel like I like writing fiction. I like writing science fiction. I do. I really do. I love writing this stuff. Reading it is also somewhat enjoyable. But it's just, what I was trying to say was that when it comes to pop sci, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like he's a great guy. He's an amazing guy who is really good at popularizing science, and that's what he's good at. But I fundamentally feel like in my heart of hearts that like science communication is going the wrong direction with the communication itself. I fundamentally, like, you're losing people more than you're getting people, right? Like, what you're doing with a lot of science communication, unfortunately, is you're deifying scientists. You're basically saying, like Einstein believed this, therefore it's true. Not exactly, but you're saying something like this. You're saying that researchers have recently discovered X, or 99% of climate scientists believe Y. This type of thing. It's like, okay, that's fine, but there's no discussion there. There's no like. How do I verify that? Like, what do I do? Ideally, I read the papers, but the problem is the papers. You might think I'm going to argue about the jargon in papers, and I don't argue with the jargon in papers. I actually think the jargon in papers make them more readable to some extent. The problem with the papers is that they're behind a paywall. So if you're going to learn about climate science, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really, really freaking difficult, but you could do it. Even with the jargon, you could do it. There are resources available. There are review articles. There's so many different ways that if you had the literature available, you could technically do it. But the fact is, it's behind a paywall. And you have to know how to go through the actual papers. You know how to start. You need to know how to find review articles, figure out like, hey, is this actually valid based on citation count? You have all of these things that I know because I did a PhD. I know them because I've been reading papers since I was 15. I know all this stuff because I'm fundamentally interested in the literature. And I feel like as scientists, as science communicators, you shouldn't be dumbing down the science. You should be doing everything you can to encourage people to walk into academia, read the papers, and work it out for themselves. The joy in science is not in these big discoveries. The joy is in the little discoveries, the little things along the ways. Each individual paper is itself a joy to read. And it's just like, it just bugs me that science communicators are like, oh, we're just going to make this thing basically completely like galaxies. It's like, just do an n-body simulation. You'll get a lot of intuition. It's not going to be state of the art. You're not going to be like, it's not going to be the best intuition for how galaxies move. But an n-body simulator, we did in 2 hours. It didn't take that much time. And sure, we're having a lot of trouble now, but we're having trouble with parallelization. We're having trouble with like little things here and there. You can do it in an hour or 2 hours without too much trouble. And just doing something like that, just showing this is what you can do. And like encouraging people, hey, read this paper. And body simulators were literally what they did 2 years ago to simulate the Milky Way. Here it is, right there. Like, okay, not 2 years ago. How many years ago? This is in 2014. But like, you're 10 years old. That's 10 years behind the literature. And it's a super simple visualization. It takes no time to understand intuitively how it works. Why are we skipping that? Why are we just doing the high-level overviews? Why are we not? Anyway, this is my problem. This is my problem with science communication and pop sci. It's that it treats it like it's magic. We don't dig into the details, and it bugs me. Because it's like, look, the details are there, and that's the best part. And I hate that. It just bugs me so much, which is why we're doing an open research lab, hoping that other people feel the same. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, the other symbol was phi, making sci-fi. I'll see myself out. It's fair. Welcome back, by the way. I remember you said you had to go. Welcome back to stream. Clipped, posted to Reddit, already 50K upvotes. No way. Like, anything from me is not going to get 50K upvotes. The one thing from me that got 50K upvotes was my freaking computer. That was it. Couldn't agree with you more. Science is communicated as a religious sermon, especially now with Corona. Now, there's some of that I do feel like maybe I need to like walk back, specifically with the Corona stuff. It's super important to listen and to be like, okay, look, maybe I don't understand everything, but this is a time-sensitive thing. So for time-sensitive things, it is important just to listen and go with the experts. But like, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is there are so many people who just don't like science. I used to be one of them. And then I found that actually I love science. I love researching papers. I love all of this. It's just I hate the communication of the science. That's I guess what I'm trying to say. Anyway, how do we say here? Paywalls for scientific articles are nonsense. 100% on the same page there. Another thing going around that my math teacher spoke about was, did Einstein ever quote say E equals mc squared? I don't think he ever said E equals mc squared. His equation actually had like additional parameters to it as well. So his actual equation was like E mc squared plus whatever the extra terms were, something like this. But the overarching story relating energy to mass was there. I really don't know all the details. I've forgotten. Interestingly, yes, in two slightly different ways, from special relativity and binding energy. Paywalls aren't too bad, but the bigger issue is paywalls are permanent. There are ways around them nowadays, right? I mean, you've got ways to find papers. But inevitably, you'll be going through papers. I read a lot of papers, and you'll find a few that probably half of the papers that you need to read are behind paywalls. And it's just, why? Like, they should be free. It's just, I don't know, it's such a pain. Bravo. Wait, what's the Bravo for? Sorry, I'm not going to take a look at the YouTube link if someone could summarize it. Big Bang, life is meaningless, nerd. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, life is meaningless, right? E is equal to square root of mc squared plus PV. Yeah, that's it. That's the full equation. Paper piracy. Yeah, look, I'm not encouraging paper piracy, but I'm saying that morally, it's one of those gray zones. It's like gray hat hacking. I mean, are they actually bad? I don't know. There's a paper out about Wolfram's new physics, which I tried to read, but I understand nearly nothing about the physics part. Yeah, something like that. Bravo was for encouraging people to listen to experts during pandemic times. Oh, I see. Anyway, I mean, I could ramble about this all the time. My personal feeling is that like science communication as it is right now is encouraging anti-intellectualism. That's what I'm saying. And I feel like it's encouraging anti-intellectualism specifically because it is preventing people who actually want to learn the details from learning the details by giving high-level overviews that are hard to actually, dig into. And I think it's condescending. I think that, you as a teenager, I'm not saying you guys are teenagers. I'm just saying as a teenager, you have the ability to read papers and understand them. Like, it's not hard. Like, okay, it is hard. The first couple are hard, but like you have the ability to do so. And why we don't have a class that's literally just reading papers and talking about them, I'll never know. Like, it's like, that's so fundamental. And it's so easy to teach. My mom teaches it for fifth graders. Like, literally teaches it to fifth graders. She's like, here's how you check to see if a paper is valid. Here's how you check, like, fifth graders. It's like, come on, why do people not know this? And why don't we have like a full class dedicated to this? Why is it only like, in library studies or something like this? I don't know. Anyway, I'm ranting, I'm rambling. I'm going to ramble for longer if you guys let me, and I don't think you guys should let me. Cyber Marble, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let me get some water. I don't think anything stops us from buying papers and referencing in our own papers and publishing for free. No, I mean, that's a good point. You can reference papers, but the problem is you can't like directly copy a paper, right? Like, so like if you were trying to make this paper accessible, you'd need more than, because of copyright. You can't just like copy the text and put it into your own paper. That wouldn't work. You would need to use the paper for something else. That's how the referencing system works. And so fundamentally, you could give like a brief overview of the paper in your literature review section, but you wouldn't be able to show the exact results of the paper. In particular, figures, for example, you would not be able to show without permission explicitly from the original authors. And sure, you could recreate the figures, but we're getting into the stage where it's like, hey, if your entire paper is just recreating someone else's study, it's probably not worth publishing. Anyway, worth publishing. There's so many like weird like arguments here that we could make about X, Y, and Z. It becomes difficult. It becomes difficult to make any clear, concrete claims about anything. Anyway, 10x Programmer is not written by Wolfram and has actually formulas and says things like this, where I would need to study nearly each word for a month. Firstly, we prove that causal invariance, namely the requirement that all causal graphs be isomorphic irrespective of the choice of hypergraph updating order, is equivalent to a discrete version of the general covariance with changes to the updating order corresponding to discrete gauge transformations. Wait a minute. Is his entire theory literally just doing physics on graphs? Is that what he's doing? Am I just, like, I didn't look at it because I didn't really care about it, but is it? How much physics simulation, how much is physics simulations different than game? Well, that's a good question. Let's talk about that. I'm rambling. The code's not working. Let's ramble for a bit longer. Except if you explicitly criticize the paper and reveal fraud. Yes. Interesting. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so Monopoly Money. You asked a very good question. How different is physics simulations from game simulations? And I'm going to actually take this one step further. Journal, new page before. Let's talk about computer graphics. Wow. Okay, computer graphics is one of my favorite fields of computer science because it creates such amazing visuals, for one, but two, it uses fundamentals from pretty much all other areas of computer science to do those visuals, right? A long time ago, a few years ago at OIST, OIST is a interdisciplinary institution filled with physicists, biologists, chemists. You don't really have departments. Everyone kind of works together, and it should be that there's a lot of collaboration between groups. We had a computer graphics person come into OIST. And he was basically applying for a job. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I really enjoyed his talk. He gave a lot of really interesting discussions and showed a lot of really cool visuals, all this kind of stuff. It was amazing. The OIST plug. I haven't done an OIST plug in a while. So afterwards, we had discussions. I'm not going to talk about how the talk went or anything like that, but we had discussions in our lab about the utility in computer graphics. And again, I'm not going to point fingers or anything. It definitely wasn't my boss or anyone I've talked about on stream before. But someone mentioned in the conversation that they don't understand the purpose of computer graphics research because it is so far removed from the physics that you can't use it for anything, right? Which, look, I'm going to be honest, obviously, I disagree with that statement, right? Because, for example, we're currently doing an n-body simulation where we're going to be working on octrees, and octrees are fundamentally used in color quantization, which is a type of computer graphics research. in all the areas of computer graphics research, you eventually start to use these in physical simulations after a few years of kind of figuring out how it could be used. A lot of the computer vision stuff, for example, I've recently seen used in vortex tracking. I don't know. So the music in the background is just from Josh Woodward. It is currently, oh gosh, what is it? 1 second. I have to pause it for a second to figure it out. It is Dirty Wings by Josh Woodward. So that's what it is. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, the music should have been, there's always music in the background. Maybe this one's louder for some reason. I'm not really sure. Anyway, so with this discussion about computer graphics, right? The big difference between game computer graphics and physics computer graphics is that physics computer graphics, physics simulations versus games and physics simulations for games is that the game physics just has to look physically accurate, whereas the physics has to be physically accurate, which means you can't get away with, just using Newtonian gravity for things. Well, you could for old papers, but the point is that there's a large gap between a fluid simulation in a video game versus a fluid simulation in an actual physics engine, right? Let me go ahead and catch up on chat. So let me catch up on chat, and then we'll go from there. Except if you explicitly criticize the paper, hypergraphs, and yes, interesting. Maybe you understand the paper. Oisplug, let's see, changed my nickname. Oh, wait, are you Frank? Are you Frank from like a long time ago? Frank 1313113 whatever 34334 whatever the name was. Suddenly started playing Wolfram. The physics just pops out automatically, but there are tons of universes that are compatible with special relativity, and he wants to whittle those down to find out which one is our universe. There's a cool looking catalog of all the candidate universes in a website somewhere. Interesting. I mean, I could look into this a bit more, but I don't know. So what do you mean by computer graphics research? Isn't it like finding better ways to optimize rendering, etc.? There's actually a bunch of different fields of computer graphics research. There's photorealistic rendering, which is the act of making photos or three-dimensional scenes look as photorealistic as possible. There's non-photorealistic rendering, which is oh, you're that Frank. Okay, good. Anyway, sorry, computer graphics research. There is the photorealistic rendering, non-photorealistic rendering. Basically, the act of creating any visual is part of the computer graphics research. Basically, making graphics, right? So computer game graphics, when you talk about physics simulations, I incorporate into the computer graphics literature in some sense, So, like the other day, I found a paper about AI solving Mario or something like that. And this to me isn't exactly computer graphics; it's more in the AI and stuff like this. But I kind of feel like it's using similar tools and stuff like that, and I kind of lump it into something that computer graphics researchers might be interested in. So the reason I talked about computer graphics is because it's an interesting way for me to also discuss all of these other kind of approximations for physics, right? So let's talk about the difference. So a fluid simulation in a game, right, needs to look nice. It needs to look like, you as a user, when you look at the water, feel like it's water, right? And that's really the only thing you need to do. It just needs to look like water. Whereas for an actual simulation, well, you probably need to use it for some sort of physical event. It has to be directly tied to an experiment. So if you have a bubble flowing in water and you want to do microfluidics or something, then you have to make sure that you're simulating that bubble in a particular way so that you get appropriate physics out. If you want to do ocean simulations, right? You have to simulate that in a particular way to get, the entirety of an ocean to be simulated appropriately, right? So this means you have to deal with surface waves and, density gradients along the z-axis, and you have to deal with all this other stuff, right? So it becomes way more complicated than just, guessing. It's more complicated than just being like, that looks right. It's more like, this actually has to be used for a real simulation that can lead to physical predictions. For that reason, the physics simulations are typically run on supercomputers, high performance clusters and stuff like that, because you need them to be as accurate as possible, and that requires a lot of computational power. it's like you can't simulate the universe atom by atom. It's impossible to simulate the universe atom by atom. But you can choose a scale in which you can get certain physical properties out relatively efficiently, right? Like, protein folding is one of those things. It's super difficult to do correctly. But you're working at a very small scale, and you wouldn't really have to do anything like that for a game or something. So that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, you don't have to deal with like molecular interactions for computer graphics or for video games or something like that usually, but you do for a lot of physical simulations or chemistry simulations and stuff like this. I don't know, change the name all the time. Let's see, RWX Rob. There's a lot of examples of different research types for CG here, if you're interested. Oh yeah, thanks for that. I'm interested in, I love doing low-level coding in C, Rust, etc. I should explore computer graphics. So one more thing I want to point out with the computer graphics stuff, by the way, Barwaro, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. When it comes to computer graphics research and this type of stuff, I think the number one company for this is actually Pixar. They might not be the number one company, but I love how they actually do publish papers fairly regularly on the movies that they've done. Like, for example, The Incredibles had a paper about how to do voxel rendering of hair, essentially. Maui, I think, had a paper. Sorry, Maui. What's the one? This isn't Pixar, but it was Disney. The one about Maui with the 2D textures. Kind of moving on his body or something, that was also published. I just like seeing, publications coming out of things. Like, Pixar is in my mind fundamentally a research company, but they're showing that research through stories, and I find it really cool. Anyway, I don't really want to ramble too much more about that. I need to take a quick 2-minute break. I'll be right back. And then when we come back, we will keep working on the debugging and all that kind of stuff. Please keep the conversation coming. I'm super happy to talk about this kind of stuff. As you guys know, one of the main reasons I'm streaming is just to have conversations like this with people who care about talking about like research and topics like this. So hopefully you'll stick around, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. So sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. Give me just a second to read chat. I missed some stuff. A lot of stuff, actually. I'm writing a game with Rust and the Bevy engine. A nice library abstracts away all the low-level OpenGL stuff, and Rust is fun to use. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Rust. Like, people have even commented on using Rust on the stream earlier. Let's see. Ew, Rust? The very next comment I read is someone saying, ew, Rust. Oops. What do we have here? I've also read that quantum computing will help in simulating molecular interactions better than traditional computing. So this is an interesting conversation. I want to talk about that in a second. I'm going to write that down. So we'll say quantum computing, we'll write down as something to talk about. Specifically for molecular interactions. Molecular. Let's see. Speaking of low level, I'm reading a great book on boot sector programming and making games with less than 512 bytes. Wasn't Soding, Tsoding, Soding was doing that, wasn't he? I think. That's cool. I want to try Bevy 2, just waiting for it to mature a bit. That's to be expected because molecular interactions are kind of some quantum calculations as well. Obviously, because you are processing stuff at a higher rate. Oh, wait, I missed something. Where's that comment coming from? Wait, what? Wait, where's the... Wait. No, Fusion Happy's right here, though. That's the reason, I think. Wait, what's going on? There's some anger in chat, and I don't know where this is coming from. Also, by the way, Kelly G, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. It's already quite usable, even complete compiled to WASM. This is an early version of my game. Oh, yeah, cool. Boring, hey, how are you? And let's see. 10x programmer doesn't work on mobile. I think Soding did that a while ago. Yeah, I think we're working on it. Cool, check it out. Okay, so right, so there was a comment here about quantum computing using it for molecular dynamics. This is actually a very interesting point of discussion because there's a big difference between quantum computation, we'll say qubits, and then quantum simulation. So in actuality, I'm not convinced. Look, I have a PhD in quantum physics, but I always did quantum simulation, right? So I never really delved too deeply into qubits. I of course did do what everyone does, and I created a qubit simulator not too long ago. I did quantum circuits before, sure, I did basics, but I'm not super deep in the quantum information theory to really be able to talk so much about this. But what I will say is that in terms of quantum simulation, and that is the simulation of molecules and stuff, okay, let's actually take a step deeper. Okay, quantum simulation. What is quantum simulation? Let me actually say there's two ways to do this. One is computationally. Well, no, even better. One is theoretically. Right, just pen and paper. Right. The next way is to do it computationally. And the last way is to do it experimentally. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Okay, well, if you're doing a quantum simulation and you're using quantum particles, well, that's not a quantum simulation. You're just doing the actual experiment. The difference is that when it comes to doing an experiment, sometimes you'll create like a toy experiment or something, and in that sense, is a simulation of a broader thing, even if it is experimentally. Theoretically, it's pretty easy to understand because it's purely pen and paper, but the computational aspect is the one that people typically think of when they think of quantum simulations. So when you do something computationally, you're usually directly solving PDEs. I'm not convinced quantum information will really help you solve PDEs any better than classical computing, except for the fact that you do have this exponential explosion in the compute power based on the number of qubits, but that's only for a universal quantum computer, I believe, which we don't currently have. We only have, so far as I'm aware, the current quantum computers are currently lacking the universality argument, which is an end-to-end connection. Instead, I think only nearest neighbor interactions work, which means you can get some algorithms to work fine, but it's still the very early stages here. This is my current understanding. And again, I might be wrong. Someone in chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. But this is where I'm at. So in terms of quantum computing being better at solving protein folding, I think what we actually would want there is more of an experimental discussion of protein folding, and maybe a combination of experimental and computation, but I don't see how a qubit would naturally help there unless you have this explosion of compute power. And if you're doing cold atoms, then you run into another, maybe you could use a cold atomic quantum computer to do some simulations of atomic physics. There's stuff in there, but I'm not, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but right now the way I see it is I don't really see a way that qubits are actually going to help too much with protein folding problems and stuff like that. They're quite separate. Again, except for the theoretical explosion in compute power. In that case, yes, of course it would help. But it's not as simple as saying, oh, these are atomic systems, therefore they should help with atomic calculations. It's not quite as simple as that. Let me go ahead and catch up in chat. I think Sodium did cool, check it out. Well, also because random is calculated in different ways, and a quantum computer could easily create the random calculation. That could be true, but like the random calculation is not usually yeah, that could be true. I see you post Twitter about the n-dimensional n-body simulator. Very cool. Yeah, we're slowly getting that paralyzed today. We ran into a bit of an issue. The quantum Fourier transform is really the same thing as a normal Fourier transform. This is something I should know, but I don't. Let me get some water. So the QFT, oh gosh, we had the QFT implemented. It's necessary for several algorithms. I'm trying to remember back to my days when I was writing the quantum circuit generator, and I gotta be honest, I don't fully remember. Someone in chat can tell me the difference. I should know the difference, but it's been a long time since I did quantum circuits. Let me Google it really quick and see if I can maybe glean any information from that. And also, if you're wondering, yes, I am procrastinating on the n-body stuff because I currently have no idea what the problem is. Let's do quantum Fourier transform. But actually, I think this conversation has been pretty good. Obviously, I encourage you guys to ask any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that. And I'll do what I can to answer it as soon as I see it in chat. I do genuinely feel like these types of discussions are really good to have. It's really important to talk to someone who is mutually interested in that kind of stuff. And sure, sometimes I'll be like, I'm not super interested in the physics, but at the very least I can be like, oh, okay, but this is kind of what's going on. And I have some interest in it, like it's not like I have none. It's just that like, if you start talking to me about physics, sometimes my eyes glaze over. In the same way, if you talk to me about biology or chemistry, sometimes my eyes glaze over a bit. Okay, so what do we have here? Classical Fourier transform acts on a vector. It's literally the difference between acting on a vector and acting on a quantum state. And you can basically, work on, like, you basically treat a quantum state as a vector. So they're kind of the same thing. Let's talk about the n-body stuff. Yeah, let's introduce it because I think a lot of people came in since we were rambling and probably don't understand what the 4D galaxy is for. Right, so here's what's going on. We are currently creating a 4D galaxy simulator. Wow, amazing. What? It's incredible. Okay, here's the thing. I'm sorry, I don't know why I did that. Yes, it's Q browser. The 4D galaxy simulator is interesting for the following reason. If you take a 3D simulation of a galaxy, 3D simulation, it will create a 2D rotating disk known as a spiral galaxy. So disk in 2D. In general, now you might have to give it some angular momentum. We're still trying to figure that out. But in general, you take something in 3D and you allow it to kind of evolve in time, and it will eventually gain some angular momentum and find its way into a 2D spiral disk. Again, you might need to start with angular momentum. I'm not really sure, but we'll get there. We need to figure that out. So the question is, what happens in 4D, right? Do you get 2 spiral disks? And the reason I'm asking this is because in 4 dimensions, you can technically rotate along the XY plane along with the ZW plane at the same time. And so because of that, you can basically imagine with 4 spatial dimensions having a double rotating galaxy, right? This is something we're interested in doing, but the main reason I'm interested in this has nothing to do with the physics of a double rotating galaxy, because the 4th dimension, the 4th spatial dimension, is not physical. Like, no matter what you do, it's not going to be physical, right? I'm kind of interested in generally plotting the shape, seeing how exactly we do these 4D visualizations. That's interesting in its own way. But the main reason I'm interested in this is because I'm interested in essentially improving my fractal compression method that I was working on before. And to do that, I need to basically create a fast color quantization method. Color quantization is another act where you're basically taking n particles, this time distributed in RGB space, so a 3-dimensional space, and splitting those up as fast as possible. in presumably a time-dependent manner if you want to do videos. So the reason I'm interested in this is not so much in the galaxy simulation. The reason I'm interested in this is because I really want to find a way to more accurately describe a spatial distribution of points in a way that allows for us to quickly access them computationally on a parallel architecture such as a GPU. So that's the primary reason why I'm interested in this. Now, the 4D galaxy simulation is a very flashy headline. And the reason it's flashy, the reason it's going to be difficult, is because in order to get this double rotating galaxy, we're going to have to start the simulation off with a bunch of different initial conditions. So we need a super fast n-body simulator to get there. And that's kind of where we're at. So right now, we're super focused on the n-body simulation. That is an n particles all interacting with each other via their forces of gravity. What do we have here? The fourth dimension is time. Yeah, so as 10x programmer said, not necessarily bosonic string theory has 26 dimensions. Right, so because we're removing ourselves from the physics, we're not considering the fourth dimension as time. So the fourth dimension as time argument, I think, and this is as someone who doesn't really know what I'm talking about, I think comes from Minkowski space, where people consider the fourth dimension to be some sort of allegory to time. It's like some sort of imaginary time component. And in that case, you essentially create like a four-dimensional space that can like represent the entirety of space-time, blah, blah, blah. We're not doing that. We're not working on a space-time grid. That's not what we mean by 4 dimensions. By here, we mean literally a four-dimensional four spatial dimensions. And so that means that we have potentially 5 dimensions if you want to consider space-time. But, you know, we're only considering 4 spatial dimensions. So when we say 4D, we're talking about something fundamentally differently, which is, I think this is one of those things, like a lot of people, when they try to describe 4D and they're like, what is the 4th dimension? They're like, oh, the 4th dimension is time. It's kind of like, it's one of those arguments that's like, yeah, okay, you're not technically wrong, but also like at the same time, this wasn't the 4D I was talking about. I was talking about another 4D, you know? And the GTX 970 can simulate all that and also stream. The answer is no. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the basics of the simulation running on the GTX 970 that's currently running my stream, and then I'm going to put it onto a cluster somewhere, and then go from there. Could dark matter be 5D? I don't know. Dark matter is another beast that currently... So what is dark matter? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think other people know either. So when you take particles and you try to create the spiral galaxy, the inside of the inside of the galaxy will be spinning super, super quickly because of the moment of inertia. But if you have a big dark matter cloud, then it will be spinning slowly. And experimentally, we see that the spinning of this galaxy structure is actually quite slow, which indicates that dark matter, some sort of weird mass, must exist in that galaxy structure to inhibit the rotation. And so in that way, that's what I consider dark matter to be. That's like literally all I know about dark matter. I know nothing more. I'm sorry, I should know more, but that's it. Imagine believing in string theory. String theory is tough. I know nothing about string theory either. They simplified it to an 11-dimensional model. Fancy, yeah, I knew about the 11 dimensions. I genuinely don't know. I know nothing about string theory. All I know is that every time I start to look into string theory, all of my advisors are like, yeah, don't look into string theory anymore. It's a waste of time. So I don't. Let's see. A GTX 970, fancy trip in the TARDIS. Could dark matter be 5D? If it's within a 3D universe, doesn't that make it 3D? Again, this depends on, if you consider space-time, then technically we're in a 4D universe, so technically it would be, anyway, but here we're doing a 4D simulation and then projecting it back down to 3D, so the simulation will be inherently 4 dimensions. Didn't they weigh a galaxy? Then they should know if a mass is missing by simulating the galaxy. I don't know, what do you mean, did they weigh a galaxy? How do you weigh a galaxy? Like what does that mean? Like, I don't know. Okay, so now the next question that Nick asked a few minutes ago, what exactly is breaking here? So right now we've got a very simple setup. So essentially what we do is at every given point in time, here's a simulation over here. Each individual particle, like this one over here, is looking for the force acting on it from all other particles. So admittedly, this is super slow, but we're doing the slow version first and we're going to speed it up later. So each individual particle is looking at every other particle in the simulation and asking, how much is this force of gravity affecting me, right? So this guy looks at all n other particles. This guy looks at all n other particles. This guy looks at all n other particles, right? And eventually you start to see the simulation form. Okay. So what we're doing is we're finding the acceleration that's acting on all the other particles. The way we're doing this is with kernel abstractions. So kernel abstractions allows for us to write a single piece of code that can execute either on the CPU, or a CUDA device, or technically also an AMD device. I just don't have an AMD device for testing. So in the case that this is running on the CPU, this entire code base works fine. But in the case that this is running on the GPU, there is a single line of code in the kernel that is breaking. And that line of code is this one right here, where we're setting the accelerations equal to our temporary acceleration vector, which is the vector that we've been using just to add all of the accelerations together. So you have a single particle and you're just adding all of the accelerations together into this temp acceleration variable, and then you add that together at the end. You put this into the accelerations component down here. Now this line is breaking. So what I'm trying to do, and this is why I stopped, because I don't know exactly how to fix this, I was trying to figure out why this is breaking. And so if you look at the error, it says that the broadcasting dimensions are invalid, which is fine. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to unroll this into a for loop, and we're going to try that. So we're going to do for, I hate doing this, but we're going to have to do it this way. J is equal to accelerations dot, 1 second. It's probably size of acceleration is 2. 2. There we go. And here, now this is not the appropriate way to do anything in parallel. This is a bad way to do it. It's just, again, we're just trying to get simple tests working. So we're going to change this to a J. And we're going to change this also to a J. And we're going to see if that works. So the broadcasting basically broke. It runs on the CPU. It does not run on the GPU. So that's kind of the problem. So again, the core problem here is that kernel abstractions. Fine. So 10x programmer says, talking about simulating the mass, like adding the mass of the stars. I think if it's within some limits, they have some spectrum. They use really big weighing scale. Yeah, so yeah, they could do this. I don't know. If I'm honest, I'm not really that big into cosmology, so I'm not entirely sure like what the like how you do this type of stuff. Oh, I don't need a dot equals there. My bad. That should just been an equals. Control C. All right, try running it again, and we're just gonna run it, see the error, and you guys are in for a treat. It's gonna be the longest error message you've ever seen in your life. I think, if it does what it's expected to do. Also, guys, I've been streaming since 2 o'clock in the afternoon my time, which was 4.5 hours ago or something like that. So if you are enjoying the stream, just know that I'm trying to make the 2 to 8 o'clock stream block be my normal stream block. So a lot of people here are probably just waking up in the US, which is great. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Thanksgiving. Oh no, I'm using the wrong array type. Ah, crap. Oh no. Okay. Oh, gotta do it again. Yeah, okay. Well, this is not the error message I meant. But anyway, my point was, I hope everyone in the US is having a wonderful holiday. I hope everyone's having a great day. And I'm just letting you guys know that I'm really going to be trying to set this 2 to 8 o'clock stream period be like my normal stream period. So I should be live here at this time most days. We'll be working on the 4D galaxy simulation for the next few weeks, probably. I'm hoping to finish it up by the end of the year. We'll just see how it goes. After that, we'll be going into a bunch of other things that we've talked about, photo mosaic generation, ASCII art generation. I'm actually really excited for the ASCII art generation. And then back to physics, where we're hoping to do, then we do fractals, and then we're going back to physics, where we're hopefully going to do physics on a fractally compressed grid. I'm really excited for that one. I'd be amazed if we could do that. I have a screwed up sleep cycle, so anything works. Of course, I'm not asking you guys to give up on sleep. I did the same problem. Why am I dumb? I'm super dumb. I ran it again. I'm so stupid. Okay, look, I'm not, for the record, I appreciate that you guys are here. Obviously, I'm not asking for you guys to like wake up in the middle of the night to join stream, but I'm saying if you like this type of content, this is the time to see this type of content. I'll be live during this time most days, hopefully. My hope is that I can do, most of my workday on stream. There's going to be some stuff I can't do on stream, which I'll try to get done in the morning. And then, everything else should be done here on stream. Life stuff you have to do, like this. Crap, it ran. Anyway, like this morning I had to go to a clinic or something. and fine, you know. That's stuff that obviously I can't do anything about it on stream, but you know, I did it in the morning so that, you know, I could still do the stream in the afternoon. I'm very confused as to how that ran. By the way, Yushi, thank you so much for following. And Anonymous Cheer, thank you so much for the bit. Really appreciate it. I hope everyone's having a great day, by the way. Again, I know it's a holiday. I know that, you know, probably the last thing you want to do during a holiday is watch someone talk about 4D galaxies, but you're here anyway, and that's amazing. ASCII art is fun. Once I've programmed Mandelbrot Zoom with ASCII. Oh, yeah. I think I've seen this. Right. So what we were hoping to do, anyway, there's a lot of really cool things about making like higher quality ASCII art. Yeah, I've seen this and I thought it was amazing, like genuinely amazing. I love ASCII art so much. So what we were going to focus on is a combination of structural and density-based ASCII art. It's super cool. Did it run on the vids? 1 second. Now we have our error message, and okay. It's fine. You love Dwarf Fortress, and I love ASCII art. So I think what I need to do is just unroll all this stuff in here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to unroll all of this. So we're going to do if j is not equal to TID for k is equal to size of whatever, accelerations 2 here, and we're just going to put a for loop around all this and see if that solves the issue. Okay, so we're going to modify these, so these are all k's now. In fact, let me just go to the next colon. K, next. Okay, so in principle, that might run. Control D, Julia -- project, using CUDA. The thing is, I tried all of the broadcasting operations on a CUDA device just before this, just to see if that would work. And it, okay, anyway, fine. Are you Aussie? Your name seems like it, or Canadian. All right, we're gonna run this again, see what happens. I do be needing a cool ASCII animation that greets me on opening a terminal. Yeah, so what I genuinely want to do, so like obviously you've got like ASCII generating methods, right? So for the record, I mean, we'll talk about ASCII, but so SL, right? This is a structural based ASCII art. That is to say, it's clearly not a picture of a train. It's clearly someone creating a train in ASCII, right? But then you also have the other types of ASCII art. Like for example, if I do mplayer -VOCACA and we do videos, what do I have here? What do I have? Arcane Algorithm Archive Introduction. mplayer -VOCACA videos Algorithm Archive. Arcane Algorithm Archive Introduction here. So like, you know, you've got this guy, which is just me. 1 second. So like, there I am in ASCII, amazing. So like, you also have this type of ASCII art, right? So you've got both different types of ASCII art. And I'm super interested in like combining the two of them together, you know? That's kind of what I was planning on doing. And we've got some other ways in which I think I can create even a higher definition ASCII art when put together. So there's a lot of stuff like that I'm really interested in. Let's see. This stream is ADD on steroids, and maybe, I'm sorry, I don't think I have ADD, but potentially I do. I do be needing a cool ASCII art. Hardcore Slav from Mother Russia. Interesting. I can see that in your language. That's awesome. I follow a Facebook group where they post ASCII art with Pet C. Really cool. Oh, super cool. Except I don't have a Facebook, so I don't know if I could look at it. Don't forget the ASCII Star Wars on Blinken Lights. What is Blinken Lights? I don't know what that is. Okay, so this is still giving me a big error message. I mean, look at this guy. Oh, it's actually not that big. Never mind. I thought it was way bigger. Invalid call to copy to. All right, let's see if we can figure out what line is broken. Yeah, let's see if we can figure out what line is broken. In fact, probably what I should do is I should have a Cartesian index here. Okay, we have to think about how to change this to a Cartesian index so we can ignore this for loop. There's definitely a way to do that, but we'll look at that in just a second. Anyway, we'll look at that in a second. Let's just get this running, and then we'll go from there. As someone with chronic ADHD, you may have attention things going on. attention things going on, but I love it. Fair enough. I mean, attention things going on. To be fair, like when you're streaming, like it's super hard to stay focused because you've got chat coming up, you got all this stuff going on, you know? And a lot of times I feel like, I mean, someone else mentioned that not too long ago about the context switching of the stream, how like I'll chat about this thing and then I'll move on to this thing and then I'll go over here, you know, all this kind of stuff. But I don't know, I kind of feel like it's important to, you know, be interested in what everyone's saying, and I don't know, I think it's fine. Let's see, chat is too distracting. There was an ASCII version of Star Wars. Where is it? What am I doing? ASCII version of Star Wars. You could telnet. Oh, I've seen that. I definitely saw that before. So I'm going to comment all this out and see what we got. Write this, and we're going to do Control D. Control D, run it one more time. Ah, shoot. And I'll catch up on chat. Yeah, so the Star Wars, what was it? You could just do like telnet. So the truth is I never really got into Star Wars, so I did it again. I was never super interested in Star Wars, so I didn't really, I wasn't super interested in like the fandom around Star Wars, you know? It's still live, telnet, towel blinking. That one, yes, I've seen that one. People really love that one. All right, so this should run. Should definitely run. Okay. And again, we're running into the last hour of stream today, guys. We have about an hour and 20 minutes left, which is still enough time to get stuff done. And I'm really hoping that at the end of today, we can get this working on a GPU. That ran, so now let's see what lines are broken. Let's check R2 here. All right, Control D, Julia, using CUDA, and give it one more go. And then we're gonna check. If R2 runs, then I'm not sure what's broken, but we'll figure it out. I'm also pretty sure there's a way to index this. We'll figure it out. Hey Sharmaji, how are you? All right, running this and see what happens. Again, guys, please feel free to ask any questions you got. I realize we were kind of rambling, but you know, again, I'm really trying to make this stream time from 2 to 8 p.m. work. So I'm going to try to do like 6 hours of streaming a day. You know, part of that is, you know, just having engaging conversations. Like the more engaging conversations we have, the more likely I am to like just enjoy streaming and come back to it. And you know what I mean? I'm just trying to say like, these are good conversations to have. I'm happy to have these conversations. Do you recognize that I have been streaming for almost 5 hours now? So if I sound a bit tired or if I'm not as engaging as normal, that's probably why. But also like, I don't know, like I feel like I got my mojo for streaming back. It's been a long time since I felt like just, you know, like I don't know how to put it. Like I feel good doing this stream right now. Like I feel excited about it. And it's been a long time since I felt like just good. Like just I do a stream and I'm like, wow, that was a great stream. I really enjoyed it, you know, type of thing, you know? What is going on here? Is it because, oh, I think I see what's happening. U here is going to be, no, it's a single value. No, I don't see what's happening. So this line is broken then. Let's go over here, Control D, Julia, run it one more time, and then we're gonna go from there. You needn't worry, man, be chilling and having fun. So is everyone, I presume. I hope so. Again, if you like the content, genuinely speaking, I'm trying to create an open research laboratory. And to do that, you know, we gotta, oh, maybe it's a dot plus equals. To do that, you know, we gotta make, I don't know, I feel like the best way to do that is to have an open, engaging community that like, loves talking about all this kind of stuff and really enjoys, you know, working together to, you know, learn new things. And I think that's really important. I'm just joining the stream. I'm learning new things here. Isn't there a tool to pause execution for this with a breakpoint? Or do you think that binary search with commenting parts is easier or faster? There's not a tool to do that. That's why. Not right now. Not that I'm aware of. You could use like RR or something, but the problem is because of the way this is compiled, that's actually very difficult to do. Doing breakpoint execution like that for CUDA kernels is just I haven't seen that done before. So what is open all about? Like all code is open source and such? Yeah, so the bare minimum of doing open research is that all the code is open source. That's the bare minimum. So the better answer there is that not only is the code open source, but also all the papers are open source, open access, right? So that then would be the next step, like the bare minimum plus one, you know. Then, you know, on top of that, you know, you could talk about the research that you're doing openly, which is what I'm doing here. So that's like in addition there. So what I'm doing here is I'm really trying to embrace research. So even before the results are finished, I want to talk about the process, you know, do everything here on Twitch, you know, through YouTube, you know, make sure all the papers are open, make sure all the code's open, make sure that, you know, everyone has a process, you know, a say in how we're doing the coding, all this kind of stuff. I think it's really important to just open the process of research, not just the end results, but research itself to people. And that's what I mean by open research. I want people to come here and know that we're doing something fundamentally new. Sure, it takes a while to build there. You know, it's going to take us a few months to get there, but getting to that boundary of human knowledge and slowly pushing it forward as a community is something I've always wanted to do. And even I know I'm saying as a community, and I know I'm primarily the force that's doing it, but just having people together, you know, watching the journey, hanging out, chatting, enjoying the journey, I think really makes research more approachable. And I think it makes it so people will care about it in a way that they currently don't, you know? And that I think is really important. Okay, so this Galilee.run just ran, which means I have to do one thing. So here what we're gonna have to do is there's a summon here. Okay, so this R2 value is incorrect now, but that's okay, we can fix it. So first time here, personally really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm happy you're here. Again, if you guys enjoyed the content, please feel free to come back tomorrow. I'll be live around the same time. I'm still gonna be live for the next hour. I'm really trying to make my live stream content like not the primary thing that I'm making, but I'm trying to make it something that like people come in and they like it. You know, people come in, it's enjoyable, they're having a good time, and we're doing cool stuff. Like that's what I want. That's the bare minimum of what I want on stream. And you know, I might not always hit the mark. You know, like I said, my stream stamina is really low. So like doing these long, you know, 6-hour streams is quite difficult to remain motivated and excited the whole time. But there's a level of enthusiasm that I think people don't bring to research, and I just want to show that it's actually really cool, and I think people would enjoy it if they are given the opportunity. Okay, so let me see this. So this sum here doesn't make any sense anymore because we're going to do R2 is going to be plus equals here. So here we need to do R2 equals 0 here, and then we need to do the sum operation, and then we're going to do another for loop. Size of acceleration 2, I believe. Perfect. And the for loop in here. Okay, so this should be the sum. We're going to do plus equals this guy plus that guy. I think I should run again. So let's do Control D. See if this runs on the CUDA device, and they'll run it again on the array device. And hopefully we have something working. So we'll run it again on the CPU, get another big visualization running. And then we'll run it on the GPU. See, we can also get a big visualization working. Crap. The answer is no, we cannot. What's the issue here? Yeah, syntax, we're missing unexpected. Unexpected what? Unexpected this? In argument list? Where's that? Okay. Where did that come from? Nice, research should be that way. I was really bummed when the company that literally had open in their name hid the weights for an important breakthrough like GPT-3. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. Hey, cyanide for dinner. How are you? Okay, so there's something wrong, and I don't know what's wrong. R2 is going to be plus equals this guy. I think it's going to be in these lines, so let me just go here, comment this out, and see if it runs without those lines. I know it's in these lines. There's a syntax error here. So we have R2 is equal to 0, and then we do this guy, which goes there, and this guy, which goes here. Is there something wrong with this guy? So do I need to... I mean, I don't like how they're on two separate lines exactly. Do I need to put the plus sign? I think maybe I need to put the dot multiply here. Oh, maybe there's no dot anymore. Maybe it's just multiply. So maybe if I put a multiply down here, that'll work. Let's try that. CUDA. Uh-oh, I forgot to write. Crap. Did it precompile? Please? It did not. Let's try it again. Hello, just had dinner. What about you? You just had dinner. as cyanide for dinner. I hope you're going to be okay. Oh, no. I think GPT-2 is open. They'll probably release GPT-3 when they have made some money with it. What do you have for dinner? I just, the guy's name is literally cyanide for dinner. I'm so sorry. Oh, I don't know why I find that so funny. It's like, oh no, that's the end. You came on for stream for 2 minutes and now all of a sudden you're gone. Oh, geez, I have a dark sense of humor. Oh, I don't know what's going on. This is not allowed. So it is because I think we need to put that on this line over here. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't have said that. Write that over here. Let's do using CUDA, Galilee, see if that works. Let me get some more. Why are you still not working, man? What is your problem? If you eat in small enough. Oh, really? Oh, that's new. That's news to me. I thought, like, okay, so I know it's in like acorns and stuff. Is there like a? Did I do something dumb? I did something dumb. Found it. It's in apple seeds? Okay. Fair enough. I didn't know that. I mean, that's good to know. Okay, so pre-computed. We're going to run this on the CUDA device one more time, and then we're going to do a big simulation on the CPU with 1,000 particles, really just, hammering at it. Okay, and then we're going to start thinking about ways in which we can better parallelize this guy. Because honestly, it's going to be pretty slow. But if you ate like 50 to 80 apple seeds to die? Oh, I didn't realize it was that. Okay. So, okay, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to change this so it's the array version of the code. Here, there. Control D. Julia Double Dash project, using it one more time. We're going to run it on the CPU, get a big visualization out, run it on the GPU, get the same big visualization out, time the differences, because I'm fairly confident that the GPU version is going to be slower than the CPU version at this stage, and then we go from there. So we're going to do array type is just modern array, and we're going to do at time. That should work. All right, we're going to give it a second. I mean, this is including pre-compilation time, all this kind of stuff. 2.9 seconds for 256. So let me go ahead and remove... 1 second. It's up here somewhere. Let me do RM there. Let me do it one more time, and let's run with 1,000 particles. That should in principle work. Oh, 5-dimensional. Why am I running 5-dimensional? All right. We're gonna do 1,000 particles. Sure. Okay. I don't know that. Oh, that didn't. I see. I'm an idiot. Okay, I got you now. I got you. I had commented everything out in the simulate here. So if we add this back in, and we add the writing step back in, now we can actually plot the output. All right, let's go back over here, do it one more time. Julia Double Dash project, sure. That one, and then we're gonna at time. What do we have here? For GPT, it's hard to train on your own hardware, so it's not super viable to have it super open while they are iterating, or it'll probably not be good for the world. To be fair, I don't know GPT too well, so I always time it twice. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Let's just add time twice. It's fine. The other thing too is that this is going to be like a, it's going to be a, what am I gonna say? It's gonna be something. I'm also timing the output. Is what I was gonna say. Also, thank you, anonymous gifter. Let me go ahead and add a SimuLocal in chat. I really appreciate that. Monopoly money launderer. Welcome to the crew. I mean, I gotta be honest. We don't call ourselves anything. I mean, we don't really have meeting times or anything scheduled. But yeah, welcome. You get wonderful emotes now. Not great emotes. We have like SimuLocal and SimuLWow, but hey, it is what it is. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys give the channel. Like, genuinely speaking, I am trying to make this particular stream be like a place that people can come talk about research, just enjoy their time and all that kind of stuff. I said that multiple times this stream, but like, I'm really trying my best here, and I'm hoping that people are enjoying the content and stuff like that. Welcome to the lab. Probably should call it the lab. I mean, actually, if you look at the rewards, I think Tier 1 is PhD student, Tier 2 is postdoc, and Tier 3 is professor. I think I did that for some reason. I don't know why. I didn't even remember doing it. I was looking at the reward tiers. It's like, I didn't name the reward tiers, did I? I was like, what? I named them. I had completely forgotten doing that. Okay, so we have this. Let's go ahead and run GNU plot now. And hopefully... I see. I need dims equals 3. It needs to be a 3-dimensional simulation. Let me try it one more time. There we go. And we're going to do dims equals 3. We want to do a 3D simulation. All right, try it one more time. There we go. Run that. Perfect. Does PhD student come with crippling debt? To be fair, by the way, Count of Scheme, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. During my PhD, for STEM fields, like science, tech, education, math, you're typically paid to do a PhD. Not much, but it's enough usually. I was actually able to save money during my PhD a bit. Depends on where you live in the world. Yeah, exactly. Give this a second to run. Because we're running with 1,000 particles, it's going to be a second. It's going to take a second. Let me get some water. I'm wondering if the black hole at the center of the galaxy is necessary in order to create the rotational structure? And if that's so... maybe it is. Maybe that's absolutely necessary to create the rotational structure. I assume all the particles need to start out with like a random velocity and then be accelerated towards. Anyway, we'll see how that goes. So that ran. Let me now run the last mirage, and this should give us a bunch of particles. Give it a second to load all the images, and then we should be able to scroll down. Okay, so here they're all coming in together. Oh. Wait a minute. This is not what I was expecting. It looks like we're only seeing accelerations in like one direction, which is not great. Let me run with a smaller number of particles here. Remove accelerations.dat. We're going to run with, let's do 100 particles. Give it a second. Here, now we're going to run GNU plot.gp. It should take less time. And then we're going to see what's happening with the accelerations. I think the acceleration directions are wrong. Thanks for the gift. My unknown friend. Not all heroes wear capes. Obviously, if you've ever seen The Incredibles, right? Anyway, let's go here to Mirage. Okay, so here's our 10 particles. So I think only the Y direction had acceleration. It doesn't look like they're going in, right? It looks like they're only going up and down. Let me do this again in 2D, just because I feel like doing it in 2D. And so I'm going to cp plot.gp into plot2d .gp. Let's go over here. Let's remove these guys, run a 2-dimensional simulation. Perfect. Over here, we're going to do vi plot2d.gp. And let's modify this so it's 2D now. That should work, and this should work. And I believe set size square is the only other thing I need. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to do GNU plot, plot2d.gp. Should take a little bit less time, but maybe not that much less time. And we'll take a look at the images after that. For the record, it's taking a while to do the plot because we're generating 1,000 images. It's a very inefficient way to do this plot. There are much more efficient ways to do it. Looks like all the new studies show that all galaxies have a black hole. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that all galaxies had a black hole. So do humans. All right, we're going to do Mirage. Mirror. Oh, come on. Mirage here. So here they are. What I'm looking for is an acceleration pattern that everything goes towards the center. And I think, yeah, so only one direction is accelerating. It looks neat, but it's not what we're looking for. Actually, that's quite cool. That's kind of neat, actually. I kind of like that. It looks like it's rolling up. I might save this as a blooper. I kind of like that one. Let me save that as a blooper. Let me do Mogrify. Yeah, it looks like it was intentional, right? It looks like, oh wow, I was doing something cool. I was not. I failed. All right, we'll have that as a blooper. I like it. Okay. All right, that's done. Let me run create video. Sure, yep. Yep. Okay, so let me take a look at it. MPV, test.mp4. Full screen this guy. Okay, so this is the video we just made. I mean, look, it's slow. We probably could have made it faster. But it's definitely not what we wanted. It's fine. I just want to see what happens. So does it just roll back up? My guess is that it's going to come, like, it's going to kind of oscillate back up here. But I don't understand what's causing the overall oscillation here. Like, why was it going all the way down and then going back up. I mean, it looks like it's already rotating to some extent. It definitely looks like it's rotating in 3D. Okay, that makes sense. It does not go back up here. It looks like they all just kind of combine down at the bottom. Cool. Let me go ahead and move that to blooper. Move test.mp4 into blooper.mp4. At least all massive galaxies, maybe not these Aries sphere galaxies. Yeah, I saw the Aries sphere ones as well. Carnegie astronomers with collaborators found instead that supermassive black holes actually lie at the center of all massive galaxies studied to date. Interesting. Yeah, it's super interesting. So that means for the galaxy simulation, we'll need a black hole, ideally a 4D black hole, which is fine, who cares? But how do you simulate a black hole? Like, is it just a point of incredible gravity, or do we actually have to have it so any point that hits the black hole will like dissipate somehow? This asymmetry is weird. Don't you think is a problem? It could be. The fact that they always move down is weird to me, but I don't understand how. Point of big mass, I guess. What might happen is that there's a small. Let me take a look at the initial conditions. MPV blooper.mp4. Okay, here's the initial conditions. So what could happen is that there's a big clump of particles down here, and there's less up here. So the center of mass is like here, right? And so if the center of mass is here, it's going to rotate around that center of mass with initial high acceleration of these particles down towards here. And so that could be what's happening, I guess. I don't know. What's the Schwarzschild radius for a 4D black hole? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like we're genuinely just trying to get an n-body simulator working. Like we're so far away. We'll get there. Like we'll get there. We can technically do a 4D simulation right now. It'll just be broken. Isn't it also infinite density? That might just be bad understanding on my side. I think maybe it is infinite density, but also I don't know. I really don't. Could be, but the effect of the black hole shouldn't be greater. Should be greater, isn't? Right. So, So in terms of black holes, like, look, way back in the day, I used to do supernova research, right? I did research in supernova remnant plasmas, and you know, like I used to look at black holes as well back then, but like I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't learn that much. I kind of forgot everything, you know, which is, yeah, fine, whatever. Like, I shouldn't be expected to remember everything from my undergraduate, right? But, you know, maybe I should learn more. Maybe I should have remembered more. I only know the pop size stuff for black holes, which means I basically know nothing. Let me go into my question is this a problem with the generation of the accelerations, or is it a problem with the generation of, yeah, so let's check the accelerations. If you go back into the accelerations, they're all zeros, perfect, right. So the accelerations are being incorrectly generated. As you can see, we only have accelerations along the y dimension. We have no accelerations along the x dimension. Great. So we know the problem. My question was, is it a problem with the force integration, or is it a problem with the acceleration generation? And clearly we know it's a problem with the acceleration now, which is great. So let's go into source, what is it, forces.jl, which means it must be a problem with this guy in here. Okay, okay, so we have R2 being generated here, but why is it 0? Oh, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. This is 1 the size of acceleration. What? How did I do that? How? How am I so dumb? Are you kidding me? It wasn't even a for loop. Oh no. It's like... Okay, well, we'll just run it again. Just run it one more time. With something that's maybe potentially working. Oh no. See that? Okay, look, here's the thing. I like to blame this stuff on stream. You know, you guys were distracting me. Clearly, I mean, like, you know. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. I haven't pushed it yet today. I'll be pushing it later today. So now we're going to do at time, the 2D simulation. Let's run it again and check the accelerations and hope they're correct. Okay, let's go here. Quit there. Let's go into accelerations.dat. They're all zeros, but we have accelerations in 2 dimensions now. Amazing. Okay. Okay. Good. So I think, okay, so we need to think about that. Let's think about it later. The mass of the black hole at our galaxy is 4.6 million times the mass of our sun, so this will have a big effect on the simulation. Right, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think the black hole will be the biggest effect of the simulation. Okay, so we have that. So if I run GNU plot, we should get a correct 2D visualization. I'm then going to look at it again in 3D. Sorry, I'm going to look at it again in CUDA, and then I'll push it after that. I just need to make sure it's working on the GPU device as well. Okay, so here's the initial distribution of points, similar to what you saw up there in the upper left-hand corner, and we see, fine, I'll buy that, but why is it going down there? I don't know if I buy this anymore. Why are they combining? I don't know if I buy this. It looks like why are they combining over there? Uh-oh. Yeah, why is it not symmetric? Is there like an extra point of mass here? There's definitely, I agree, there's definitely a weird asymmetry going on. How though? I mean, like, you know, they're gonna go around the center of mass, right? So if that's the center of mass, maybe that's fine. But that did not look like the center of mass to me. Oh no. Right, like to me, if I'm looking at this naively, I mean, it looks like, let me think. Someplace, Lagos has bigger specs set up, and has already successfully started simulating the Milky Way in massive detail. And inside the galaxy, there's an Earth, and we're real, and we are actually in it. Look. Let me point something out really quick. Let me go into ramble mode for just 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Ramble mode initiated. Let me show you a paper I have sitting right here. Let me see if you guys can see this. It says 224.77 petaflops on gravitational tree code to simulate the Milky Way with, wrong hand, this is gonna be hard, 18,600 GPUs, 18,000, I'm really struggling here, 600 GPUs. You think I have 18,600 GPUs just sitting, 18,600 RTX 3080s just sitting in my basement? Like, how would I do that? I mean, how rich do you think I am? I like. Anyway, I'm kind of joking here, but I'm saying like it requires a huge amount of computation to do that, like insanely, like more than we have. I knew he was scalping GPUs. I thought you funded your stream by Bitcoin mining. That's it. That's what I do. It's Bitcoin mining the whole way. I think the right name for these sparse galaxies is open cluster, which is how it looks now. Oh yeah. I think you're right. With the black hole, you might get the usual spiral disks. Right. Big basement. I'm in my basement right now. Like I've my office for the past 2 years. Like last year I was in a basement. This year I'm in a basement. I've been living in basements. Actually, you know, if you have the choice, okay, so I've been fortunate enough that I have, I've been able to get 2-story apartments, like one in Boston and the one here as well. And so the basement has always been like, I actually like 2-story apartments. And, you know, usually the basement allows you to have a 2-story apartment, and I think it's quite nice. So I actually encourage people, like, if you have a choice between the top floor, a middle floor, and a bottom floor, like, I actually kind of prefer the bottom floors because it means that like I can kind of stomp around a bit, and I don't wake anybody up, you know. Anyway, I don't know why I'm rambling about basements now. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do. Okay, what do I want to do? How am I actually gonna fix this? So let me modify this so it is the version that can run on a Q array. Okay, I'm gonna run it. Make sure it actually will run on the GPU. Control D, Julia _ project. Using CUDA, I'm gonna run with way fewer particles. Oh no, screw it. I'll run the whole thing. Screw it. Just make sure this runs, and then we can tackle a couple of different things. I think the number one thing we should tackle is the asymmetry. That's what we should tackle. So let's go here and change the array type to coup array. Just make sure it runs. And while it's running, I'm going to go here and I'm just going to add some to-do statements here. To-do, use 2D indexing, to void for loops in K. Okay, the other thing that we need to do here is parallel summation, for accelerations. All right, let's go there, write this. So we have stuff written out. Let me remove this, run it one more time. Should be way faster, 0.364 seconds. Actually, that's not bad. And then what we're gonna do is take a look at the accelerations. Good, they are changing in 2 directions. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm going to look at the visualization again, this time the one that was generated on the GPU. Cinco the Protogen, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So let's do GNU plot. One more time to plot in 2D. Again, we're plotting 1,000 different pictures here. Let's go from there. Leos Labs, rant continues. The ML community is complaining about it as well. Academics can't compete with big corps and their budgets. Wait, are you telling me that... Wait, what big corporations are you talking about? Because like, I could get sponsored by those corporations, and then I could work my way into the system, right? So I could be sponsored by like Linode or something, and then after that, I could steal their compute resources, right? Instead of paying for the, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna steal their compute resources and open it up for everyone. Yeah, okay, good idea. Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. It sounds like I'm like like rambling for no. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's go here to Mirage. Okay, so here they are. Let me check to see what's happening. Okay, so they're coming together. What is going on? Holy cow! What was that? Wait a minute. I need to watch that back. 1 second. Microsoft Azure straight up. That's fair. Okay, so I'm gonna watch this back. I think I know what's happening now. I think our accelerations are backwards. I think. What is going on? Oh, geez. I want to watch this. I'm confused. I'm very confused. I'm gonna save it. It looks cool. Let's go ahead and do Mogrify. Okay, so what's going on? I think we got like the positions backwards, the acceleration might be backwards or something. I'll look at that in a second. Academics can't train GPT-3. Azure GCP is easy to get started with if you actually want to get sponsored. What is GCP exactly? This looks like a screensaver, but with multiple DVD logos. Do not recommend AWS. You would get arrested for it, like the Russian scientists. Oh no. Let's go into /create video. Yes. And then I'll take a look at this video as well. Okay, so we're going to do MPV test. Full screen that guy. Okay. So we see it's forming these 2 clusters for some reason, over here and over here. And then they're kind of coming in together. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. I'm going to watch it. Their momentum carries them past? No? Maybe. But they don't have initial velocities, right? So that's the thing. They're all starting at rest with no initial velocity or acceleration for that matter. This doesn't, it doesn't look right, but it doesn't look wrong enough that I'm like, I don't know if it's right or not, you know? But like, if you looked at the 2D simulation from this guy, full screen, which I do kind of trust, they all just kind of come into the center, right? Boom. Look at that. Amazing. It looks right. Like that's what I was expecting, something like that. And that's not what we're seeing. Let me catch up on chat. The Google Cloud Platform, I think, which makes sense. Yeah, so to be honest, I have access to supercomputers. I have access to clusters. I can get access to clusters. It's not a big deal. With the affiliation I have with the Julia Lab, if I need compute space, I can find compute space to do most simulations. Like, we're not talking about a full Milky Way simulation. We're not talking about simulation with 18 million or 18 billion stars or something. But I have enough stuff that I can make my way if I need to do like big visualizations and stuff. Okay. Let's take a look at the forces.jl. I think the accelerations are just wrong somehow. So this R2, which is the R squared value, is going to be adding in all the positions. Okay, so this is going to be, let me think. It is 1 times the other, so it actually doesn't matter. Okay, so down here, what are we doing? The U here is going to be 1 position minus the other position over the square root of R squared, which is fine. And then we say temp acceleration is TID plus K. TID K plus equals to negative U over R squared. I'm going to do something dumb here, and I'm going to say, what if this is a positive? Maybe I'm flipping the X and Y axis somehow? Like, what's that? What happens if that's positive? Control D. Julia, using... Let me just try this again with positive. They should just repel past it. Like, they should just go off in opposite directions. I'm just double checking. Why does it explode after coming together? It's just gravity, right? It's not exactly that exploding. What's happening is the particles are coming together and then moving past each other. And because they're moving past each other and then coming back together, it's like whoosh, whoosh type of thing. So like they're not. It's not exploding. It's more like they're zooming past each other and then. If that makes sense. I don't know. I did a really bad job of explaining that. Time that guy. Can you get as much compute as a 2009 supercomputer with a $800 GPU there, Days? The clumping is wrong. Which clumping is wrong? The clumping of the simulation, the upper left, or the clumping of the visualization that we just saw? Because I think the clumping of the new visualization is wrong, and I don't know why. So we're going to do... remove these guys, run this one more time. Now let's try visualizing that. So we're going to run GNU plot and see what we got. No collisions, which is possible because there is so much space. Collisions rarely happen anyway in reality. Right. So yeah, there is. It's actually not colliding, but it's confusing. So these should just spread out. Please. Okay, good. They're all moving. Wonderful. Great. It's like this one guy right here is just like, he's like, come on guys, I want to hang out. And all of his friends are just running away. Oh no. 1 second. Let me take a look here. But it does feel like some of them are more massive than others for some reason. Like the mass distribution is not correct. So if I was naively looking at this, oh no, I feel so bad for that guy. Oh no. They're all moving away from the same point. I just don't understand how they're all doing that because we're not adding any gravitational pull towards a single point. Yeah, I mean, okay, so let's go back. So we know at least the direction was correct. I'm gonna save that one as well. Let me go ahead and move test. Which one's currently in test? MPV test.mp4. Oh, yeah, it's just wrong. So let's go ahead and do Mogrify. I'm going to save that one just because why not? I'll just save a couple of these guys. The Morpheus, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Let me get some water. Okay, we've got about... 40 minutes left in stream today. I think we can still get this done, but we went from, paralyzing everything, doing parallel summation. I was so excited at the start of stream today to just getting anything working. And we have stuff working. It's just that, we know the physics is kind of wrong. What's Mogrify? Mogrify is a command. I don't actually know where it came from. It's from some package. Maybe it's from like the convert package or something in Image Magic. I'm not really sure, but essentially just is a way to change images from the terminal. So what I'm doing here is I'm using modify negate just to turn black to white, star.png, and then I'm converting that into a video. The reason I'm doing that is just because for a stream, I kind of like the darker backgrounds, and I don't know, it is what it is. So here we're going to do mpv test.mp4. So this is this one. I'm looking to see... Okay, so if I was naively looking at this, right now we have a repulsive interaction. I would reckon this is a large clump of particles. I would imagine they'd run away from that space, is what I'd imagine. But it looks like they're actually running away from this space. Right? Is there like a flipping along the axes? That's what I'm worried about. Like maybe I flipped the X and Y axes somehow. Somehow? I don't know how I would have done that. Okay, let's go ahead and move that to repulsive test.mp4, repulsive.mp4. Okay. I don't know how it would do that. So anyway, we'll figure it out. It's just a matter of kind of going through everything. So first of all, we know that at least this negative was meant to be there. So we don't have a problem with that. Perfect. So what are we doing? We're first calculating r squared, which is going to be the sum of all dimensions. So it's going to be x dimension plus y dimension plus z dimension. We're going to add them all together into this single point. Now, when we say x, y, and z dimension, we're talking about the difference between a single point and its locations around it, right? So it's like x minus the other x. So x2 minus x1 is what we're doing. Gamer Rallias, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Now, I think I do need to switch these guys. I think I need to switch all the TIDs and Js. So let's go ahead and switch these guys and see if that does anything, because I think I actually have them backwards. Pretty sure I do, actually, the more I... Oh, this one should still be TID. And then this guy should be TID... No, this one should be J? Yeah, that's J. I think I do actually have these backwards. So let's change these and see if that does it. I don't think it will, but I'm just kind of messing around a bit. Because all that will do is change the sign, right? That's all that's going to do. Yeah, that doesn't change... this is going to just change the sign. It's going to give us the same thing we just got. This is going to give us a repulsive interaction. I mean, I'll check it again, but like, pretty sure we're just screwing it up. Do you have synesthesia that does syntax highlighting for you? No, I don't. I just don't like syntax highlighting. I'm sorry. I do have this weird thing where like I see personalities as color, but I don't think it's not like purely synesthetic. It only happens when I'm like really, really tired. And then I see like, it's like, well, also sometimes I see thoughts as colors. Like I don't like, because when you're thinking, right? Like for a lot of people, they think like they have like an internal monologue. I don't have one of those, but I have like a strand of colors. And sometimes I just know what the colors mean. And I'm just like, so if you do this and that, like that'll happen. But like, I don't know if it's like, it's not synesthesia because it's not like physically apparent in the same way. It's not like taking over my senses. It's just like kind of how I think of things, Let's do GNU plot. And I think this is also going to create the repulsive interactions, I think. Oh gosh, I don't know. Wait, actually, I just realized some people might not know what synesthesia is. So synesthesia was something that I was actually super into when I was in high school. I really found it super interesting how people would perceive things differently. It's like a blending of the senses. So for example, like if you could like taste a shape, for example. So if you like feel like, I don't know, this remote here, like it might taste like turkey or something. I don't know, something like that. So the big one is like something that when you're reading letters, they're already naturally colored. So A, for example, is usually red, or B is usually blue, or something like that. And so that's synesthesia, right? It's just a weird way your senses kind of intermingling in a way that they shouldn't. So like sometimes sound will come with light, for example. So like you'll like if someone's being really, really loud, you'll like all of a sudden see flashes in front of your eyes or something. That's synesthesia. It's quite cool. But obviously, like I don't think I have it. It's just it's one of those things that I find really cool. Yeah, this is just a repulsive interaction. Yeah. Okay. Good. Let's do this. So we know that the TID and J's were correct. So let's change those back then. This is going to be TID. This is going to be J. Oh, maybe it should have been TID of J then? Is that the issue? Let me think about this again. TID, TID, and J and J. So we knew that order was correct. J and J. So going through the dimensions. Oh, that would be it, wouldn't it? TID here is your... No, let me think. So J is going to be... What is J? J is the other particle. J. So what you have is your thread ID, which is grabbing one particle, and J is grabbing the other particle, right? So your temporary acceleration for your thread ID, it should be thread ID. This should be thread ID. Definitely thread ID. K is going to be plus equals that. Let's see. Any reasons for not using Makey for all this? The reason I just don't... It's just... I don't like plotting in Julia. It just takes an extra second, and it's too long. There's a number of different reasons as to why I don't use Makey or some other plotting script that comes with Julia. And the reason is just because, like, for example, here, I'll show you. If I do this and I do Mirage... I like having all the images so I can like scroll through, you know? So here I can scroll through it and I can be like, okay, so this is happening or this is happening. And like Makey will just give me a video at the end or something like that. It's fine. Like I could just write all the images out and stuff like that. It's just slightly easier to keep the plotting as a separate script for me. I'm not saying that's the ideal way to do it. I know a lot of people like their plotting script to be with their code script. But in the end, I'm going to be doing way different plotting than what I'm doing right now. And Makey just won't do it. I'm going to have to use images.jl and write it directly out to an image because putting it in any plotter is just not going to work. So it's kind of like I could use Makey, but then I'm going to have to like get rid of it anyway. So why would I have to do that when I could just use a GNU plot and it's easy? It's kind of the reasoning here. Yeah, so, right. Let's keep going. So we're going to take a look here. Sources forces.jl. The repulsion is still weird. The circle shouldn't be that perfect. They should repel each other within the circle. Right. I mean, maybe we're doing something weird with the... maybe we're doing something weird with the masses here. I don't really understand what we could be doing. But like maybe some particle is just really massive for some reason. For J is not equal to TID, we're going to do R2 is equal to 0. And then we say for K, so then we're adding all of these guys together for all the different positions. Maybe something's going on in parallel here where we have, no, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I mean, somehow one particle could just be really massive somehow. And I don't understand how that could have happened because they all we're literally just saying, that's why I like having a separate function, but I can't even read in the separate function now because of the kernel abstraction stuff. Okay, so we have 4K is equal to 1 to size of acceleration 2. And then we say R2 is going to be plus equal to, so R squared is going to be plus equal to all of these guys. So it's going to be X squared plus Y squared plus Z squared. Sure. Then we say 4K is 1 to size of acceleration 2. We say U is going to be the positions of T, ID, K, when its positions here, over square root of 2. And then we add to the temporary acceleration. But maybe the issue here is that they're not properly zeroed at the start? No, they must be properly zeroed, right? That doesn't make any other sense. No, they aren't. We checked that they're all properly zeroed at the start. Okay. Right, because the accelerations start at 0. I mean, unless... The temp acceleration that we're reading in is literally just 0 as a size of set acceleration. So then we have TID is equal to here. So our thread ID is going to grab each individual particle. Then we say 4J is equal to size of all positions. This is not the ideal way to do it. It's just what we're doing right now. We say 1 to size of positions 2. So that means we're going to go through... Wait a minute. Should be the size of position 1. Wait a minute. Control D, Julia, using CUDA. Maybe they're only experiencing, maybe positions 1 should be the index to go through all the particles. Position 2 should be maybe they're only experiencing acceleration from like 3 particles. Maybe that's the problem here. Let me try running this one more time. I've got to remove the accelerations. It was also quite quick, which was surprising to me. I was expecting it to be really slow. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. So probably what happened was we were only going through like 3 particles, and those 3 particles were the only ones that mattered for the simulation. Let me try removing this, and let's try timing it one more time, and then we'll see what that one looks like. GNU plot here. I don't know how I would have made that mistake, but that's fine. Well, I mean, you're like, oh, I don't know how I would have made that mistake. Clearly, I'm an idiot, right? Like, I typoed somewhere sometime, and I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, let's see what this one looks like. Mirage. Okay, give it a second. There we go. Look at that beautiful. Now, perfect. Oh, amazing. Wonderful. Oh, gosh. Okay, good. We got it. Oh, we are finally back to where we were at the start of stream today. We spent 6 hours recreating the exact thing we had at the start of stream today. Like, we did nothing but get the same visual, but this time it's in parallel. So, you know, we've got that going for us. Okay, the only thing that's bothering me about this is the following. I want to modify this so it says array type, but I don't think I can. So let me try this, and I think this is going to break. So let's go over here, Control D, Julia double dash project. Using CUDA. Yeah, I'll save it. Give me a second. I'm gonna push this and everything. Let me just do Mogrify. But it's the same visualization we just had. Mirage here. It's literally the visualization you see in the upper left-hand corner. It's the same exact visualization. Let me try running this one more time here and see if that actually runs. I've got a feeling it won't. No, it actually will. VI simulate. Source simulate. This is gonna break. Yeah, it's definitely gonna break. Crap. And the reason it's gonna break is because this guy. So we want wait on the integrator, and I think we specifically need to do array type equals array type. Maybe we just need to read the array type in. I just noticed that it's better to specify the type of the array. Never works when I use the abstract array. Right. So we have the array type kind of... right. So I think the issue here is that kernel abstractions doesn't allow for optional arguments. I think that's the issue here. So this is going to break, but I can fix it relatively easily, and we'll just have that version working. And then we'll leave it like that. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I wish we could have optional arguments. It'd be nice, but let's get something kind of working and then go from there. So this should break, I think. I think this should break. Because we're reading the array type is equal to cuArray. Let's see. Okay, and then, yeah, that'll break. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it so the integrator reads in array type here instead of as an optional argument. Let's do that. Right, quit. Going to VI source forces, and now the array type is going to be here. Wait a minute, what? Find acceleration. Wait, what do we do here? Simulate.jl. Oh, put it in the integrator. Well, that's obviously not going to work. I'm an idiot. That should just be that. It should be in the find acceleration. Let me try this again. Array type is equal to array type. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to check. So that should be that. Right, quit here. So I've got a feeling this is going to break, but we're going to check. And if it does break, we can fix it. Thanks for catching that. I just didn't understand what was happening. Okay, so we're going to get this to run. And then we can go from there. It's going to break, and then we'll fix it. And then we'll talk about what still needs to happen, because there's a lot of little things that need to happen. Yeah, a lot of things that need to happen. I don't think kernel abstractions allows for optional arguments. I guess I can ask whether we should update kernel abstractions to allow for optional arguments, or if we should just not have optional arguments, right? That's the question. So that broke. So let's do it without the optional arguments. So now we're gonna have array type as an actual argument instead of an optional one. So we're gonna read this in as array type here. Delete that there. right, quit, go into forces, and then this is going to be array type. And we're going to delete that one. Okay, so now we're going to run Julia using CUDA and go from there. Okay, hopefully this is going to run, and then we get something out, and then we're good to go. I mean, we can... I do want to do 2 quick runs after this is done, timing without output, just to see if how much slower the GPU version is. What do we have here? Find acceleration particle any. No mathematic find acceleration particles. Where was that? Find accelerations. Oh, I'm dumb. Try it one more time. Okay, and then after this, we'll commit what we have, and I just want to do 2 quick timings between the CPU and GPU versions, just to see what we're looking at here. Again, without the output, just timing. I don't suspect we'll see too much of a speed up because we're doing super naive parallelism. We're also using really old hardware. We have a fast CPU and a slow GPU, so we'll see. I need a new GPU. It's one of those things. Like I actually did think about potentially having like. What is it? Like the, what are they called? This ran. So I want to try it one more time with just an array. What's it called? When you have a, what is it called? Crap. What is it called? The thing that you have when you ask a sub goal. I was thinking about having a sub goal, for getting a new GPU. I did think about that. Just because we do a lot of GPU computing on this channel, and it's something that would help out a lot. But I haven't committed to it yet because the GTX 970 is working fine, and really you only need the GPU for testing locally because you're going to run it on a cluster somewhere anyway. So it's kind of like, it's probably not actually that useful in the grand scheme of things. So for now, I think I'm not going to do that. Okay, so it did run though. Put an unrealistic sub goal with the prices of GPUs. Yeah, it is unrealistic. That's the thing. All right, let me go ahead and remove some stuff here. Double check the output just to make sure it is what we expect. We'll run it on the Q array. Perfect. And now we just need to do GNU plot. Take a look at the visualization, and hopefully we're good to go. I mean, look, GPUs are unrealistically expensive. There's no way. Like, I'd have to do a sub goal of like 1,000 to get a GPU. Well, that's not true. I mean, over time, yeah, over time. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look here at Mirage. Okay, they should all go. Give me a second. There we go. Look at that. That looks nice. Wonderful. Okay, happy with that. So what I'm going to do is get status here. I have a 1. Remove. What is 1? Oh, okay. What's the difference between that and concat? They're the same file. Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. What am I doing next? I want to cd back directory, ls here, get status dot concat.text. Let me go into, yeah, we'll keep the plot 2D, vi.getIgnore, and we're gonna do star.text as well, I guess. Let's do star.text. We might need the .text files later, but I assume that anytime we need a .text file, I'll add it in there. Okay, so let's see. We have this working. I'm gonna add a few more notes, and then we're gonna commit it, and we should be good to go. Vi source forces.jl up here. Think about how to do optional arguments in kernel instructions. So this is something that's pretty easy to test, specifically. Array type. It's pretty easy to test. We'll create a minimum working example. In fact, I'll just write that down. Try KA with optional arguments as a minimum working example later. Okay, that's something to do for tomorrow. Now let's think about other things to do for the parallelization here. We can massively improve the parallelization performance that we have here by using other methods for parallel summation and stuff. So what I want to do at the end of stream, since we've got about 20 minutes left, I want to commit what we have, and then I want to do some very quick just timings without outputting anything, just seeing what the difference is between the CPU and GPU version for different runtime, for different like numbers of particles and stuff like that. So git add dot git status. Git ignore aux plot gp plot2d.gp forces initialization simulate should be good. Hit commit -m. 1 second. Adding unnecessary, well, not unnecessary. Adding a naive parallelization with kernel instructions. All right. Git push origin development. There we go. Okay, so for anybody who might be asking about what's happening here, let me go ahead and show you. It's on GitHub, github.com. If you want to check it out, feel free to do so. I actually, whenever I do development, I usually put all the development in a development branch, with the exception of Simuleos. So if we go to Galilee.jl, here it is. And if you're looking for the latest changes, feel free to go to the development branch here. So I'll go ahead and put that here. That's where I put it in case anybody's interested. Okay, so now for some quick timings. For people who may be coming in, maybe weren't here before, we've been working on this Galaxy simulator, and we basically created a version that can run on either the CPU or GPU. What I want to do now is do a lot of benchmarking and testing just to see... just to see how the timing is going. Everyone knows what just happened in chat, and it's super embarrassing, so let's just ignore it. Would you mind if we made the base branch develop? What do you mean by base branch exactly in this case? Like, we won't say anything. You mean like the branch that shows up on like when people go to GitHub? I specifically didn't want that to happen because anyone who's watching the development would be here on stream. And anybody that's just finding the branch or finding the code randomly on GitHub would be probably wondering like why it's broken and stuff like that. Basically, I don't want people like accidentally grabbing broken code, which is going to happen in the development branch. So it's the one that shows up. Yeah, so I think I prefer it if it's in the development branch for now. I specifically didn't want that to be like available here. Galaxies have north and south poles due to magnetic fields effect formation. Galaxies have north and south pole. Does magnetic field affect formation? I have no idea. I mean, maybe. Could be. Clips. Oh no. Oh no. What is this clip about? The WQ in chat. Let's see what we got. Let's see. It has to be the WQ chat. Wait, there it is. Right there. My shame will always be. It's always going to be on Twitch. There's nothing I can do about it. I can technically remove it. It's fine. Okay. Right. Benchmarking. That's what I'm going to do. WQ is how you quit VI and Vim. We have a Simul VI emote. It's the text editor I use. So I was on a terminal and I was trying to quit out of the text editor, and then I just accidentally typed it in the wrong terminal. So we're going to VI source and go into simulate. Oh, sorry, source simulate. And I want to not output anything to file. So I think I should say output method none. What happens if I do that? I should be able to do output method equals none. Perfect, that ran. So this is going to be the array type cuArray. Okay, and we see here the difference is about 0.2 seconds for the one with and without file I/O. That's actually surprisingly quick for file I/O. I imagine as we increase particles, it gets worse. So what am I going to do? I'm going to at time a couple of these guys. So I'm going to at time 1, which is going to take 0.17 seconds. At time 10, I'm just checking the scaling very naively, right? 0.25, 100, which is going to be 0.6. So about double. It's kind of weird. That's weird scaling. 1,000. So this should take 2 seconds, roughly. 4 seconds. Okay, so this is the scaling I was expecting. You should scale as n squared. So this one should take about 20 seconds, I think. Oh, oops. Oops. I'm not gonna do that again. My bad. I ran out of GPU space. Let me fix stream really quick. My bad. There. Okay, so video audio sync should be back up. Oh no. I should have just checked how much GPU memory I was using. I don't know why I didn't. Clearly 10,000 is too big. Let me do watch NVIDIA SMI. NVIDIA SMI. Let me go over here. I'm going to change the song. And then we're going to go here and do 1,000 again. So this is using up, where are we? 800 megabytes. Right. So I can only reasonably go maybe twice as big as 2,000. Otherwise, I'm out of space. So this is going to take up 735 megabytes. Actually, that doesn't take up as much as I thought it was going to. Interesting. That's why you need. This is why I need a new GPU. I agree. But oh, hello there. You are taking time, aren't you? Let me go to Control C and let me do NV top. Okay, let me try it again. Okay, so this is now taking percent volatile memory is fine. Yeah, should be fine. But why isn't the GPU 0 memory increasing? Am I just not understanding how this is working? Let me do 1,000 then. Maybe I don't understand how this function works. Dedicated stream GPU. I want a dedicated compute GPU is what I want. Yeah, I fundamentally don't understand what's happening here. This isn't really giving me the information I want. I'm just gonna watch NVIDIA SMI. All right, watch NVIDIA SMI. So we're using 760 megabytes. Oh, we're still using 760 megabytes. Oh, is Julia just bad? Julia double dash project. Remove these guys. Ayaka, thank you so much for the subscription. Really appreciate it. I hope you're having a great time. Gonna go ahead and put 2 Suba cows in chat. One more. And yeah, let's just keep going. Thanks for the prime. Really appreciate that. All right, so we're gonna go watching NVIDIA SMI, and hopefully my GPU isn't gonna break this time. So we're gonna do very quickly just using these guys. There. Give it a second. And let me get some water while this is running. Again, guys, we only have about 15 minutes left in stream today. I'm going to end soon. I've been streaming for about 6 hours now. It's been a long stream today. But I feel like we've gotten a lot done. I mean, okay, to be fair, have we actually gotten anything done? That's a question that we should probably be asking. Okay, so if I do 2,000 particles, what's our GPU memory go up to? It goes up by... Where's all our memory going? We finished where we started. We literally got the same exact plot out. Yes, we finished exactly where we started. We literally did nothing today. But the code is different, which is something. This does mean the upper limit of my GPU memory is only about 2,000 particles, or 10,000 particles, which isn't really good. Oh no, Sato, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. The GPU memory didn't actually increase that much. Let me try increasing this to a factor of 3,000. So we're at 736 megabytes. Let me run it again and see what happens. It goes up to 817. It's not even that high. What was happening earlier? Doing nothing for 6 hours. Hey, I mean, you know, where's our memory going? I don't know. I forgot. Oh no. I did just realize my problem. Running with... Wait, what? What happened there? How did we get a runtime of 29 seconds for 2,000 particles, but 12 seconds for... What? Let's go up to 4,000? So we know 10,000 breaks the GPU. I'm trying to figure out how much... It probably doesn't break the GPU. It's probably like at the limit of what we can do. So it looks like as long as we're doing... you think H-top. Oh. You might be right. It might be CPU. Oh! No way. Wait. So I run this again. You think it's CPU? I mean, look, I'm lagging. I'm lagging right now. My CPU must be the GPU though that's lagging. I need a dedicated stream GPU is what I need. That's what I need. Unfortunately. Yeah, this is I'm definitely lagging though. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure you could see stream lagging. It doesn't say I dropped any frames. It's not CPU, it's not RAM. I don't know why I'm like, look, my GPU is old. I do need a new GPU. I mean, looks like it's single threaded. Yeah, we're running the CUDA version now. Let me try running the non-CUDA version. So now we should see HTOP kind of going crazy now because we're using the CPU now. It's not going crazy, and it does look like it's single-threaded, which is not good. It was supposed to be at least somewhat parallel, and it's not parallel at all. How is it? How? What is going on? Okay, come on. Kernel abstraction is at least supposed to naively parallelize. Like, there's no parallelization happening. I mean, I'm running with 4 cores, is what I'm running with. Maybe I should increase the number of cores to, let me try increasing the number of cores to 16. See what happens. Julia-P, oh, wait, you might be right. Maybe I didn't run it in multi-threaded mode. So maybe that's the issue. Yeah, okay. Is Julia-P, how does that work again? Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's like Julia-P4 or something like that, right? Is my stream still lagging? No, my stream's fine as long as I don't use a GPU. Oh, I need a dedicated stream GPU. You guys are right. You guys are convincing me I need it. This is also taking a long time on the CPU, but it's also single core. So like, what do you expect, you know? Julia-P auto. Okay, let me Control C out of this. We're in Julia-Project-P auto. Okay, and we'll give it a go, just like we did before. Hello, Julia. I see you're using all my CPU power now. Welcome. Okay, let me do this again. Control D, and let me do -T 12. So we're only using 12 cores. Okay, now we're gonna run using Galilee. And we're just gonna run it again. This time we're gonna run just 1,000 particles. Unseen lag. It shouldn't be in lag right now, but there was some lag during the, so this should run with 4 cores. Okay, it is running with 12 cores, which is fine. I don't mind. Run with 12 cores. I told you to run with 4, but hey. Okay, that looks better, at least, but I said the number of cores was 4, not 12. So why are we running with 16 cores? Is my stream lagging? No, it's fine. I believe so. Stream looks fine. Okay, 25 seconds, whereas the GPU took about 20 seconds for the same run. So actually, let me do that one more time because we had compilation time in there as well. So I think actually the CPU and GPU right now are competitive for about 4,000 particles. What we're going to try to do in the future is make the GPU just you know, smack the CPU upside the face. Just be like, oh, I'm faster than you. I don't know what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, so they are literally competitive right now. 4,000 particles, they are the exact same time for computing, which is fine. Like, this is fine. Now, you guys are convincing me. I do feel like I need a better GPU for this. I might stick to the 970 for the stream visualization, but specifically for computation, I feel like we need a new GPU. Okay, would you guys, how mad would you guys be if we had added a goal, like a sub goal or something? I think for like 100 subs, maybe, I could buy a new GPU or something. Maybe. There's also the fact that like I feel like having the sub goals is more transparent with you guys about how much money I'm actually making on Twitch. So you guys see it visually and you guys understand like how much this platform is making versus other platforms as well. Screamer Chaotix, thank you so much for the subscription. Really appreciate it. Let me go ahead and put a Simu account in chat. Let's see, maybe it's naive, but does GPU need to run with Julia T Auto? I don't think so. I'd be very glad. Yeah, okay. Let's add a sub goal in there. I'll go ahead and do it right now. It's going to be quite high, unfortunately. I mean, it needs to be high for a new GPU. I might be able to add a new, I'll think about it. I might be able to add a new sub goal that's like smaller so that we can hit it more like, so we can hit it better. But I'll add a sub goal in. I'll have it be 128. So like that would mean 128 subs would mean, if we can continue with 128 subs. We're so far from that. It's impossible to get there. I'll think about it. I'll think about what we need to do there, and then I'll think about it. If they have really big compute things, yeah, let's think about it later. I'm being super like. By the way, thank you so much, Boring, for the sub as well. I really do appreciate it. Simu account, I'll go ahead and put that in. Okay, but look, here's the thing, guys. I can probably just pay for a GPU. Screw Chaotix, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Now I'm being really mean, but thank you so much. I'm going to put a few Simu cows in chat. Simule cow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. 3, 4, 5. The GPU is definitely something that like is useful for stream, immediately useful for stream, because we do an insane amount of GPU computation. So here's what we're going to do. You guys let me know what you feel would be a good like reward for doing it, right? I mean, obviously the GPU is going to be super useful for like everything that we do. But like if you guys think of something that like you're like, oh, this would actually be super nice, like just let me know. Feel free to send me a message on Discord. Also, feel free to put your sunglasses on for just a second. I'll go ahead and give you guys an invite. Copy here, paste there. Okay, so feel free to send me a message about what you guys might want for a stream reward outside of just the GPU. Obviously, that's super useful for me. Really useful for stuff. But I might be able to find a way to weasel about and like find my own GPU. I might even see if I can use Julia Lab resources. That might be something I could ask. Like if they wouldn't mind me like doing my development on a machine that they have. I'll try to figure out a way around it. That said, here's the honest truth. As far as subscriptions and stuff are concerned, I've mentioned this multiple times before. I genuinely am trying to make it so this year, we can make the open research company idea work. And for that, I genuinely think that the best way to do that is to find enough money via online sources to fund exactly one person, and that person being me. And then fund everything else in the lab through grant funding and several other ways, several other resources like grant funding, maybe sponsorships, stuff like this. Like that's the goal. So if I can fund myself via like purely online means, then I can start building out a company and start getting more people involved, doing more research, potentially having more people doing streams. Obviously more videos related to the research that we're doing, all this kind of stuff. I really, really want that to happen. And I 100% recognize that like I'm being a little bit, I don't want to be that guy who's like asking for help because I don't think we need help. But if we get closer to that goal, like obviously the dream of having a truly open research lab that is engaging and open and like really it gets people excited about research is so much closer, right? Tesla V100. So the thing is, I could probably ask, oh, thank you so much for the anonymous cheer for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. But yeah, so I think the closer we get there, the better we get. The more research is open, the happier I am, and like the more we can prove that this model works. We're super far from that right now, but I'm hoping that maybe sometime in the next month or so, as we do more live streams, as people hang out and chat and we act as a community again, and we start working together towards stuff that we think is really, really cool. I'm hoping we can make it happen. Like that's honestly where I'm at right now. I know I see all these streamers out there. I see all these YouTubers and all these people who are literally building a business out of this. And I'm like, well, let's do that, but let's do it for research and let's see if we can make that happen. That's kind of where I'm at. This next year is going to be completely devoted to exactly that. So CUDA is only 4 seconds faster. Right now, CUDA is only 4 seconds faster, but our parallelism is crap. We're doing like the worst form of parallelism possible. Right now, it's not worth it. I 100% agree with you. Okay, so with all that said, I do need to close stream right now. I've been streaming for about 6 hours. I will be coming back tomorrow at 2 o'clock p.m. and I'll be streaming until 8 o'clock p.m. again. This block from 2 to 8, I'm going to try to make my main schedule for the next few weeks. That's what I'm going to do, 2 to 8 every day, including weekends if I can. Although, admittedly, my wife will be coming back on Saturday, so I might be a little bit late to Saturday stream, but the 2 to 8 block is what I'm going to try to keep as my naive stream hours from now on, with the intention of just making this, where I spend most of my workday. We'll spend time chatting. We'll spend time, making galaxy simulations for the next month or so. Then we'll move on to, photo mosaics and stuff like that. If you are a researcher and you have ideas or you want someone who knows GPU computing to help you with your project, you have GPUs available that maybe I could use for this, let me know. Thank you for the stream. Awesome stream, Dr. Schloss. I always learned a ton. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow as well. Also, happy to see you back in stream, man. Like, it's been ages. And I'm really happy to see, old people coming back and stuff like that. We need to monetize Leos Labs to make it work. Do LMK when I can buy a shirt. Oh, do let me know when I can buy a shirt. So I've been thinking about that, actually. So what I was thinking about doing, and this is kind of weird, and I don't know, we'll talk about it, but if we get a publication, I was really thinking about, like, for example, if there's a publication and the 4D Galaxy is involved, I wanted to get a shirt with just a 4D Galaxy, and then I wanted to do a Kickstarter. And the reason I wanted to do a Kickstarter is to do two things. One, to actually pay for the publication costs of the paper itself. But two, I was thinking this is a good way to tell people about how the publication industry actually works. Like the fact that you have to pay $2,000 to publish a paper. Most people don't know that, right? And so doing a Kickstarter with, $2,000, saying like, we're publishing a paper, we'll give you t-shirts, with logos on it and everything like that. I thought that might be a nice way to be like, yo, first of all, this is how publication works. Second of all, if you want to fund the research that we're doing and you want to fund open research, here's a direct way to do it. Just go to the Kickstarter. We're going to give you a shirt with a 4D Galaxy simulation on it, maybe a photo mosaic, maybe ASCII art, maybe something. We're going to give you t-shirts, and that's kind of how I wanted to merchandise, I'm doing a PhD, and even I didn't know it took $2,000. Right, so let me be clear. The $2,000 is only if you want to open access the publication. That is to say, if you want to provide the paper to people for free under a Creative Commons license. But archive.org is where you can find papers for free. You can also find it for free in a number of other sources. A lot of institutions are asking for people to put their preprints available on some server somewhere. Journal of Open Source Software is obviously completely free as well. I'm talking about a lot of mainstream journals like IEEE, a lot of PRL journals, PhysRev letters, New Journal of Physics, all stuff like that. Does it cost money to publish on the archive? No, it does not. But the archive does not come with peer review. So you can't guarantee that the archive is of any standard of quality, right? Unfortunately, we don't have the bot working right now. I'll go ahead and give you guys the GitHub link. I think if I just paste this, it'll work. Oh, up a bit. Here's the GitHub link to what we were working on. I buy a shirt for each of these. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Like maybe we just monetize the papers. So every time a paper comes out, that's the end of a project. So we do have probably some cool visual to show, and we could just like be, hey, here you go. Here's Leos Lab merchandise. Hype train completes level 3. Oh, we had a hype train. Wonderful. Thank you guys so much, by the way. 7 gift subs, 100 bits. Really appreciate it. Like, clearly, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. Again, I will close now. It's 8 o'clock p.m. This is going to be the time I close stream. If you have anybody that you want me to raid at the end of the stream, let's see who's live. Over here, there. We've got Lana Lux. We've got Kit Boga is not live. Maybe we raid Lana after this is done. But if there's anybody else you want to raid, feel free to let me know. I want to be totally and completely honest here. We need community support for the lab to work. And, you guys are an awesome community. I'll see you guys again tomorrow from 2 to 8 o'clock p.m. Again, that's going to be my stream time. Even if I get a little tired, which I might get a little tired tomorrow, that'll be my stream time. Nicolino and Scuffed Content, thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. That's it. I'm going to start the raid on Lana Lux today. and we will go from there. So let's start that raid. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. If you're in America, have a wonderful, happy Thanksgiving, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Again, 2 o'clock p.m. my time, which is 6 hours before now, and hopefully we'll do another 6-hour stream tomorrow. Thanks, guys. See you again next time. Bye.